Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is nonsense. It's like pure abject nonsense.
A lot of movies, the MCU is a victim of this, will eventually kick me out. You know, it's like, it takes so much time, and then I'm like, oh, you did that sort of feeling. Usually a good, at least 20 minutes. Because, like, the opening scenes, we've talked about this a lot, but it's like the beginning of you setting up your continuity. You may just have a character talking. Like, you can't fuck that up. That'll be like, who can fuck stuff like that up? And they can usually get through quite a few scenes before it's like, oh no, here we go, we done the thing. Yeah, I was done with this movie at 1 minute in. It was, so, yeah. It's the Multiverse of Madness. So, of course, we see a multiversal Strange running in this mysterious world with a girl. That's how this starts, being chased by...
Tendril?
Yeah, a tendril monster.
Yeah, that describes a tentacle. There's another one later on.
This one kind of looks like it's made of paper, maybe?
Yeah, he's got the papery...
He's a paper monster.
Yeah,
He's a paper monster. We'll call him that.
They're running from it in this crazy world. And the first thing Doctor Strange in this world does, like, when I saw him throw 2 blue spells at this thing and it froze, I was like, fucking hell, that's powerful and very useful.
Yeah. It freezes it dead in its tracks, buys him a lot of time.
And it made me
done
like,
another spell and kill it. That would have been smart.
I just...
She even asked, did that kill it? And he's like, no. But it clearly, like, paused it.
I think what she says in Spanish is, will that kill it? And then he says no. And then he says, look, over there or whatever, and points, and we see a big book. And then she goes, the Book of Vishanti. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, you guys both know whatever that thing is. So why are you saying that? Is it for me? It's like, yes, it is for me.
Just for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I'll just start saying, I don't believe he would have a limit on that. Can he not throw another? Are we supposed to believe they're his only ice bolts? Doctor Strange has never had any limits on any of the spells he ever fucking casts. Even the time rewind he seemed to be able to do infinitely as long as he has the time stone. Like, I don't know. Benefit of the doubt, you have to say he could only fire those 2 ice bolts. It's just like, yeah, okay. Because all you do is just keep firing them. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you? He also throws slicey discs a little bit later. He did not throw them earlier. Why?
They were pretty effective because they just totally ripped the limbs off.
Yeah, they're really effective against the pasta thing. So. Well, how about the fact that he can tie this thing up and keep it concealed, which means that America could then go get the book. That seems like a pretty smart way to do this. I just mean from the get-go. It's like, all right, you go get the fucking book. I'll just keep it tied up and then bring me the book.
I've got a question. I'm gonna have to stop you there because I have a question and I feel it's important. I've seen Doctor Strange once or twice before. Why doesn't he just use portals to get to the book instantly?
Oh, I can explain that, right? He doesn't have any. This guy doesn't. I can tell you why he doesn't have any, because we are very good faith here, and we would assume that he doesn't have it, because if he did have it, he would obviously use that. Because if...
Well, of course, portals honestly, are incredible.
The way you're saying this is like you think that he did have that, and if he did, it would ruin the entire scene. In fact, it would ruin the entire film. So why...
Mauler, I don't even know my own name at this point. I have no idea what you're talking about.
It gets in front of them, and they're like, oh boy, what do we do now? And there's this little period of a couple of seconds where this fucking sorcerer who's trying to save the world, as we get to understand soon enough, that's a fine jump forward. Yeah. I like how your correction is like, come on, Free, I said the world. It's like all of the worlds. He just like kind of watches it collect itself up and then stab him. And I was just like, man, you probably should have done something about that. But okay. Defender Strange is realizing that he's not going to be able to keep it controlled. So he's gonna have to take America. That's who she is. America's job as well. He's gonna have to take her power from her to prevent the big spooky demon from taking it itself.
What are you doing? I can't let that thing take your power. You can't control it. But I can.
We're friends. You're killing me.
I know. But in the grand calculus of the multiverse, your sacrifice is worth more than your life.
Can anyone spot the problem?
If she dies, the powers disappear, right? So
if you take her power, she dies. It'll kill her as a side effect. I don't know how anyone knows this, because she is the only America Chavez in the history of the universe.
Which is important to restate. She is the only America Chavez in the history of
the infinite universes.
Keep that.
It's more so to highlight for stuff that's plot relevant. If she is the only person in the multiverse who has these abilities, how does anybody know what they are in terms of like that they even exist, how they operate, or spells that they can use to extract that power if she is the only instance of those powers ever existing?
And how do you know it kills her to take them?
Nobody's ever done it before.
Maybe she tried it.
Yeah, literally, it cannot be that nobody... That's the funny thing, right? It's like, no, someone tried it before and I died. It's like, oh. But yeah, if it's a sad reality that she has to die for you to take her powers to prevent the demon spaghetti thing from getting it, just kill her. Not only is that way faster, but it means way faster and more definitive.
Because even if he gets them, he's still at risk.
So the tier 2 issue is that, as Frankie kind of just said, was that if he is successful, saps the power out of her, she dies, and then what have you got? It's like, well, you've got a Defender Strange with a rotting leg that's on fire and got toxic shit in it, who is facing a monster he cannot beat, who then, hopefully, I guess, has to open a portal. He says he can use the power. How the fuck does he know that he can use the power? She can't, and she's like the origin of the power. But okay.
He just has to believe in himself.
By taking her power, you make it so that that creature has the chance to get it from you and destroy the whole universe. So why? Why risk that?
Especially if what you do is going to kill her anyway.
He's never had this power.
Yep.
The only person with it ever can't control it. Why the fuck do you think that it's a better gamble to take it than kill her?
The fact that he can even do this confuses me. What is the nature of America's powers? Are they like magical? We have to assume that they are, right? They're not like science-based or anything. They're magical.
Well, there's magic, there's witchcraft.
I was going to say, we don't actually know what it is, because this universe might call it whatever the fuck it wants.
No.
He gets stabbed before he can zap her of the power, and this stuff, not only, like, it burns you, and it applies toxic, or whatever the fuck it's doing. Like, it has, like, this black goo spreading on you. He's, like, dead 3 times over, but when he is tossed to the ground, luckily, on this very small platform in the middle of what's essentially space, but, like, a fantasy whatever vision, we'll find out what this place is. If he were thrown off into the abyss, he'd be fucked. But instead, he's thrown onto the little platform, and then she tries to go for the book. Like 3 platforms appear for her, and she even uses the monster to sort of
like an Uncharted set piece, you know? Where it's like,
she grabs the monster,
which shouldn't happen. The thing is, stab Doctor Strange through the heart. Why isn't it grabbing her? He's done. Toss him off the fucking cliff side, whatever this place is. Grab her.
Also, I guess you can just grab it with your hands.
What now? The monster? You can just touch it. It's not like...
It's a horrific, poisonous toxin creature from another universe, and it fucks Doctor Strange up by, essentially, by stabbing him. It's like, I ain't touching that. Fuck that shit.
She gets captured, and then she panics. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. All I should say is she opens a portal, and the Doctor Strange, just before he's dead, he manages to chop out the little tentacle grabby things, so that she'll fall through the portal, and he gets dragged in there as well, because it like sucks you in. Thing is, like I said though, if he'd been thrown into the abyss like a smart little spaghetti monster, she would have been fucked. That'd be it.
Seems like everyone's dumb, even the monsters.
Yeah.
And then our Doctor Strange wakes up from what I guess we are supposed to interpret he was watching that like as a nightmare. There's a shot of his watch, his broken watch that he's kept with him for a long time. That'll be representative of what I assume the arc they were going for is. Yeah, we'll get there.
1 of 3.
Or 4, depending on your interpretation.
Maybe 4. Maybe 4. Yeah.
He's dressed himself up. He's going to a wedding. It's like, oh, okay. We don't know who it is yet. He sits down, and it's Michael Stuhlbarg. I think that's how you pronounce his name. So he's in the first Doctor Strange, and he's like a competing surgeon. He's only there to kind of be like, you're not as good as you think you are, that sort of character. I had tonal whiplash in this scene in the theater. I was just like, what the fuck? What are you trying to do with this? So like, he sits down, And when I saw him, I was like, oh, it's the annoying guy from the first movie, and there's already an assumption that this will be kind of like, oh god, what's he gonna say? That kind of thing. It's like, okay. And then we start in line with that, with he's like, I haven't seen you in a while, and he was like, yeah, I was busy being dead or gone for 5 years, and I think he even has the face of like, idiot, like, hello, I've been blipped, and then he goes, so was I, and Doctor Strange was like, ooh. By the way, that kind of cut for me, in terms of a tonal change, I quite like them. I'm just like, okay, yeah, this isn't a joke. You shouldn't joke about this. It's like, okay, no, yeah, okay, I follow. And then, there's like a gap, and then he goes, I lost both my cats. And then, for some reason, the film thinks that's really funny, and Doctor Strange rolls his eyes. He's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, yeah, I lost my cats. Like,
while I was gone, thank you for asking, I lost both my cats.
Okay. That's strange. We're moving back to it being funny, I guess. It was only for a moment there that you might have thought it was serious, but actually it is just a joke. And then there's a pause, and then...
And my brother.
And now we're serious again. It's
yeah,
like,
I was like,
okay,
what the fuck is happening? Is this a joke or not? And he just goes like, I'm sorry. Like, thank you.
Thank you.
I was just like, what the fuck?
That's bizarre. It was a bizarre scene.
It's not even about, like, trying to balance a juxtaposition at that point. I was just like, what are you going for? What is going on? What? Okay, just imagine, though, that someone's telling you their losses from the blip, and they explain to you that they had pets, that because they were blipped, they couldn't be fed and just starved to death. Like, and you appear back in your room, mostly everything's the same, except you have 2 corpses from your pets. Yeah. Like,
2
that's not an experience.
Festering corpses.
Yeah, like, this is why, like, when he, like, laughed at him almost for it, maybe in the sense of a facial expression, not, like, dialogue, I was just like, that's strange.
I think it's something important to highlight is that big choices and little choices that you have characters make can inform their character. So something that you think of as just like, oh, that's like a little offhanded thing. It's like, well, no, why would Doctor Strange find that funny or amusing, What does that say about him to some extent on, like, even if it's a minor thing,
Yeah.
Once the guy's like, oh, I lost my brother too, Doctor Strange's like, oh, shit, okay, I should take this seriously. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I feel like someone losing their pets can be taken seriously, but okay.
Seriously, yeah.
Of course.
That conversation essentially ends with Dr. West, I think is his name. He says, yeah, you're the best surgeon, you're the best superhero.
But you still didn't get the girl.
And I was like,
yeah,
what? Why would you say that? After you just had a conversation about like what you guys have lost and how this was a tough thing for the world, and then you're like, you didn't get the girl though. It just sounds like we went from like a serious adult conversation about like the nature of all the horrific events to like schoolyard shit. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And the reason why he said that
super quickly that we're at Christine's wedding.
Yeah, that's the reveal.
But this is something that is really important for Stephen in this film.
I was going to say that's why he's saying it, is it's on theme. It's not about like good dialogue. It's just he needs to say it because it's a reference for the theme, or one of them. So he has a little chat with old Christine. If anyone remembers her, we haven't seen her since Doctor Strange 1. It's been a while. She says they never would have worked because he always has to be holding the knife. And that, I think she says he's scared. These are important elements to understand.
Yes.
Alright, we gotta make sure we flag these up so that you'll understand us as we progress. And he's like, oh, well, as long as you're happy. And then she's like, are you happy? And he's like,
that is one of the arcs.
Legitimately, I was kind of actually sad about this. So he's talking to her, and I was like paying full attention because I was like, this is all about his character. This is a girl that he was super interested in, and he can't be with because of everything that's happened. I was like, good old character for superhero. And then a car crash sound happens, and he looks over out of the window, and I was like, oh, okay.
We're done here. Scene now.
Off to a fight scene. Yeah.
Here we go.
The reality is, it honestly feels like in Marvel stuff, we can't really have a conversation that lasts longer than 3 minutes. It would be nicer if in Marvel movies we could spend a little bit longer with characters just having a conversation. Which is kind of funny, right? Because Loki, there was like a 30-minute conversation with Kang, but like it's not really a conversation. It's relaying information about world building that's in tatters. I guess it's more just like, can we ever have a bottle episode sort of thing where we just have characters kind of explore how they feel about each other and their place in the world for an extended period of time? We just don't seem to be very willing to do that, and especially not in the movies, especially when this movie is, 2 hours long. You don't have the time with all of the crazy action scenes that we're going to have.
So we see the girl from the opening scene. She runs into a bus to try and, I guess, hide or protect herself from something that's chasing her. And Doctor Strange, like, this is the kind of stuff, because this is how many movies we had with him now, where you're just like, man, your powers. He does a spell where it just reveals the invisible monster. It's like, yeah, that's just something you can do. Okay. Like, the thing about these, as long as they don't contradict something, fine.
Yeah.
It's just that, yeah, so that's the power he just has. It's like, okay, fine. Well, you know, one thing I did like about it is when he reveals the creature, it frowns at him. I like that.
Yeah, he's like, hey, why'd you do that, buddy?
I needed
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah.
He
yeah.
does.
No, a detector unit.
The monster is pretty expressive, actually.
It is. It's the one thing I really did like about it. But Doctor Strange then opens up the bus as it's holding it, like he splits it apart into its components.
He dimensions it a bit, but then he uses a part of the bus to chop off its limb, and it just like cuts right through it. It's like, man,
yeah, just a piece
keep
of a
doing
bus.
that.
Yeah,
Keep
no,
doing
he doesn't.
that,
no. Why would you?
Because it's a piece of metal flying at high speed. It does exactly what you'd expect, which is like, oh, well.
Not only is it super effective, and it delays the creature and stops him from attacking America for a while. So there's no reason to keep doing that. None at all.
No, because it wouldn't be as cool the second time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Doctor Strange is a fucking idiot in this film. So he grabs her, puts the cloak on, drops the bus on tentacle creature, and immediately just looks at her. He's like,
"Do I know you?"
Yeah. What's going on? And you might think to yourself, like, oh, does he think he's dealt with the tentacle monster? And it's like, well, he knows he hasn't.
Yeah.
So
he gets fucking yeeted.
Well, I mean, it probably should have killed him, considering how fast he was going, but...
definitely should have killed him, and the cloak did nothing to help him, by the way.
Well,
a lot of the characters in this survive things that...
You have to remember, the cloak is sentient, it wants to help Doctor Strange in anything it does, it has an awareness of its own, it can move him away and out of danger, it just doesn't. What can happen now? It's all over, right? It's all over. Well, just in the nick of time, Wong appears, and I have no idea. Did someone call him, or like? And you know what's so frustrating? He arrives with a portal. They show it closing behind him.
Yep.
And it's like, oh boy, that might be useful. Why don't you portal the giant fucking monster into the desert? What is it gonna do?
Or teleport it in half. Just cut it in half with the teleporter.
Wong, you know, you might be thinking as a listener right now, so what does Wong do? It's like, well, he uses like a whip with a dagger on the end of it. Just, why the fuck are you using such shitty tools, man? You're the Sorcerer Supreme.
Are you bad at being a wizard?
Apparently. Like, Wong is hyper-competent.
Supposed to be.
But
yet he uses these little dinky weapons against this giant monster instead of other spells that are available to him.
He's just pathetic. He even tries to pull out a sword and come at it, and then he just gets grabbed. And he's like, "Whoa, let me go, whoa." And it's like, man, I forgot we were like just in a Saturday morning cartoon with the hideous, horrible monsters just grab you. They don't kill you, they just pick you up and go,
what it should have done is just bashed his head against the ground, like with, you know, grab the tentacle and just go bang, bang, bang. But but it just holds on to him for like a minute.
And if anybody was curious, like, well, what, you know, do we know the nature of this? You saw one of these things just kill Defender Strange outright. Turns out, though, that's okay because Defender Strange isn't the main character, so...
He's expendable, we can get rid of him.
We can get rid of him. Before American can get grabbed, the cloak grabs her and takes her up.
Yeah.
Which you might think, like, well, that's a good idea, right? Get it out of range of the tentacle monster. And it's like, well, if you just turn a corner, you'd be out of range in height, and you'd be out of range of it throwing anything at you. The tentacle monster throws a motorcycle at them, and it fucking nails the shot. The tentacle monster is bullseye. The cloak somehow falls in such a way that it gets trapped underneath the motorbike.
Under the motorcycle.
Yeah, I still don't know how that happened.
It is fucking insane. How did that even happen? Like, if you watch it, you're just like, what? And it's like, well, because we need to keep the cloak out for a minute. It gets in the way if it stays in the fight. You're like,
the cloak is too useful.
Yeah.
He's too helpful.
Strange summons a fucking hatchet and chops off another limb to save Wong, and it's like, oh wow, that's useful.
Yeah, doing that.
Man,
doing
the best part of it is the monster doesn't notice. It just is walking along, and it doesn't notice at all that one of its limbs is gone and Wong has dropped down. They even have a musical cue to let you know that you can calm down now. We're not in the exciting part. Wong drops to the ground. It's like dun 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 dun. Like it plays chill music while Wong's like, you're not in the presence of a sorcerer supreme. You're supposed to. He's like, I know the customs, and it's just like. Guys.
We're still doing the thing.
It's killing people.
This is not the time to discuss the decorum of your hierarchy. You have things to do.
Well, I think a good example of, because there are jokes in Avengers, right, when they're like fighting in New York, but the jokes are usually like Tony Stark is still flying towards things, right? Like he's going places while he makes a joke.
Yeah, his
he's not
joking doesn't
around.
Prevent him from saving.
Yeah.
While they're doing this little back and forth, and you're like, oh, but it's okay though, because they're both doing little hand movements. It's like, okay, they're setting up a big spell. This will be something that knocks this thing out. Okay, well, at least we got that. He tries to attach a chain made of magic to Gantos, and so does Wong. They don't choose to attack this thing. They choose to attach chains to it. Now, guys,
to something that is clearly very strong,
massive. Yeah.
They expect from their movements to be able to, with their strength alone, pull it off the building it's climbing. This thing is huge.
It is big enough to be... It's big.
You may be terrified by this concept, okay? You may be so shocked by what I'm about to say, but what happens instead is they get pulled by it. Whoa.
What?
Excuse me?
You're kidding.
And yeah, that was the decision that in this fight, I was fucking face-palming. I was like, you serious? This is like worse than the opening fight. Like, why?
Throw sharp metal bits at it, you fools.
Open a
That works
portal.
really well.
I beg you to open a portal.
No, what you fail to understand. It's like it's like a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater game. If you do the same move multiple times, you get less points. So you have to vary it a
Oh
bit.
yeah, less points for the audience.
You know, like, if you actually wanted an answer for why they do this, that is it. They have to keep doing new and different spells to keep the audience from being like, oh, you just did that one and won? That's boring. And it's like,
Not
well,
even
yeah.
new things that are competent, just new things that are dumb. Like, sure, new things, fine, whatever, spectacle, fine. But do things that are new and effective.
Yeah, people do this all the time. They do the thing where they're like, oh, you don't want new force powers? You guys are boring. It's like, you can use the ones that are established in cool ways.
In
new ways. Yeah. I think America's about to get grabbed, and so Doctor Strange is like, I know, I will set the creature on fire. And I was just thinking to myself, like, okay, first of all, if you think
you
that's
can set things on fire.
Yeah, like, what? The powers they just keep adding to the list. You're like, oh, you can do that? That's something you can do. Okay. Luckily for him, the tentacle monster had not yet grabbed her, because if it did, he would have set her on fire. By the way, it trails up, so there's no way he could have known that she wouldn't have been in the vicinity of the fucking fire. Doesn't do anything, it goes out straight away. So the tentacle man's like, fuck you, sorcerers, and he chops off both of their little chain things. Now, he grabs Doctor Strange before he can fall, so he's got him, but what happens to Wong? Well, let me tell you. Wong, very intelligent. This is funny, because like, I would almost want to boot up Portal to show how stupid Wong is. Like, cause
Wong is really dumb. Which is unfortunate, because I want to like Wong.
I want to like him too.
But it's tough. It's tough.
But he is, yeah. This part.
So, he's free-falling. He's at terminal fucking velocity, heading into concrete. We can't have that, because this film recognizes that if you have a lot of momentum and you smash into something solid, it'll kill you. This film it knows this, okay? So, he opens up a portal, and you're like, oh, wow, how is he going to solve this? Because he's got so much momentum. I was, me and Rags had spoken about this, I think, yesterday. And it's like, everyone in chat, everyone here will be able to figure out, if you put the portals, like you can in the game Portal, right next to each other on the floor, it'll send you down and all the way back up. It's like, oh, that's a pretty cool mechanic, you could do that. But then maybe you're thinking, well, he wants to land on the ground, okay? And you're like, alright, fine, if he wants to do that, go down one, up the other. Once you reach the peak of the momentum falling back up, you open a portal right below you then, onto the ground. Momentum done, you're safe, great. What does Wong do? Does anybody want to tell the people?
Wong is like, I'm gonna open a portal on the ground here that like angles parallel to the ground, and he flies into a taxi.
Yeah, really hard. Okay. Really hard.
Fucking, he's dead. He killed himself because he's a fucking idiot. But no, of course he's fine because of plot armor. It's so annoying because there's so many cool things you could have done, and they haven't done with the portals.
A lot of cool. It's it's so, because again, it's like telekinesis, portal scale with your creativity. There's so many cool, elegant ways to express that Wong is the Sorcerer Supreme. He is very experienced. He's very powerful. So when he uses portals, he's like the best of the best. It's like fighting someone, like I said, like Blink in Age of Future Past, or Days of Future Past,
yeah.
where you are watching someone who clearly is very experienced, who has done this many times before. They're like peak performing and they use portals. That's what you should expect.
Here's an idea.
But he chooses to do some, like, if you're falling and you have portal powers, you're just like, oh, I'm not even phased by this. I'm having fun. Fuck it. Because I know I could just put a portal here and there and then I'll be fine. It'll be easy.
I mean, an idea would be, what if he used the portal, he portaled, like, above the monster, summoned something that he could impale its eye with, and then using, like, his own force, he, like, pulls it out that way. So, like, he uses the throw and fall to get back into the fight straight away, because he's that confident.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, because, like, for people who don't know, right, in Days of Future Past's opening and in the fight later on, they have a character who I'm assuming is from the comics, called Blink, who opens portals exactly the same way as Doctor Strange can with his sling ring. And one of the cool things that happens in the film, there's a couple of them, is that she portals Colossus really high up, and then he just is you know, free-falling right down into the ground. Then she opens up another portal on the ground and one next to a sentinel. So he's like a missile going through, which is, in a way, in a perfect world, would be one of the lamer things you do, because it's so obvious, but it's, in actuality, one of the coolest things you can see being done with this in one of these kinds of movies, because they never fucking use it for what it can be done. They only ever open up a normal portal and someone steps through. You're like, yeah, that's something you can do with it, yeah. And it's so unfair because you're like, instead of getting the cool use of a portal, he just does something that's so fucking stupid he should be dead. And it's just like, great, nice, moving on, I guess. The cloak escapes. Just does.
Yeah,
which is perfect timing because Doctor Strange, he doesn't have his arms free, so he can't cast any spells. But then the cloak gets on Gantos' eye, which gives him the time to get them arms free, grabs a lamppost, and impales Gargantos in the eye with it, which is just like, why didn't you do that in the first place?
Yeah, or use the giant saw blade that you cut the butt.
Oh yeah, to just chop it in half. Yeah. That would have been an idea.
Good point.
So yeah.
Why did he do that?
Conclusion: several lives lost, millions in property damage, and incredible reckless endangerment of not only yourself but several other civilians for no reason at all. This kind of shit, man. Like, and I was just like, well, hopefully the next action scene will be good, I guess. Because he saved America. They're like, all right, talk with us. And immediately the scene starts and they're in a cafe. And I was like, why the fuck are you in a cafe? You would take her to Kamar-Taj or Sanctum Sanctorum. Why would you all discuss in public? Sorry. People can interrupt it, and there's information that's going to be sensitive potentially that's just out in public. And you're superheroes who just saved the city, so people are going to want to see you. And literally someone walks up to them like, can I take a photo? And Doctor Strange's like, ugh, no. And it's like, why are you here? And then very casually, we just establish that book in that opening scene they were heading toward is called the Book of Vishanti, and it can give a sorcerer any spell they require to defeat whatever enemy they're fighting at the time.
Wow, that is convenient.
It is an automatic win button for anyone against anything. So he's like, that's bullshit. And then Wong is like, it isn't. And then Strange's like, what? Yeah. And Wong says something that's so fucking funny to me. He says,
although it does exist, the Book of Vishanti is said to be unreachable.
Nobody has ever, like, reached it or seen it, but it is real.
How?
Why would you think the book is real?
Because you learn it when you become the Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, but like if you read, okay, so you like read ancient scrolls that like there is a book and it does this thing, but nobody's ever seen it. It's like, what?
Doesn't Wong say? Maybe I heard it wrong, but doesn't Wong say?
Actually, it does. I found out in the secret book you get when you become Sorcerer Supreme.
Unbelievable.
The thing about the first movie is they justify that he becomes very potent very quickly because he's like, he excels at whatever he puts his mind to. He's obsessed, he's focused. That's like what he was in his surgeon job. When he becomes a sorcerer, he just reads every fucking book. The idea that Doctor Strange failed to read something that was in the Sorcerer Supreme books? No.
Yeah. Not gonna happen.
And it's so weird because it shows such a dramatic misunderstanding of the character to have the writer be like, yeah, Doctor Strange, he's a cool guy, he doesn't read. It's like, no, it's like he does.
He was so obsessed with reading that he was reading while he was asleep.
Yeah, like, and he got in trouble for reading.
Now I'm told you question every lesson, preferring to teach yourself.
Once in this room, you told me to open my eye. Now I'm being told to blindly accept rules that make no sense.
Like the rule against conjuring a gateway in the library.
Wong told on me?
You're advancing quickly with your sorcery skills. You need a safe space to practice your spells.
Remember, he went into the library to steal books from under Wong's nose to read, to learn more. That's what he does.
So...
Not anymore.
Yeah, like, no. It's just like, none of that works. And then, yeah, just the fact that, like, Wong is very confident this thing exists, even though there's just
nobody's ever seen it.
No reference or reason to know anything about it, or to, yeah, but it's just like, okay, so that's a thing to keep in the back of your mind, everybody. There is a book out there that can make it so they can defeat any enemy. It's just like, wow. And it's real. Okay. There's a lot to drop on us. It's a lot to drop on us, especially after Infinity War. It's like, man, so you're telling me that if Doctor Strange had simply read this shit beforehand, that would have been an option. But he just didn't read the book, I guess.
Yep.
Okay. Or the scroll, whatever it was on. I just...
don't want to use the auto-win button. That would be unfair towards Thanos. Or something.
He then wants proof she's from a different dimension, and so she shows him the corpse of Defender Strange. And this is the scene where it's basically canonized that dreams are windows into the lives of our multiversal selves.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Now,
this raises some questions. What does it mean to lucid dream if your dreams are actually other people in other universes? What does it mean to gain an awareness of your dreams, which people absolutely do?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean if you have a dream? Let's say you're Doctor Strange, but in another universe, Doctor Strange came into that role before you did. How do you square away those dreams in retrospect? Man, it's weird that I had that dream where I was like a sorcerer, and now I am a sorcerer. Huh.
Well, here's another question. Did nobody dream before Loki happened?
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, did nobody... remember, Loki... The problem is, I think what Loki wants is all time has already happened. They want to have it be like that, but the problem is that Loki, the show, is the consequence of Endgame, which occurs at a certain point in time, which is after everything that happens before that. So yeah, did people have dreams before the multiverse? Surely they did, right? Do sheep dream of other sheep in other universes? Ants go to sleep, right? Do ants have dreams about other ant colonies and stuff in other universes?
Yes.
Does everything that is alive dream? And if so, why? Why is this the way that it works in this reality? Why is the universe recognize some level of, I guess, specialness to like living beings to where the dreams connect them to other versions of themselves? What does that mean? You know,
and to cap
like
it
on
off,
a universal scale.
How fucking convenient that out of all the different multiversal people that Doctor Strange could dream for, it was the one that he was about to meet the companion of in 5 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, like what are the odds?
This is a one in
I would like to highlight what the word infinite means.
Yeah.
Infinite I thought isn't a number. It is what we use to express like an uncountable amount. Mind-bogglingly big, incomprehensibly large, and even further than that. The whole infinite universe thing that gets brought up in stories, you don't know what you're committing to when you say that. You really don't.
Now, this is the first instance of many where, guys, infinite, that's just a thought you have in this film. There's many more instances of this.
Yeah, we're gonna get to one.
Yeah.
Great. So yeah, it's confirmed. Strange believes her, and the first thing he says, I think, is like, bad enough. A little girl has this power with the damage it can do. Imagine it falls into the hands of an enemy. And she gives him like a, oh shit, you're gonna kill me look. And he's like, and then Wong goes, little girl, if you would come with us to Kamar-Taj, we can keep you safe. Yep. And I was like, holy fuck, I would get out of there.
So suspicious.
It's so suspicious.
We're going to take you to a magic land where you'll be always safe.
We're going to take care of you, little girl. Don't you worry.
Yes, we'll take you to a nice, safe mountain castle. Yes, with all of the other wizard friends. Yeah.
No one else can get to you.
Oh no, we'll cast spells to keep them away. They'll never hear you
take a
scream,
seat
or
over
they'll
there.
never find you. I mean, they'll never. It's great there.
He's like, "How do I know you won't betray me like he did?" And that line really bothered me when I heard it, and I finally figured out exactly why. You know what? I like Defender Strange more than I do Our Strange, and I think he deserves better than that.
He does deserve
Well,
better.
remember, his final act, the last thing that he did with his life was save her, to cut the tentacles so that she could go through the portal.
If I can just explain the missing element of that for you, that enhances his heroism, he saved the multiverse by doing that.
He did save the multiverse because the plot doesn't happen without Defender Strange in his final act with his dying breath.
Nothing
saving her life.
happens without him. He is the greatest hero that ever could have possibly existed. And the film has America treat him like a villain that she hates.
Well, the whole film treats him like an asshole.
Yeah, the whole film doesn't give a fuck about this guy. And it's so fucking strange. Hey.
Hey.
Because yeah, she says he betrayed me. It's like the action he it's too early to say. So
yeah.
And especially what happens at the end of the movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, it bothers me so. But yes, okay, fine. He betrayed me, and you will, won't you, Mr. New Strange? And yeah, I was annoyed because I was like, I don't think I'd describe what he did as a betrayal, but okay. And then I got more annoyed as the film went on.
He clearly didn't like that this was a choice that he felt he had to make.
Literally said he was sorry.
I'm so sorry. This is the only way.
If I can just explain something, because I know all of you just don't understand this. Nobody does, especially America Chavez. If he doesn't kill her, and her powers are then taken by the big spooky monster, that then kills her by doing that, she's dead. So basically, scenario 1, he kills her. Scenario 2, she dies because he didn't kill her.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, the thing about scenario 2 is the whole multiverse dies too. So if you're going to pick one of these... Because like a lot of people frame this as like, well, it's her or the multiverse. Like, no, it's her or her and the multiverse. Well, why do you think she'll survive when the whole multiverse is destroyed? It's like
as if we needed to sweeten the deal when we're weighing up her versus the universe. It's not even fair because she's part of the multiverse.
Yeah, he describes it as calculus. It's like, I don't even know that. It's just,
it's just kindergarten
the simplest form of math. And he's like, because he's Benedict Cumberbatch, he's tearing up when he says that to her in the opening scene, because he's passionate about trying to make sure that he can provide Marvel with something to fucking use.
He is a good actor.
And that's how she remembers that moment. And I was like, okay, fine.
No.
Would it have been better if she's like, kill me now, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna kill you? It would have been
you
much
have
better.
to, and then he starts it up, and then he gets stabbed. Yeah, I would actually prefer that a lot.
Well, because you can immediately identify there the arc that you would do instead. Because maybe it is jumping the gun, but I mean, she doesn't have much of one in this film. So it's like, try to find ways to adjust the parameters of the story to give that character more, you know? And it's something maybe a little bit more interesting, right? That it's just like, that is her perspective, is like, yeah, in the grand calculus, yeah, I'm okay with this, and then maybe develop that further as time goes on.
Yeah. You know, and she can't kill herself because if she like tries to jump, she'll portal, which will allow them out.
Maybe there is an awareness, right? That like anytime that she puts herself in a stressful situation, that's going to come about anyway.
Imagine the last word he gave her when he got stabbed as well was like, find me, as in go to the portal and find.
Yeah.
Like, I'll always, I'll try and help you no matter what, just find me, or something like that. It's that would be kind of a neat sort of thing about... It's not necessarily true, though, because in an infinite universe, you got some evil Doctor Stranges out there.
Yay.
Just one or two.
Find a really nice me. There you go.
So yeah, he's convinced, and they take her over to Kamar-Taj. Before they leave, Wong is like,
The creature that killed him, did it have the same markings as the octopus?
Runes.
This isn't sorcery.
It's witchcraft.
And that's bad.
I just thought it was funny. It was like, oh, okay, that is the
feels
thing
like-
we're going with now. All right.
It was. This isn't men. It's women.
Dun dun dun.
Women are forbidden to show their chi.
You are the daughter!
Doctor Strange is like, oh man, I know someone who's dealt with witches. And immediately I was like, wait a minute. So he knows about Agatha?
You mean you know someone?
Yeah.
But also, like, no, you know someone who is a witch.
Well, so
wait a minute.
yeah.
So this is the question I was going to ask, right? Because that's what Wong says, like...
Do we know anyone who's faced such a thing?
I think I might.
So either he knows... This is bad either way, by the way. Either he knows Wanda's a witch, or he knows that she's battled Agatha and beaten her. I think we should assume, then, that he's gotten some kind of summarization of what happened in Westview, right? So he'd know that she's a witch, he'd know that she fought a witch, because that's gonna be... The Sword will know about all this. And Sword are good guys. It was just an evil man who was currently there at the time, right? The Sword are still good guys, right? Rambo works for them.
This is all on Rambo for letting her go in the first place.
Oh,
She owns responsibility for every dead person, every universe. It's on her.
This is the thing. We're almost, because like yeah, I was just like, yeah. So Doctor Strange. Well, you know what? We'll talk about that in a second. It cuts to her, a good old Wanda. She's chilling out with her kids. Everything's great. Oh my god! And she's like, you know what? A family can never be taken away from each other. That's how that works.
I don't know if that's meant to be a theme or not.
I have no idea. Yeah, it's just like, okay. But then she wakes up. That was just her dreaming. That was our Wanda dreaming about a world where she is with her two boys. Now, chat, you might be thinking, wait a minute, the two boys she made up? We'll get there, okay? You shut up, yeah. you guys, you haters, absolute little haters. Can't believe it. Yeah, she's tending to her apple trees. I think.
Yeah.
Apples.
Or something.
It's picturesque. Everything's very chill. She's got little farm animals running around. It's all wonderful.
Sheep.
Yeah. And Doctor Strange's like, oh my god, this is great. How you doing? This is great. And then she's like, oh, you probably want to talk about Westview, huh?
Yeah,
and
maybe.
we get
maybe.
the line. The line.
Yeah.
Well, I knew sooner or later you'd show up wanting to discuss what happened at Westview. I made mistakes, and people were hurt.
But you put things right in the end, and that was never in doubt.
Why is this a problem? Well, it means that he's known about Westview for long enough that he has had time to try and arrest her or hold her responsible for what she's done, and he chose not to. Which means he thinks that she's not really got anything to answer for in Westview.
Oh.
Yep. Because if you kidnap people and torture them, but then you let them go in the end eventually after significant pushback from the world, you set things right and it's fine.
Because it's not like those people are traumatized or anything. It's not like there is a level of damage that can't be undone.
No, I want to be
what happened there.
I want to be clear about this. There is an argument that I've seen batted around on Twitter, lots of people fighting over this scene, where they're like, don't you understand? He's trying to manipulate her in this scene. He wants her to help, so of course he's not going to fucking arrest her for that. And it's like, but my main issue is that he hasn't done it at all up to this point. He hasn't done anything. This is the first he's talked to her about Westview. That's why she said what she said.
So clearly he didn't care that much.
Nope. And if you want to argue at that point that he's too scared of her to do anything about it and just hope she's nice, that's fucking pathetic.
That's not Doctor Strange. That's someone different.
It's not Doctor Strange. He's very much like sort of tries to take on the role of, I guess, policing magic on Earth. I mean, when Loki just showed up on Earth in Ragnarok, he's immediately on it. But this time around, he just doesn't care.
Like, if there is one consistent thing about Doctor Strange, is that he is very willing to take on people who are much more powerful than he is.
He is extremely proactive.
Oh, yeah. Courageous.
That would be the way to describe him. Yeah.
Dude, his fight with Thanos is like one of my favorite things he's done.
I really like that fight, yeah. I feel like that line is Marvel saying, look, get over it. Like, move past it. It's over. Like, we're moving on. Don't keep talking about it. Don't keep bringing up Westview. Like, all right, as far as we're concerned, we're moving past it.
Wanda? Dottie. My name is Sarah. I have a daughter. She's 8. Let her out of her room. If I could just hold her, please. You're making her say this.
She's your meat puppet. I just cut her strings.
I don't recognize my face in the mirror. My voice when I speak. I used to try to resist you, but now I can't remember why. Do you?
I'm exhausted.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're all going to be fine.
When you let us sleep, we have your nightmares.
No, that's not true. I've kept you safe in here. You feel at peace. We feel your pain.
Your grief is poisoning us.
No, stop.
Please, let us go. If you won't let us go, just let us die.
It's like the film doesn't understand that going into this film, Wanda is a terrible villain who needs to be brought to justice.
She is already a villain.
Yeah, yes. You're right. There was this closure we all desperately wanted from WandaVision, and this film fucking balked it completely. Because this film has its own problems to set up and pay off, you see. It can't be dealing with someone else's problems. And I was going to mention, too, that I don't even know how to quite quantify it exactly, but there's almost infinite frustration that this is like... Doctor Strange 1 is a film that the question, his big hero question, is does he want to go back to being a pro-surgeon man, or does he want to commit to being a defender of Earth, which is a stressful fucking job, but someone's got to do it. And he's like, and he commits to being a hero. This is standard stuff. Ragnarok, he establishes quite explicitly.
So I keep a watch list of individuals and beings from other realms that may be a threat to this world. Your adopted brother Loki is one of those beings.
Worthy inclusion.
So why bring him here to New York?
Yeah, I could see him doing that. He's a guy who just wants to be on top of everything, which leads really well into Infinity War, where he and Tony clash. They're like both of Earth's dads.
Because they both do that. Yeah.
As far as Tony's concerned, he's the boss of Earth and he's defending it. But meanwhile, this other guy has developed almost in exactly the same manner as that element, where he's like,
he even
no,
says the line, right? Unlike everybody else, I don't work for you. It's like, yeah, he's his own
exactly, which is why it's super fun to clash him, and I very much enjoyed their back and forth in that movie. To then have him here be like, oh, that Westview thing, yeah. Hey, you put it right. You put it right. Okay. And you know what's funny is like that's not even the worst thing in this scene. No. There's so much.
Oh.
It's funny as well because she says I made mistakes and people got hurt, and he's like, it's fine, whatever. Move it on.
You read it right. It's okay.
He establishes like I need your help. I want you to come and help us defend a girl who's got the power to travel through dimensions. He tells her a lot, and immediately it's like, bro, you know she's a witch, and you know the person behind this is a witch. And how many witches do you know?
Yeah.
Like, one? You might want to entertain the idea that the person who just enslaved a town could be behind the evil thing that's happening. He just blurts out all the information because he's too stupid to realize.
The alternative scene is that you write one that is absolutely laden with subtext. Neither of them are telling each other the full truth about what's going on because they're both working each other for information. Because of course they are, right? Like, that makes sense. Leverage that's strange. He's a super duper smart guy. He's got an awareness of what's going on, so he's trying to get as much information as possible without giving too much away. And of course, Wanda is, well, she's got her own objectives here, so she should also be very careful with what she says.
Completely agree, because the cool thing you can do here is that Strange knows that if she is behind this, he needs her not to know that he knows that. Like, so he needs to speak to her in a way that gets him information that doesn't give away that he's put anything together. Meanwhile, she needs to hide that she is behind this and make sure he doesn't find out so that she can best get access to America. It's like, that would be an interesting scene. Unfortunately, he just goes, yeah, we got the girl, she travels through dimensions, she's a Kamar-Taj, want to come help us out? And so, it's on a platter for her. It's all there. Everything she wants.
And then, so what does she say?
Well, so yeah, to clarify for anybody who's a little bit confused, right? So, Wanda's the bad guy. She's behind all of this. We're about to find out her reasoning. It's just that
it was Wanda all along.
That's the nature of this conversation. Unfortunately, she says, why don't you bring America here? I can take care of her.
What if you brought America here?
Here?
Yeah, I know what it's like. To be on your own, hunted for abilities you never wanted.
And then Doc Strange stops walking, and then she goes, oh, you didn't tell me her name, did you? And it's like, how did you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
Stupiding each other.
and it's funny because they lampshade it. She's like, oh man, lying, you know?
You know, the hex was the easy part. The lying, not so much.
It's like, you didn't have to really lie. He gave you everything. You could have just said, oh, so what's her name? That's all you had to do. And then she reveals the reality around them, which is not the happy little trees with the happy little sheep. And
can you just go to a normal, nice-looking place?
I just have to highlight this. She reveals a hellscape. It looks like Kaled on steroids. There is like dark red mist everywhere. The soil is practically blood. The sun is red. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Where is this? Where is this even?
I think the implication is that it was that forest at the end of WandaVision, but the Darkhold is just stripped.
Oh yeah, I understand what they're saying. The Darkhold did it. It's hilarious. Like, instead of showing like trees that have rotted away, which I think is a way subtler and way more interesting thing to have done, it's like a cartoon evil hell world. I was expecting Shadow the Hedgehog to be there. Just be like, yeah, man, this is my house. Yeah. Because it's just like, wow, you are evil.
This is like Zod showing Superman the fucking mountains of skulls.
A foundation has to be built on something.
Oh my god!
Why would you do, what is this?
Jesus, mate.
This isn't helping. This makes you look a little evil.
You know, you probably should have just kept the hex up, actually.
Yeah,
just while he's here, because because she reveals she has the Darkhold to him, and then he's like, oh, that's like an evil book.
And it makes people evil. And you should have been able to figure that out yourself before you chose to read it, because it is a giant book made of ash with like all these embers flying off of it. It is clearly an evil book.
The Darkhold only showed me the truth. Everything I lost can be mine again.
And you might immediately be like, wow, what the fuck does that have to do with sending tentacle monsters after an innocent little girl? And you're like, well, the first thing Doctor Strange says is, Wanda, you created those children with magic. They aren't real. And her response?
That's what every mother does.
So here's the thing. I heard that in the theater and I was like out loud, like, that is not the same. That is not
what?
It's literally the opposite of magic.
It's not magic at all. It's very biological.
It literally is the opposite. It is a purely well-explored biological process. We know so much about it. It is not magic.
It's instead of addressing like the actual arguments that are happening, it's like making them blurrier so the audience don't notice. It's like, what I'm highlighting is they are as fake as the fucking hex you just cast. Like, they are equal. Like, there's no in fact, you can just spawn them right now. Do it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If they are so fucking real to you and so important, just spawn them right now. In fact, make the Westview dome in this little field. Just put it in this little field.
Yeah.
Don't bother anybody. We'll put a fence up. We'll put a warning. We'll deliver food to you by throwing apples through the fucking force field. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Also, make sure the hex doesn't expand. Like, just keep it there.
Yep.
Don't make it go bigger.
If they're so fucking real, make them up again and chill out with them. Don't kill people. Fuck. This argument she's making, it develops a little bit later. There's an additional portion to it. We'll get to that then. But right now, the argument is the kids are no less real than any other fucking kids because children are made by magic. It's like, you're insane. You're actually crazy. We are so screwed. She then moves into saying, like, if you knew there was a universe where you were happy, wouldn't you want to go there? And he's just like, I am happy.
I swear.
And again, you're like, what the fuck are we doing right now? And it's like, it's on theme. It's on theme. The characters talk about the theme. Let them talk about the theme every once in a while, okay? Then he's like, why the fuck are you trying to kill, like, an innocent child? And then she's like, she's not a child. She's a supernatural being. And I'm just like, wait, what? The two children you're trying to get, one of them can run at the speed of fucking sound, and the other one can use telekinesis. Are they not children because they have supernatural powers? Is that how you do this? Are you serious? What a weird thing to, like, throw back at him. I don't even... Like, it's not even a matter of, dare I say, being out of character. It's just a weird thing to say. Like, I just... Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she says...
Such raw power could wreak havoc on this and other worlds. Her sacrifice would be for the greater good.
It's like, oh, get it? He's using the thing that he said in the other movie and this movie. Whoa. And then his response is, that's the logic our enemies use. And I was already like, well, no, it's the logic you use sometimes.
Yeah.
Like,
specifically you, the sayer of those words.
And then Wanda's like...
Is it the one you used? When you gave Thanos the Time Stone?
Well, many people had to die to stop Thanos.
Not just Vision. Like, yeah, I know.
And she must know that.
She has to know that.
Like, there's no way nobody told her. So I was just like, that was... And Doctor Strange actually died himself.
Yeah.
He gave himself up to hope that this would work out. He left it in other people's hands, which, by the way, is another reason why I'm not a fan of one of the many themes in this. We'll get there. So, I was just like, that's strange. But also, is she saying that it is the same for you to die to save the multiverse as it is for me to kill an innocent girl so that I can hang out with my kids? And that's when she says the famous trailer line.
You break the rules and become a hero. I do it and I become the enemy. That doesn't seem fair.
I break the rules when I want my kids, and that makes me the bad guy. But you break it when you want to save the fucking universe, and that makes you the good guy. It's like,
it's just Wanda. Every clear time that we have of, like, Doctor Strange breaking the rules. The first one was Dormammu, who used the Time Stone to save Earth, and Mordo got mad at him for that for some reason.
if I can highlight, it was more than Earth. That's the whole universe. That one.
It was the
Dormammu's
whole
gonna eat through the whole universe. Yeah.
So he broke the rules to save the universe, a rule that wouldn't have helped them. It would have just cost them everything.
I'd love to talk to Mordo about that. Like, you would have preferred it if the whole universe got destroyed?
But,
okay.
And then, of course, with Thanos, I mean, again, the only way, really, but still, he was trying to save all of, like, existence.
Yeah, because you have to take his understanding of situation at that time, which apparently was, he thinks the only way to do it is that way.
It's all in pursuit of saving the universe, and he dies in that trade. So he's putting all of his faith in Tony. You know, he doesn't know if he's actually going to come back from that. But yeah, you break the rules because you just want personal vindication. Like, you just want things. It's like, yeah, they're not comparable.
And yet some people actually think her line is, like, pretty effective.
A lot of people think that line is great. I don't get it.
Because they're dumb.
Yeah.
He even says in the scene, like, we were at war.
I was at war, and I did what I had to do.
And it's like, yeah, wartime decisions can be really complicated, especially when it's a war of the universes. But, it's fine. You got to see your kids. I understand.
Well, and I mean, after all, right, because we have an example. Wanda was not willing to trade Vision. Vision was willing to trade himself in order to ensure that everything went fine.
It's time.
No.
They can't stop him, Wanda, but we can. Look at me. You have the power to destroy the stone. Don't. You must do it, Wanda, please. If he gets the stone, half the universe dies. It's not fair.
But she didn't make that choice. Steve didn't make that choice.
Thanos threatens half the universe. One life cannot stand in the way of defeating him.
But it should. We don't trade lives, Vision.
These are the consequences.
Yeah, and so he says, like, so what happens next? And she's like, hand over the girl at sundown, or you're gonna meet the Scarlet Witch. And he's like, Oh.
Scarlet Witch is a being of unfathomable magic. She can rewrite reality as she chooses, and is prophesized to either rule or annihilate the cosmos.
If she gets America's power, She could enslave the entire multiverse.
Maybe give Captain Marvel a call.
I'd call everybody. Like,
well,
yeah, well, I'm just highlighting her as like the clearest example, but get everybody. This is the stakes. These are like this is an Infinity War level. It's more than Infinity War. It's all existence.
As we said, this is the highest the stakes can get. This is as high as it gets. There's no higher than this.
Yeah.
The entirety of the multiverse is at stake of being destroyed and ruled forever.
You gotta call in everybody. The reason why, of course, they don't call everybody in is because it would be a lot harder to have people be sympathetic to Wanda if she killed, like, Bucky, or if she killed Spider-Man, or if she killed, you know, the people who we've seen long-term. But if we put her up against people who are apparently, you know, like, basically faceless, then it's a lot easier to square that away. And also, it's too expensive, probably, to get everybody in. Yeah, but they should have called in everybody, every single person.
I think we also, in this scene, they try to... It's interesting because this film is aware that Wanda is a villain now. It's aware that Wanda is this evil, horrendous person. But it doesn't seem to realize that this transition didn't happen in between films. There's a line saying the Darkhold corrupts everything that it touches. And the implication, or maybe even explicitly, it's explained that reading the Darkhold is what turned Wanda evil.
The Darkhold.
You're familiar with the Darkhold?
I know it's the Book of the Damned, and that it corrupts everything and everyone that it touches. I wonder what it's done to you. Wanda's gone. She's got the Darkhold, and the Darkhold has her.
Except she enslaved that town and kept them enslaved before she even touched the fucking book, before maybe even the book arrived in the town.
It was before she had any awareness of the existence of the book, 'cause she did it, and then Agatha came.
Oh, Wanda. Oh, and I sensed this place. The afterglow of so many spells cast all at once. I couldn't make heads or tails of it.
Wanda. I need you to tell me how you did this. I didn't do anything.
There are many golden arguments against this argument that Wanda's not responsible for any of this because the Darkhold has corrupted her. That is not true. You'd like to believe it because it would make the film better, but it's not, unfortunately. So then, maybe the fact that she's saying that this was all about being merciful, and she uses the word mercy and reasonable. She was being reasonable.
Yeah.
I feel like we're not quite at that scene yet, but this conversation about whether or not it's corrupted her is, we need those references. So I think for the sake of this, we're going to jump ahead just a little bit. She calls herself reasonable, and Doctor Strange is like, reasonable? You fucking send demons after this girl. And then she's like, that was reasonable. I didn't want to come for her myself. And it's like, wow, you're an idiot. Do you understand that, like, by sending those things, you killed way more people than you would have if you have no goal to kill anybody? Like,
yeah, because the monsters didn't care about collateral damage.
And you're telling me that, like, she did that to be nice?
Maybe she's just lazy.
Well, I just want to highlight again that, like, that is the ineffective way of doing it, but it is a nicer way of doing it as far as she's concerned, and yet she is fully corrupted to the point where she's willing to enslave and kill people. I'm like, so this Darkhold thing's pretty inconsistent, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Not really corrupting her that much.
Maybe it's dumb too.
Or maybe she's just a fucking evil bitch, and it has nothing to do with the book.
Yep.
Because, you know, this isn't really a spoiler. We'll get into the details of it when we get there. But, like, this film is going to end with, of course, she will be defeated because she is the bad guy. And it is done so in this film, as it is in some films. Some films, the villain is outright killed. Some films, the villain realizes what they're doing is wrong. This is the well, this is both. But she realizes what she's doing is wrong. It's like, so the Darkhold doesn't prevent that from happening. Character growth. Like, it corrupts you, but you can still learn and grow and become a better person. This sounds like bullshit to me. This sounds like a mechanic you're using to have an excuse to not judge her too harshly.
I guess a little bit also to jump the gun. The book is out of play, from her perspective, for half the film.
Yeah. And her personality doesn't change at all.
Yeah. Does it have a lingering corrosive effect?
Yeah.
Like, it takes a little while to recover from it. Like, it's, you know, like you've got a cold or something. It's like, oh, well, you got it now, but I mean, it'll take you a couple days to get over that one. You know,
So-
like, get over the Darkhold corruption. And also... Oh, go for it.
Conclusion is that she's the Darkhold and that line exists to try and stymie the criticism that she will get as a character.
Yeah.
That is it.
But I mean, I guess this is probably worth noting. If you want to hold on to the claim that it is the Darkhold that's corrupting her, how can you praise any aspect of like character in the film if she is for 90% of it an automaton who is entirely at the whim of like another book?
Until
what is
she
the meaning
magically
of a
isn't.
choice? Well, what is the meaning of a choice that she makes at the end if for 90% of the film she wasn't making choices at all? You know, like you can't have it both ways.
So America Chavez says, so the woman you went to for help is the person that's trying to kill me for my powers? And you told her where I am? And Doc Strange's like, shucks. Yeah, I did. So the implication of that is that, foolishly, he has allowed Wanda to now know the location of America Chavez. It's like, first of all, you can teleport out, so...
You can leave, yeah.
That's a weird complaint.
easily.
But more importantly, you have been chased across the multiverse by this woman. Do you think she doesn't know where you are at all times?
She has to know, otherwise how could any of this work?
None of it would make sense otherwise. And we see that she's chasing her through the Darkhold. She can just hone in on her wherever she wants to.
Yeah.
So that...
How?
That doesn't... I don't know.
I don't know how.
So that doesn't even work. She's like, wow, you told her where I am. It's like, she always knows where you are. What do you mean?
Don't you think that's a little point they probably should have explained? Like maybe she's got some spell tracker, you know? It's a little pentagram on the back of her jacket, you know? Something.
I just like that concept, Gary. I think they should have explained. It's like, oh man.
I know.
You're right. You're right.
I'm this old and naive. And it's just, there you go.
So, yeah, I guess to put us back on track of what we almost started talking about. So now they know the multiverse is at stake. Wanda's coming here, full power. This is terrifying. All everyone, basically. So, you might be thinking to yourself, did they address not calling in any superheroes? Well, you know what my favorite one was? Let's go over the easier one first, actually. He says, oh, what am I going to do? Call in a bunch of bug-themed superheroes?
It's like, I don't know.
I was just sitting there like, what are you...
Maybe, yeah.
Spider-Man? Are you joking? Like, oh, he's a bug-themed superhero. It's like, okay.
Or Ant-Man.
Jesus Christ.
What's Spider-Man going to do against Wanda? My friend, he is not talking about that when he says that line. He's talking about fighting these monster things. He's talking to her about bringing in Spider-Man. And he says...
We've got our defenses, but we could use an Avenger.
There are other Avengers.
Yeah, but given the choice between the Archer with the Mohawk and several bug-themed crime fighters, or one of the most powerful magic wielders on the planet, it's an easy call.
Why would I need to bring... Giant Man versus Tentacle Boy? Pretty sure Giant Man would be able to help.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he's a bug-themed superhero. It's like, okay, I don't know. And you realize, like, oh, fuck, that was supposed to make the audience laugh, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Damn. If I could just clarify, by the way, even if you said there's no point in calling Spider-Man, what's he going to do against Wanda? I'd be like, motherfucker, it's the end of the multiverse. You may as well.
Not to mention all of just the militaries of the world with guns.
No, guns don't count.
No guns. Can't have guns.
We have better things than guns.
Why don't they bring in some other people? Well, he mentions Hawkeye, and he's like a fucking guy with a bow and arrow. Like, really? You literally have a whole army of archers. You fucking moron.
Except Hawkeye actually has a bit of a relationship with Wanda, so that might help.
I wanted to address it mechanically first, like his abilities. He's the best archer in the fucking world. He has the kind of technology that basically can apply to any
he has
enemy.
Crazy arrows.
They're better than magic arrows, because the magic arrows are fucking
Well, the magic
shit
arrows
in this.
don't do anything. They don't do anything.
You got that already. But then you're like, yeah, do you know who the one person who might actually be able to stop her is on planet Earth right now? Because nobody knows about Vision, because nobody cares about that until they're gonna care about it, whatever. Is Clint. He's the one you should probably bring in to talk her down, to be like, Wanda, your brother wouldn't want this. Like, these kids, they wouldn't want it. You know, because
Wanda, in the snap, I lost my kids in the snap. And the way I handled that was not healthy.
Bad. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Perfect stuff. And they don't use any of it.
It is. They don't use any of it.
And this, kids, is why you do indeed create inconsistencies like, oh, that laser shouldn't blow that up if it didn't blow that up and stuff. But when you don't care about continuity, you also miss opportunities. You miss big chances to create emotional payoffs almost for free. Because they're all set up previously and they're there for you. But because you don't care about the stuff that came before, you don't even know that that's a possibility. And yeah, completely lost its potential because they didn't even recognize that was the situation. Instead, they have Doctor Strange say, what am I going to do? Bring in an archer with a mohawk? No. Okay.
Like, they saved the world altogether, and it's like he has no respect for his teammates. Like, what a piece of shit.
But of course, yeah, you could be like, well, fine. We're not going to bring in the bugs or the archer because you're an idiot. But what about Captain Marvel? The most powerful fucking creature.
What about Shang-Chi?
Shang-Chi is an easy fucking choice. He's got...
Yeah, those rings, man. They're, like, super powerful.
And we happen to know that Wong and Strange are very much aware of him. And they have access to him. In fact, he's probably chilling in some restaurant right now with those rings in his bag. Yep.
He is probably available. Yeah.
You're going to want him too. And then, well, you sort of... You're like, no, fuck it, every single person that has an investment in the multiverse not being destroyed, grab them. I would take a fucking Bucky, grab him, get him with a gun. Him shooting at her might actually kill her. But no, you again, in chat, you might be wondering, so who do they get? It's Doctor Strange, Wong, and the sorcerers in Kamar-Taj.
All right. Who else?
And a few other sorcerers from the other sanctums in Hong Kong and London.
Yeah, they make like a big deal of
like 6 of them arrive.
Oh, look, there's those guys who nobody knows, but they're like powerful.
We assume that they just fucking die.
There are so many things to go through. People in chat are already highlighting so many things that are wrong with this scene. It's tough to figure out how to, because we'll talk about battle tactics. We'll talk about the conversation that Wanda and Strange have. We'll talk about Wanda's decisions when attacking. We'll talk about their formation. Like, I just don't know which one to go first. Chronologically speaking, we'll probably go with their conversation, because that's what happens next. Wong is like, please be careful that, this matters quite a bit. And up he goes. And she's, I think the first thing that he says is, you are justifiably angry.
You had to make terrible sacrifices.
Nah.
I was very annoyed to fucking hear him say that.
Very annoyed.
Justifiably angry. Huh.
Nope.
And what you discover is he's referring specifically to what she had to do to Vision. And it's like, what does that have to do with this?
Yeah, that was just an isolated bad thing that happened in her life.
She's over Vision. She
doesn't give a shit about Vision.
I'm glad you said that. I was going to bring it up in about a couple of sentences. Isn't it interesting that her entire motivation has nothing to do with Vision?
But yet she'll wheel out Vision's corpse to try and justify her insanity.
It is strange how little Vision ever comes up in this movie.
I will go further. I will say it's abject assassination of her character that all of her perfect worlds don't have Vision in it after you watch WandaVision, and well, I think that's all you need to prove that this isn't completely incongruous with what they've established. Absolute fuck up that she doesn't even care about Vision beyond saying he died and that pissed me off. Now I'm going to go to other universes in which people who are previously dead are now alive that I can hang out with. It's like Vision? And she's like, no.
No, doesn't come up again.
It's infinite universes. There has got to be one where he didn't die and the kids are fine.
Creatively speaking, he should have been in this film.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yeah. It's like required. Yeah, so that's what he opens with. You are justifiably angry. Fucking annoying. And then he says, you've had to make terrible sacrifices. And she cuts him off angrily and says, I blew a hole through the head of the man that I loved and it meant nothing. Don't speak to me about sacrifices, Stephen.
Dude literally died.
Died. So it's worse than that. Not only did he allow himself to be fucking killed in order to try and save the universe, he agrees with her. He said, you have to make terrible sacrifices. And then she's like, actually, I have made loads of sacrifices.
Like, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you? Are you okay? As the Darkhold has clouded your mind,
rotted your brain.
It has rotted your brain. Yes.
I was so fucking confused. I was like, why are you angry at him? He just said that you did the thing. And the only interpretation I can come up with that might make some sense in some distant universe is the fact that he said you've had to make terrible sacrifices, and she said I had to kill him, and it didn't mean anything, as if to imply it was a sacrifice that didn't have any payoff. If you understand what I'm saying, like
I know, yeah, I know what you mean.
So like, don't speak to me about sacrifice, but that still doesn't really make sense, does it? Like,
no, because it was a sacrifice.
It's still a sacrifice.
You wanted.
You just, you just don't get what you want, that's all. So she says, I've been being reasonable up to this point, and he says the whole thing of like, you've been sending monsters after her, what the fuck, how is that reasonable? And then she's like, that was mercy to not have me come after her. And again, it's like, okay, Wanda, think through this for 5 seconds. Gantos is the example we'll go with, because he's in this universe, meaning she could have gone after her personally. He's smashing and crashing through everything to very fumbly try and pick her up. But then what? I'm assuming he can't sap the power himself. He has to bring her to you? Or you have to come to him to get the power? Right? Is that how that works?
Presume. Well, if she, wait, sorry. If she sends a monster after America and in another universe, it has to be able to extract the powers, right? Otherwise, how can the powers be delivered to Wanda?
I wanted to talk about this in the first scene, but I was like, I'm gonna have to wait. I feel like we've waited long enough. So the idea with these monsters is hopefully that they suck the power from America and they then teleport themselves to Wanda to be sucked. Is that the idea?
It has to be, otherwise it doesn't make any sense at all, doesn't like they have to be able to travel the multiverse because she can't travel the multiverse, so there's no means that she has to get those powers unless they can do it for her.
Like,
but how is that a power that they have? Can they?
Yeah, well, the first monster.
Can you suck out all powers that someone has?
Then we're supposed to assume that spaghetti monster would have yelled at her until a blue light came out of her and went into it. She falls and dies, and then it's like, I have the power now, and I know how to use it. Open portal. Hey, there's Wanda. Walks in, and then she goes, and then it falls over and dies, and then she's got the power. That has to be her strategy, and I have no idea how she knows that any of that would work.
There's really no reason to think it would, right? Because again, America is the only person in the multiverse with this power, so there would be no evidence or information pertaining to it at all on how it works, that it's a power that can even be transferred between people. There'd be nothing.
Blaine just suggests, like, I think you'll dreamwalk to that world and take the powers while the demon holds America. So all that highlights is that she should just be going personally every time. Why send these monsters?
If that's possible.
Well, it's not even about
it's just
exactly. There's so many reasons why this is so much stupider than just going yourself. Why don't you just fly over, pick her up with telekinesis, sap her power, and you don't have to destroy a building. You don't have to throw a motorcycle.
Doesn't draw any attention.
No, yeah. You could even drop down and be like, "You have great power. I can sense it. Are you okay? Are you safe? I'm the Scarlet Witch. I am." Oh, maybe even introduce yourself as just Wanda. I'm a fucking hero in this universe or whatever. Because maybe she even says like, "I can tell from your signature. You're not from this." Basically, end the conversation with like, "Can I look after you? Can I take care of you?" Especially because Wanda would know at that point that she's running away from monsters that she doesn't know the context for. She'd be like, "I'll look after you. Come to my nice house. Now just sit in this nice chair. Drink this nice tea.
It's made of
there you
candy.
go. Yeah, now you're asleep. Tie you down, zap you with power, kill you in my dungeon. Nobody knows I've even done this. Nobody even knows who America Chavez is. You can bury that corpse. Nobody would know anything. But no, I will send a giant tentacle monster after you in New York City. Because I'm being merciful. They have a throwaway line for that once they establish dreamwalking, because I don't know that this film knew it was going to do dreamwalking in the first half when they were making this shit. it's so awkward when Mordo explains it, which we're actually getting to soon. He explains it, and then America's like,
Why didn't you do that to begin with?
when Doctor Strange goes,
because that was her being reasonable.
It's like,
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
whatever.
That doesn't make any sense.
Come on. Why do you just saying a lie again doesn't make it true?
It would be more reasonable, more merciful, and it would be faster. Like, there's no reason. So it's just, so bad. She ends the conversation with firing a blast directly at him, but she's surprised to find there's a barrier. So, you know, like, if you wanted overt confirmation that she's willing to kill him, there it is.
Yeah, it's right there.
To be fair, she's already killed several Doctor Stranges at this point, for all we know. At least one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And something that frustrated me immediately, because I'm like this when I'm watching movies, I guess, is he starts flying down. And I was like, bro, mirror dimension right now. What are you doing? Put her in the mirror dimension.
Now.
What are you doing? He just flies down. He's like, right, everybody, prepare the barriers. What are you doing? Mirror dimension.
Portal, something.
Oh, you know what? Sometimes I think to myself, like, is there even a point in thinking about the portals? Because they just, like, pretend they don't have them all the time. And is this the plan? You're just going to try and maintain the barrier until she just fucking leaves? Is that it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Right? It's like, oh, fuck it.
And then it's
Never
like,
Lord, gonna go.
They have archers. Why aren't they firing? And if it's like, well, it can't go through the barrier. It's like, wow, you guys are just fucking stupid, huh? With your plans. Like, this is just, what is this? Why do you even have archers? And, well, yeah, Wong is like, reinforce the barrier. And a bunch of sorcerers just come in and start activating their barrier powers. And it's like, why weren't you here already?
Yeah, where were you?
What the fuck's
all
going
you
on?
fuckers holding bows, put those down and keep the shield up.
Exactly.
You don't need the bows if you have the shield up.
On the subject of the archers, like, and Hawkeye not being there, like, if they wanted their spectacle with the archers, why not have this really cool spectacle of Hawkeye literally guiding a group of archers to defend Kamar-Taj? That would put asses in seats, would it not?
He's got a mohawk. No, we make fun of him.
Where are the Shang-Chi archers? Where's Marvel's Katie? She could have taken her.
Marvel's Katie could have done something here, but nope. She starts firing some bolts. Thing is, they don't go through. You see, it's a magical barrier that prevents magic from getting through. And it's like, all right, okay.
Thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. That's important. That's good.
She's got to think outside the box. How is she? Think outside the dome, if you will. How does she get in here? What's she do? She decides to mind influence one of the barrier people into being afraid, and he runs away. Now, this was not satisfying to me, because that means her magic can get through the barrier, which means
it is a semi-permeable barrier.
And if someone was like, well, yeah, she can get those powers through, and you'd be like, so can she get telekinesis through?
Guess not.
And it's like,
I guess
well,
the mental powers are just really different than the blasts that she was making.
Well, so if you throw a projectile, that's fine with me that it can block that, but it can't block a mind thing. But it's like, but then surely it can't block telekinesis. She should be able to pick people up from where she is.
And if her mind powers can get through, you need to make all of your defenders aware of that.
Well, it seems that Wong is aware of that. He says you have to.
That's why I bring it up.
Yeah.
She's trying to get in their heads.
Sorceress!
Fortify your minds! And so, if that's a reality, we're fucked then, aren't we? Because she can just make all of you afraid one by one until she just wins. So, I think it's incredibly unsatisfying that the way she defeats the magic barrier is using magic. I think that I guess he's like, well, how else are you going to do it? It's like, I don't know, fucking think for 5 seconds. I know that that's like not something you guys like to do in writing these. But come on, like, there's got to be more things that she could do. You could even like get one of those fucking monsters.
Yeah, get a monster and just drop it down into the. Have them punch away, drill. Have a monster burrow underneath it, sap that shit.
But yeah,
do something clever, or that what my suggestions weren't even clever. They were just like, yeah, do it.
That's what I'm saying. I think what you just said are all the 5-second suggestions where you've got to think about it for 5 seconds, and they're all more satisfying than her going, my spells aren't working. Let me try my spells. And they
weaken the ground under them.
And she doesn't even like say to herself, I need a different kind of magic, to imply that there's a legit difference. Like, that would be something. I
assume that's what we're supposed to believe. I just don't understand why that would mean her telekinesis wouldn't work, and in which case that's a way better... She starts using it once the barrier goes down, but I'm like, well, why wouldn't you be able to use that anyway? It's at-range magical casting on a person. That's what the fucking mind control is, so how is it that that would work, but telekinesis wouldn't? I don't understand.
That's the only reason she can even do that is because no one else is attacking her. Everyone is just standing there and just having a wank or something.
While she's doing... You're right, while she's doing the mind control, that is the perfect time to drop literally an anvil on her. Why not?
Yeah,
just do that with a portal.
Exactly.
No, she'll instead just do one... By the way, one mind trick, that's it?
One guy.
Yeah. One guy.
And like, okay, it's like 1% weaker now. Is that the threshold for you being able to get in?
Oh well, Rags, don't you remember? He runs into 5 people, so there's like 6 down now. And a big bolt of light comes down from her and hits the ground, right, and explodes everything. And then a bunch of rocks are about to hit some people, and Doctor Strange makes a shield to stop that from happening. And it's like, bro, you could have made a shield to stop the bolt of light, you cunt. Absolutely embarrassing. And it's so quick too. Within like 30 seconds, she just kills everyone.
Yeah, and thus begins, and you get to hear all the sorcerers scream as they get like thrown off and arrows shot into them and blown up and disintegrated. All of these people who are very nobly putting their lives on the line to defend the multiverse, essentially sages is what these guys are, dying horrible deaths.
I was going to say, to bolster that, you get the standard Disney deaths, where she like throws a big red ball down, they'll go, whoa, and fall over, and you're like, oh, they're probably dead. But then you get a more overt one, where she grabs the arrows in midair and fires them all back, and they impale all the people who fired them, so that's a grim death. Yeah. But there's one, and I'm pretty sure most, if not all of you, know what I'm going to say next, in terms of a kill she does. They all run inside, because it's fucking over, she blows up the entire place. Terrified. Now, you might imagine, as with how war works, a lot of people are dead, there's probably some injured on the battlefield. She lands, heading inside, and the camera, like, I'm not sure if this was a good choice, let's just put it that way. There's a guy who is crawling toward the entrance, screaming in pain, and she fucking vaporizes him.
Disintegrates him. There's not even a body left to bury for that guy who had a whole life, and died because of Wanda's absurd motives. When I see Thanos do bad things, I can at least watch it with the knowledge, okay, the film and also broader society recognizes that he's the villain, so I can just sit there and be chill with that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because it's like, oh, we all agree, right? He's like a monster, you know, he's a bad guy, right? He's doing bad
we agree
things.
this is bad what's happening. It's supposed to be seen as a very bad thing.
Alas, it seems like there's a decent amount of people who are like, oh, yes, Queen Slay. And it's like, dude... Like, I don't know what I'm meant to do with it. Like, this dude is crawling.
He's a hero dying to save the multiverse.
And he gets vaporized. Not even a body left to bury now. And I'm meant to feel like any level of sympathy for Wanda. Like, oh, well, you know, your life sucks. You know what? That guy, you don't know what his life was, but he's dead now because of your stupid goals.
Fringy, you and I are kind of, you're on the, there's a different aspect. One thing that I thought Mauler was going to highlight, which is that when she lands and there's that little shockwave, you can see the corpses rolling and tumbling
you're right.
over one another. And I'm like, this is Marvel. This is getting grim.
My main argument is, I respect the ones that have been made already, but like the one I went to first is why it made me uncomfortable was just, so you put all this effort into explaining that she's invested in doing this the quickest, easiest, and painless way possible to get what she wants. This guy is done. He's out of the fight. He's, if anything, he's just trying to survive. You don't need to do anything to him.
This is...
She did. Because she felt like it.
Because she's cruel. Like,
it's not even like I'm evil in the execution of my goal. It's like I'm going out of my way to unnecessarily slay people who wanted to stop me understand. Because it's like Thanos understood why people opposed him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like
there was that too, Thanos. Yeah.
Yeah, like I know that why you are I expect you to. That's why I brought an army.
And
Wanda's just seems like he's going out of the way to be cruel and just terrible.
And just to make sure you understand, like she didn't check if everyone's dead and make sure like she kills them. This guy got that treatment because later we'll discover that her lack of investment in making sure that this place is now safe for her costs her big time. But it's just weird to watch that she just sees this guy screaming in pain. It's just like, fuck you.
Well, and remember, disintegrating him from the feet up.
Yep.
Not even with the head.
Feel that.
So that's a fun ending to have, yeah.
Yeah.
As someone just beautifully put it, it's a sacrifice she was willing to make.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, after all that death,
that carnage,
all that, they put her in the mirror dimension.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like
this has gone too far, young lady.
Absolutely crazy. When I saw that she was in the mirror, I was like, you now. Let's remind ourselves of what we were told about the mirror dimension by the Ancient One of the most powerful beings and wisest beings on Earth. Basically.
Ever present but undetected. The real world isn't affected by what happens here. We use the mirror dimension to train, surveil, and sometimes to contain threats. You don't want to be stuck in here without your sling ring.
So I was very happy to see her in the mirror dimension, even though it was fucking late as hell. I was just like, thank fuck, she's done. She even tries to, like, break it with her powers, and it bounces around the room and almost hits her. It makes funny cartoon noises, and I was just like, yeah, so fuck you. You're
Luckily
trapped in there.
yeah.
Stay in there forever, you bitch. And then, well, she just gets out.
She just, she just gets out. She just gets out.
And you're probably thinking, like, well, there must be some mechanic to it, right? Like, well, she can travel through reflections.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the way that we see this manifest is they're in this little room in the back, and there are these two guys who are standing on puddles who get dragged in, so their bodies will never be recovered. They're gone forever. No funeral, no burial for them.
Can we rewind and just say, why the fuck are there puddles in this room?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's going on? Why is this the puddle room? Why is there puddles?
Because even though this is the 21st fucking century, this castle hasn't like a proper roof or windows they could close, or the most secure place that they could have brought America to is really leaky and open, kind of.
Yeah, and lots of reflections.
Well, so because to travel through reflections, right? It's like, well, what reflects in a significant imagey type of way? It's like, well, a big puddle, and it's like, all right, we get some big puddles in this room, and I feel like I'm missing something. Does anyone know why there are puddles in this room, or is it just no reason at all?
There were just puddles there.
There were just puddles here.
But it wasn't raining.
It wasn't raining. It was a sunny day. Like what?
Yeah, but it was raining. No, it was raining a previous day, and then it piles up, and it takes a while for it to evaporate. That's just
that's training water magic.
You know what's funny is it probably would have made more sense to have done that. She said she was coming at nightfall, didn't she? And then so if you had done it at nightfall and then had it rain, and when she just damaged parts of the castle with her attacks, you have it leak in, and then you got your puddles.
You have that as your cutaway to a scene, is characters walk off, but the shot lingers on the floor where slowly drips are starting to create a puddle, and then the audience thinks, why are you showing me this? And then you carry on, and then it comes back later as a thing, which still doesn't explain how the fuck she got out of the Mirrorverse, but at least we got like some level of setup and artistry that went into this plot.
People are saying that Sorcerer Wee Wee, maybe.
Oh, yo, what if she? Yeah, she could pop a squat and piss, and she could
travel through.
I'm gonna get out of here. Zip.
But yeah, she crawled out of the gong, and then she's like, "Oh, you sacrificed all those lives."
You say that so casually. She crawled out of the gong.
Well, what can we say? Yeah, the gong, according to the film, has enough reflection in it that she can crawl out of it.
Yeah,
that's all we.
They
were definitely trying to evoke like Japanese horror when she comes out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I'm sure people would say like, Raimi getting his flavor in there once again. I just like, okay.
Yeah, like I see that. It's just like, how did we get here to have this happen as an image?
It's like, it's cool and creepy, sure. I had no fucking concept of this being a possibility, and I never do with any fucking thing that her or Doctor Strange do. They just do things, and it's like, yeah, that's a thing now.
She can super duper heal herself now as well, because like all of her bones and stuff are broken, but they heal. So it's like, man, so you're not really a glass cannon anymore. You're like super duper strong. All right.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that she got shot with a cannon and it didn't matter.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things about the character. Super powerful glass cannon. She's frail as any human. So I guess that doesn't true anymore.
Oh fuck! I completely forgot. the best part. So, for anyone listening, you might be like, well, wait, where is everybody? What is everyone doing right now? So they're in a room with Wong, Doctor Strange, and America. And she's coming into it, and pretty much there were other guys. They got sucked through puddles. We don't care about them. So
yeah,
you might be like, well, what are they doing? Why are they there? Shouldn't they be gone by now? You mentioned how you probably should have pulled them out ages ago, but pulling out now is like, well, they've all got sling rings. She's coming. They can portal away and get to safety. How do you solve that as a writer? As a writer, what do you do to prevent them from being able to portal out with Scarlet Witch? When she's in the mirror dimension. This was the problem they faced in the writing room, and so, she's in the mirrorverse, she doesn't know how she's gonna get out of it. We cut to them, and Doctor Strange says, we gotta get out of here. He pulls up his hand, you can see the sling ring. He starts opening a portal, and then it fails, and then his sling ring disappears.
Why did it disappear?
Well, so there was a little bit of red special effects on it when it disappeared, so she disappeared it.
Oh, but I thought she was in the mirror dimension.
Shut up.
And thus you understand the writing process of this film.
If she can disintegrate the sling ring, why doesn't she just disintegrate Doctor Strange? We know that she can.
We know she can.
Yeah, we saw that poor guy get disintegrated, so why doesn't she disintegrate
And she tried to kill him
Strange
earlier.
So, because of this is the inverse square law of diminishing returns, but the magic version of it. You only disintegrate them once, and then you lose your power to do it again after that. The audience has already seen that.
Blame said Wong still has one. I'm sure his got melted because he has to get given a different one later. So yeah, it might be one of my most hated solutions a writer has come up to a problem ever. This was like the writers being like, and then Doctor Strange tries to open a portal, but his sling ring evaporates. It's like,
should have turned into beer.
This was planned. This went through several phases of production. You guys just decided, fuck it, it disappears. We can't let him have that. I'm sorry, it ruins the whole story.
This was definitely an oh fuck it moment.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck. It was like, I don't know, that happens. And
there's a lot of those in this film.
Someone did just mention, it's like, well, then could he get one off one of the corpses? It's like, well, that does happen. So, yeah, she didn't destroy all of them in the area, which means...
she have gotten one off of the corpses?
Oh, you know what? We just solved the problem, maybe. Maybe they do go through the portal, but she gets one of the sling rings. Or she gets someone who's alive and tells them to... I would probably prefer that she doesn't know how to do it herself. Maybe can we limit her in some way? But if she gets them to open it and then by surprise is there, we find out that's mechanically. Maybe that's the solution. That could be
your ticking time bomb. Like that's your ticking clock, right? Is she has a sling ring? She got it from a corpse. She's sort of aware of what they do. She gets trapped in the mirror dimension, and it takes her a while to figure it out how to make it work. That's your ticking clock. How long is it going to take for her? Yes, because you don't know. Could it be a day, 2, 3? We have no clue. Is she going to starve or die of thirst?
When you can have a scene where they've arrived for their portal, they conclude she can easily use a sling ring herself, or at least get someone else to use one. A portal could open any second now with her at it. What do we do? What's the plan? It's like, should we split up? Should we go?
Sense of urgency. We've got to, God forbid, we have a sense of urgency in this film. But there's your ticking clock. Boom, right there. It's something.
I feel like that's it. We've solved a very, very difficult problem. You got that.
We did it, and it only took us 10 minutes off the top of our heads, and we're doing it for free.
You then have the problem of Wanda obtaining teleporters of power. I mean, I think the rest of the film should then have to deal with that. We'll keep that as a constant.
Can we just appreciate that they got the sling ring to disappear and not lifted off the hand with telekinesis, an ability that she's had since her first appearance?
I feel like Free Highlighter is funnier. She disintegrates his ring, but not him. Like, what are you doing? Next thing that happens is, oh yeah, I guess you got a bit of talk first.
Well, because she says, like...
You gave all those lives just to keep me from my children.
You took those lives.
Yeah, it's really awkward, because it's just like, why the hell would...
Why would she say that? Like, how does she not understand that she killed them?
Yep. What else can you say about that? She's like, you are the one that killed them. It's like, no, it was you.
I'm not a monster, Stephen. I'm a mother.
Wanda, you have no children. They don't exist.
Oh, but they do. in every other universe.
Okay. So this kind of goes against what you said earlier, where you were like, your magical nonsense children are just as meaningful as any other children because mothers make their children this way all the time. Now you're saying, yes, my ones are fake, but there are other ones in other universes that are real. Which is, like I said, very different from what she said earlier. But okay, you're saying this now. And then, Strange asks her the most obvious and basic question.
What if you reach them? What happens to the other you? What happens to their mother?
This is an obvious question. He doesn't have a response and they fight.
Yeah. Like, come on.
This is not something that she's considered. It's one of the, I think it's one of the two big, of course, things that they just don't ever address or talk about. This, the one here being, what about the Wanda in the world that you invade? And the second one being, you understand that people from different multiverses are not the same person, right?
Well, yeah, it's the thing that you can't... The problem is, if you acknowledge it, the absurdity of the situation becomes impossible to square away. Which is that, of course, they aren't your kids. They are another version of you's children.
I have an additional question that I would have asked Wanda, which is, why the fuck are you so intent on killing another version of yourself when you could just find a universe where
the mum,
you know,
correct,
prevent them?
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks about that whole movie,
or the Vision thing,
or the Vision,
or
thing.
a lot of
Very
things.
true.
Now that
Yep.
we're thinking about it,
You're a bitch.
Here, snakes coming to get you.
That was
And then
quite
she,
funny.
like, blocked them.
Did you like it when he went?
Yeah,
it's part of the spell. You have to become the snake. Makes total sense.
I was like, what the fuck? You have to do that to do the spell. Yeah, that makes the most
He
sense. I
blocks
guess.
him and then just like throws Strange across the room. The cape doesn't help him. He gets hit.
Yeah, the cape
And then
once
Wong
again doesn't
tries-
give a fuck. And what's
Second time
probably
she-
worth mentioning is Wong is doing nothing throughout all of this.
A few moments ago.
No, he's just standing there watching the snakes. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Oh yeah, that's what you were doing, just watching the snakes.
Yeah, that's true. He's the audience insert, okay? Snake's dead, tosses him, then she grabs America, and that's when Wong decides to do something, and then he gets thrown across the room as well.
Yeah. And then she tries to absorb the powers, and then America opens a portal behind her.
Yeah, the
Doctor
portal opens
Strange
up.
tackles her into the portal. Wanda, like, hits his cape and presumably makes it not be able to fly anymore, because they just go uncontrollably tumbling through a whole bunch of multiverses.
Best faith interpretation is she zaps it with a fireball, and it makes it so the cloak can no longer do fly.
This film is called The Multiverse of Madness, and we're teased with like universes with different geometry, a cartoon universe, a paint universe, all of these different really creative concepts. Yet all we really do in this film is just dick around in maybe 3 universes, including the mainstream one. And I want to highlight that as just a sheer lack of creativity on the part of the writers, is that you're advertising a movie called Multiverse of Madness, implying this is going to be like we're going to be going from one universe to another, and we're going to be exploring all kinds of different creative things. But yet we get like a little teaser reel for like 10 seconds, and then we just stuck in that one other universe.
Well, they end up in a futuristic-looking universe
in New York,
of all places. Basically, after traveling through a whole bunch of them.
Yes,
after going through all of the universes, they
including one where they're made
of
paint.
Yeah.
To jump in and bolster your point, because I've seen a lot of people on the internet like, wow, so like people don't like this movie because it's not like Marvel movies with teasers and stuff. It's like, it's not about teasers. It's about leveraging the potential of different universes where things don't work quite the same way to do some really creative and clever stuff. Like, I don't need references like Spider-Man 2099 or whatever, or like any of these universes that pull directly from the comics. It could just be a matter of you end up in a universe that's still medieval times, and you need to try and your existence in this universe. Like,
that's part of the adventure.
Yeah, to actually, because that's something that America says later. Like, the clearest example that we have of leveraging that we're in universes where things don't quite work the same way is that a stop sign and a go sign for a pedestrian is the colors are opposite. Red means go and green means stay. Like that's like the extent of leveraging.
That's it. Yeah, there's some neat aesthetic stuff, like the plants and stuff, but that's all you did.
It's very comprehensible. There's nothing here that's like very incomprehensible, right?
I would also
because we ended up in a universe where it's so similar to ours that we could just this is New York. We just walk down the street and
they
we
speak
say
English
hello,
and we can talk to everybody and we don't have to deal with any problems.
Yeah, there's no issues
I'm also
whatsoever.
not a fan of the red-green thing because it's not the kind of change I find intriguing.
It doesn't
even seem intuitive at all. It's like
because intuitively humans associate red and green. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, especially you live in a universe. You live in a universe where there are plants all over the buildings. So if anything, you guys should be hyper into green being the good color.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons why
it's not impossible. It doesn't feel like it just seems like you did that just to be like red is green, green is red. Lol.
It's like a token. We're not on Kansas anymore, kind of thing.
But we're not actually meaningfully doing it. Because imagine if they went to an Earth where there were a bunch of aliens on it. There's just aliens walking around. Like Earth is very much integrated. Leverage the multiverse, not for the sake of cameos and teasers and stuff, but more so just leveraging universes where things just aren't quite like where things are meaningfully different. And it causes challenges beyond don't walk on green because green is bad in this universe, like for stop signs.
It's weird. And it's absolutely right that they just don't take advantage of the situation we've got here, but
potential setting of the film,
again,
it really feels squandered.
So Strange is pretty angry. He's like, my cloak is fucked. We got to go back. Open a portal. And America's already explained this to him, by the way. She does earlier in the film, but she has to explain again. I have no control over that shit. And he's like, that's unacceptable. I have to save Wong. And she's like, well, I can't do anything. So awkward. And then he sort of goes like, well, I guess I couldn't really help him anyway. Like,
and and all sense of urgency pertaining to getting back to Kamar-Taj to save Wong and the students is gone for the rest of the film.
Really sad.
Halt.
Yeah. They are just chilling.
Now, maybe you're out there thinking, well, he's right. He really can't do anything to her, and if anything, it's bad if he gets to her in any way capacity with America, because, if Wanda gets America, it's all over. It's like, well, let's go through where they are exactly. They talk about how they've entered this alternate New York City, and that they need to get access to help of some kind. Maybe they have to get that book of Vishanti she mentioned, and he's like, that book's bullshit. And she's like, it's not. You, from the alternate dimension, the Defender Strange, you knew about it. And then he's like, yeah, well, I don't know about it. And then they both realize, well, wait, what if this universe's Strange knows about it? Oh, let's go find him. Now, that book means that they can defeat Wanda. As it's described, it gives the sorcerer whatever spell they require to defeat whatever enemy they're dealing with. So, this book means he can save Wong and the sorcerers. You might think that alone then is enough to make him incredibly urgent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because for every second you don't get to that book is a second more for them getting killed and tortured. So
you gotta be running.
Yeah.
You gotta be running everywhere you need to go.
She doesn't disappear when you can't see her. It's not how that works.
They seem to think it. That's another weird thing. From what we can understand, all the multiverses are running in real time at similar timelines.
I was about to ask if that was, are all the multiverses synchronized time-wise?
I think we have to assume that the answer is yes.
Because of course, it would be awkward if you travel to a time where they, don't have a Doctor Strange yet because he's still a baby or something, or in the future. But it's like, well, no, it does seem a relative. I think this movie would fall apart even more if it weren't that way. So I guess we're supposed to think it is that way. We cut it's not even like a normal walk. It is a very slow walk.
Yeah, he's having a stroll.
He in America, and they're gawking at the world. They're like, he's looking around at the whole world, like, whoa, look at this. And I'm just so like, dude, people are dying.
Your friend needs you. All of this world needs you.
And as if you need this motivation on top of the fact that all of his friends are dying. We know that she can find America through the multiverse no matter what, and she always sends monsters after we know they know that that's the potential. And yet, we're strolling through a city, highly populated city, knowing that a fucking Gantos could drop in on us at any point.
And not knowing if there are even any other heroes necessarily.
The problem is, they don't behave as though that's the reality, even though this film has told us that's the reality.
Well, yeah, this is one of those examples of you don't realize what you've done. You are telling me something about these characters with every action that they take, including a lack of urgency in a situation that demands urgency where other people are in trouble. All that, like, the only takeaway from that is Doctor Strange doesn't care that much about all of the people who are getting killed. And here's something that's worth thinking about as well. I guess it might be jumping the gun a little bit. Might it be interesting to have America be like, damn, all of those people died, like, because of me? And then Doctor Strange is like, no, it's not because of you. It's not because of you. Like, so that you can give her that element of her character to lead towards the arc that they wanted to tell with her, which I guess we'll jump to.
There is never a recognition in this movie that this character understands the massive weight, the amount of lives, the uncountable amount of lives and universes that are at stake if a person gets her power. She doesn't seem to grapple with this or deal with this. She never says, well, even then, it's like there's never this. Yeah, I guess at the end, which is why it seems so weird. What do you have to go through and see and witness until you say, I need you to kill me? I can't live. Like, it's not worth it. You need to kill me right now, because if they get me, if Wanda gets me, everything is over. There's never that. There's not even the thought of it. There's not even that question that she asked to Strange, or.
Well, they throw it in right at the end, so.
You're gonna take my power, aren't you? Before Wanda can. It's okay. I understand now.
Yeah,
but they don't even throw it in the way that you're talking about it. They just throw
in.
Yeah. I like the idea as well, on top of the nature of their mission takes them through all these different worlds filled with so many different cultures and living people and friendly people, so that she just gets more and more understanding of how much is at stake.
And that maybe that's her arc, is just coming to, but I mean, that's what they think her arc is in part, but it's like, you really didn't have a lot of supporting material to prop it up. But like that's her arc, is kind of understanding the gravity of, like, I guess life in general, right? And the reality of, like, her status. And maybe that's, like, if she does survive the film, which of course she invariably does, that, like, she becomes very dedicated to understanding her powers so well that she can continue to exist, but use those powers for good and, you know, protect herself and protect the multiverse. That, like, that's the arc that she goes on.
Oh, and yeah, we did move past it, sort of the line being said. I just don't know what we can say about it. He says, why can't we just find you in this universe and have you use the power?
Right,
and then she says, I am the only me in all of the multiverse.
Well, what about this universe's version of you? Maybe she could control her powers.
This universe doesn't have a me.
What?
None of them do.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I've looked. And because I never dream.
We just accept that. That's just how it
I guess
is.
we have to for now, right?
Yeah.
Like, we got nothing else.
Doesn't seem like it really makes sense with Loki, though, because that means that she's.
Well, where does she exist? Does she exist beyond time and space?
Let's put it this way, right? She's in the world with Loki, and then he makes a decision to fling off or not. Like, so he's split the world into two directions. In his two worlds, there will be two individual America Chavez's, correct?
Yeah, like how... Yeah, I get what you mean. Like,
anyone
how
else
is it that
splitting
she
it
not...
will duplicate her by necessity.
If that, well, especially since that's Loki establishes that's the nature of creating multiverses, is choices people make that cause deviation. So as long as she exists in the universe, right, it's always possible.
So
I mean, also, if you've traveled to only 72 universes, I guess it's because she says she doesn't dream. That's the proof.
Doesn't dream.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. That's her evidence.
Dream. Yeah. How sad.
That's how Michael Jackson died. He was taking drugs that stopped him from dreaming.
Oh.
Because you can actually suffer from dream deprivation because the brain needs to dream in order to just flush out
Wow,
the bad
that's
stuff.
it's kind of the problem with like having dreams be a mechanic is like, well, dreams exist in reality and like they are a biological process. Of course, there's a lot we don't understand about dreams, but like, you know, our brains cause them, right? So,
yeah.
It is I guess there was this, not only how would she, let's say you went to 72 universes, how do you find one person who doesn't seem to be tied to any institution or location?
Well, correct. Like, it's kind of funny, actually, that he's like, why don't we just find you in this universe? Just like, have you actually asked her not before this why it is that she's getting chased and not any other one?
Yeah, right.
I guess that question never came up. But yeah, I guess Wanda knows
myself.
that she's the only one too, and Strange didn't think to ask about that at any point, nor did America think to bring it up. Kind of weird. It almost feels like it might have been something they wrote in later when they were making this. They were like, wait a minute. There can't be more than one of her, otherwise this wouldn't make any fucking sense.
I guess we'll just have to, like, eventually find out. I suppose the problem is that, like, you can kick that down the road if you want, but I mean, like, she is an incredibly important part of the plot of this story. It all hinges on her and her abilities. Like, you kind of need to answer these questions for there to be a clearer understanding of what's going on.
And we don't even get into how did you come into existence? Have you always existed forever?
This is an interesting one. If she's always existed, how does that work when there were no other universes?
Yeah,
that's what I'm
was
saying,
she
right?
created after Loki? Like, Loki happened and then she existed. But why and how and
then
where?
And then how would it be that... Because, like, somebody in chat said, like, maybe that explains why there's only one of her. It's like, well, no, that would just be... There should be loads of her as soon as the multiverse is allowed, right?
Is she a Nexus being like Wanda? It's like, well, as it turns out, there's a lot of Wandas.
Well...
So I don't know what that means to be a
Wait,
Nexus
so is a Nexus being where you're the only one?
But I mean, there's definitely more Wandas, and not only are there more Wandas, but the Wanda that we see has the abilities. Like, she has Wanda's abilities. I guess she's not as powerful.
I mean, she's not the Scarlet
powerful.
Witch, quote unquote. She hasn't gotten the fucking hat.
I guess, but I mean, but she still is, right? Or like, she at least has those powers, so...
Presumably.
You know?
What turns her from normal into Scarlet Witch in the WandaVision?
I don't think anything does. She, like, just always was, and she just didn't understand it or something.
Right. Well, yeah, that means that she can't be a Nexus if that means the only one.
Well, I don't
but again,
know
I don't
what it
understand how would she be the only one? How do you have only ones of anything in this world?
In an infinity, yeah, in infinite universes.
Well, the whole idea of this Nexus being can only really work in a finite multiverse where there's a set number and they're not just constantly spawning.
That would work more so, but I imagine there'd still be a lot to think about, you know?
Perhaps a lot of people would be like, yeah, but you're comparing it against Loki. And I'm like, well, but the person who wrote this wrote Loki.
The guy who wrote this wrote Loki, and Loki is canon, so I have to, you know?
1 week later.
We got some artwork between this and the previous stream about this movie that felt suitable to pop them on as Lycons. Meme in the Massive's just about to drill Doctor Strange mom. You even got chat in there. Look at him go.
Now, let's get back to the movie on Disney Channel.
We go on red?
Rule number 1 of multiversal travel, you don't know anything.
Right.
What you have as an opportunity for storytelling when they arrive in this brand new universe is that America's done this before, so she can be like, oh, these are things I've learned along the way, and then he can temper them by being a way wiser person. He can be like, yeah, you've come up with some good stuff just from having done it, but you know, you got to think about this, that, and the other. First thing she says is like, don't assume how anything works. And even when I was watching it, I was like, yeah, that's fair. If it's an alternate universe, literally anything could be different. And then she breaks that rule immediately and steals food.
Well, she broke it even earlier in the movie already, when she expected Strange to be able to talk Spanish.
De los dos Doctor Strange que he conocido, tú no eres mi favorito.
Which means?
Este güey no habla español.
Well, I was confused what the film was trying to say with pointing out that rule and then breaking it immediately. I was just like,
yeah,
am I supposed to see that as her being like an idiot, or?
I didn't realize what that meant.
Yeah, I don't think they realized it. There's no way they did.
Because if anyone's confused, because it could have been a result of just chopping down scenes, because they go from that to her being disappeared, and he's like, "Where the fuck would you go?" And then she's like, "Always find food," because she's already gone to find food. She's back now. And I was like, "Okay." And he's like, "How'd you pay for it?" Because she doesn't have any fucking money, presumably. And then she's like, "Pay for it? You don't have free food where you come from?" Which I was like, wasn't she in a cafe eating food earlier in their world? Meaning she must have known it was paid for?
Oh, she does know. She said because she found it weird that they had to pay for their food.
It's weird you guys have to pay for it.
So yeah, she just stole some shit from a guy, a vendor, Pizza Papa, and he's like, "What the hell? You just stole that." And then Doc Strange is immediately like, "Okay, calm down. She's a kid. She doesn't know what she's doing." It's sort of a normal way to this sort of confrontation would start. But like, super interestingly, Pizza Papa, played by Bruce Campbell, is like, "Wait a minute." And he grabs the cloak, and he's like, "This feels authentic. Did you steal this from the Strange Museum?" And Strange is like, "Strange Museum? I don't know what you're talking about. Stop, let go of my cloak." When the obvious reaction to that should be, Strange Museum. The guy we're looking for, being Stephen Strange in this universe, the only hope we have of saving the multiverse, there's a museum dedicated to him? Is he dead? That should be the first thing you say, because that's like literally your mission statement right now. But no, he just goes, "Museum? What does that even mean?" Weird. And then he's like, "I'm gonna spray it with mustard," and then he sprays it back at him.
Yeah.
Get some
Get
goo.
wrecked.
Never try to spray mustard at a wizard.
A wizard, yeah.
Never do it.
He casts some kind of spell that makes Bruce Campbell start hitting himself, which evokes something.
Because remember, he hit himself in Evil Dead 2, and yeah,
and then they both just leave while he's hitting himself, and she's like, "How long does that last?" And he's like, 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks.
That's a terrible, terrible thing to do to a
Yeah.
person for being actually kind of reasonable, thinking that you
It's so
stole-
wrong. I don't even mean morally. The scene is all fucked because Doctor Strange should be really invested in the fact that he said there's a Strange Museum. Instead, he just wants to put this guy in perpetual torture. It's like,
Well, maybe he thought it was lowercase strange. Maybe it was just a strange museum.
It was
Is there,
it's just a weird museum.
It's just full of
Is there
weird
any-
stuff.
Is there any reason to believe that like Bruce Campbell won't just starve to death and like? Or
Well, if it lasts for 3 weeks, yeah.
dehydration or-
What we're highlighting is the problem when you pluck a portion of a Sam Raimi movie scene out of a Sam Raimi film and drop it randomly into a Marvel Sludge movie. It like doesn't line up at all.
It just doesn't fit the tone of what's happening in this moment.
Because
Even if he manages to drink and eat, he will die of sleep deprivation
Yes.
before it wears off.
and I know people will
drop
be
it
like,
raw.
"Wow, you guys can't have any fun, can you?" It's like,
Nope.
well,
I guess when I see a person who's really suffering, sort of, for doing really nothing wrong at all, and then our hero says, "Yeah, he'll be like that for 3 weeks," and they walk off. I don't know. I guess my human brain it just goes like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that our hero did that to someone. That's a really awful thing to do to another person. That's not
Yep.
heroic at all."
and that's how it
You're just
came across to
bad.
me. It was the writer was like, "You like Evil Dead, right?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, yeah." "You like this?" And I'm like, "Well, I mean." Like, next up, they visit the memory store.
No.
They stumble across the memory store.
Yeah, that's true. Good correction. They
Is it
stumbled
called- what's-
across it.
What's it actually called?
called
Is it
I think
Memory
it's called
Lane.
Memory Lane.
Memory
Yeah,
Lane.
Memory
Okay.
Lane.
All right.
Flashback.
Now, Drinker, you're a writer. You have a problem to solve. Our characters need to express to each other important memories. One, Doctor Strange that he loves the Rachel McAdams, and there's an unrequited love there, and how he got the watch from her. We need to know that, and we need to know that America Chavez accidentally sent her parents through a fucking portal when she was younger, and that's the first time she had her powers. How, as a writer, do you solve that problem? How do you cause that flashback to happen? Have you got any ideas?
You're gonna have to have dialogue or something that leads into it. Like they exchange a bit of information.
I think that's probably the best option to try and make it come up naturally. It might be difficult, but it's a problem to solve. So they had a different idea in this film. They're walking around, and this is different universe, okay? They walk past the memory store, and they accidentally step on a pad that activates memories, and it plays both of those memories.
Are you
memory
serious?
store. The
Yeah,
fucking
memory store? Yeah, you step on a stone and it shows you a memory.
This is a film I watched. This is a story someone told. It's so fucking bad.
It sounds worse than The Rise of Skywalker. Who's sitting around this round table writing this stuff saying, that's a great idea, Phil. Put that in there.
You've actually hurt my brain. I feel like I've had some kind of hemorrhage.
It makes sense. It's the memory store.
Everyone's been to the memory store.
What if your memory was like banging your fucking wife for the first time?
End of flashback.
Also, why would I go inside to buy the memories if I can just use the one outside that tells me I get it half off?
You get one for free outside, maybe? Is that how that works?
Yeah, we can give you a taste of what is to come.
Oh yeah, and then it just shows me one of the most horrific memories I have that traumatized me back in Nam.
That's not good advertising.
It said it shows you.
I don't think I'm gonna come back.
It said it shows you significant memories. It's like traumatic ones are definitely on the table, especially with what America sees.
I don't want to.
It becomes incredibly transparent because you're just like, oh, you want me to know the Doctor Strange cares about Christine? Yeah, I know. I know that that's going to be the relevance to the story.
You could have achieved that with subtext.
And then it's like, oh, how could I possibly have America talk about the first time she experienced use of her portals? That's I don't know how to do that other than the memory store. And it's like, maybe Doctor Strange could ask her.
A memory store. Imagine being in the writing room and that's what they say. Is like, I don't know how to do this other than a memory store. And they're like,
I think that could have been a whole part of the whole like, why are you here, kid? That they did at the beginning of the movie.
She avoids talking about it at first until they get closer, and he breaks down some of the walls on both sides, and then they reveal some extra,
If you could be like, well, where's the Christine in your world? Or it's like, oh, I was at a wedding. It's like, your wedding? It's like, no. Like, to get married to someone else. It's like, oh, work with it. Like, have a conversation.
So easy compared to the memory store.
I feel like the memory store is, so don't do flashbacks. It's like, right, this isn't a flashback, though. It's like, no, it's worse.
It's worse. Yeah, because it could have been that it's one of his dreams that he has at some point in the film when he's asleep, and that's it. Simple as that, to contextualize it that way, but no, memory store. So yeah, America's one is that she sent her parents through a portal and then herself, and she's never seen them again, and so she's been multiverse traveling like since she was like 5.
And she's been to like 72?
That's what she said, yeah.
How many universes have you been to?
72? 73, counting this one.
The trepidation she would have at every, like, even opening of a door or arrival into a world, because she can know how bad it can get.
Exactly. Yeah. But it's like it's you kind of want to dip your toes into like having a character who has a history that's really sad, but you don't want to fully commit to the consequences, which is that person's just not going to act the same way as everybody else.
Yeah, feel sorry for me, but without any of the pesky weight that such a circumstance would actually entail.
Well, the film kind of doesn't have the time to meaningfully explore any of those. Like, they don't want people to get too sad or like too upset about like, because I don't know, like, why wouldn't she tell the story of how she basically had her childhood stolen from her by like nobody except herself, and like that she's actually really upset about that.
I could totally see them being like, oh, that's too dour compared to what they already have in this film. Like, so they move right along until they discover that statue of Doctor Strange, and it says that he saved the world from Thanos, but he died in the process. And it's like, So who is Sorcerer Supreme, I wonder? You might think Wong, but no. It's Mordo.
Yeah.
Remember him? He's back in Mordo form.
I did not remember him.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think many people will, but the funny part to this is that is this like all but confirmed that there's a deleted scene with him, our Mordo, if you will?
So the leak that got most of this film right. Mordo was meant to get decapitated by Wanda at the beginning of the movie.
That would be our Mordo.
The MCU Mordo, but I guess they decided they might want to bring him back later on, so they cut that out.
Right on the heels of fucking YMS's video about Lion King.
As you know, I have tremendous respect for the Queen.
Chiwetel's a new voice, and Scar has a new look.
Here you have with Chiwetel someone who's doing something different, but still evocative of the old version of Scar.
Mufasa and Simba are gone. which means I am your king.
Chiwetel Ejiofor is a fucking great actor, and yet once again does fuck all.
Would have been a really good doctor.
He could have been an amazing Mordo, but the character I am for Mordo sucks. Like he's kind of just a petty, annoying little bitch.
You know?
Yeah, Mordo. He's actually the first guy that let me into Kamar-Taj.
Oh, great.
And then he snapped and dedicated his life to trying to kill me.
Oh.
Wait, kill you? Wasn't he? His whole thing was taking powers from people. Wasn't killing them. I didn't realize that had happened. And of course, without that scene to contextualize our Mordo in the beginning of this film, with that one being gone, I'm guessing that would have given us at least somewhat of a primer for how he got to where he is. Because at the end of Doctor Strange, he says he's basically, I don't even think it's particularly well done, but his idea is basically there's too much power given to too many people who are reckless with it.
Yes, we did it. By also violating the natural law.
Look around you. It's over.
You still think there will be no consequences, Strange? No price to pay. We broke our rules just like her. The bill comes due. Always.
Can I help you?
They carried you into Kamar-Taj on a stretcher. Look at you now, Pangborn. Mordo.
So what can I do for you, man?
I've been away for many months now, and I've had a revelation. The true purpose of a sorcerer is to twist things out of their proper shape. Stealing power, perverting nature. Like you. I've stolen nothing. This is my power. Power has a purpose.
Why are you doing this?
Because I see at long last what's wrong with the world. Too many sorcerers.
And so I've decided that I will be the one to take it away from them and be responsible with it. He feels that Doctor Strange violated the natural law when he used the Time Stone to save the universe. It's like I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, did you want the Dark Dimension to swallow everyone? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand. However, he doesn't want to kill people. He's like a good person, quote unquote, he's gone crazy with the whole take everyone's powers away because they're all reckless. I like the idea of him going after Scarlet Witch. I feel like that lines up.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
But Doctor Strange saying like he's been trying to kill me for a while. I was just like, damn, I had no idea that was happening, and none of us did, considering you've been gone for 5 years, and then we just haven't had any mention of Mordo at all since the movie.
Yeah.
But okay.
I mean, things just stop existing until they're useful again for a story. That's kind of the MCU now.
And then you remind yourself, whatever knowledge you have of Mordo is actually kind of useless, because this is a different universe, and anything could have happened. He could be a completely different person, in a sense. But at the same time, you should probably be worried about everybody. Who knows who the good guys and bad guys are? So
very trusting in this part. They're like,
yeah,
oh sure.
Frustratingly.
He's like, things are cool. Let's go in. I'm going to tell you everything.
Because they've established that they believe, like, Mordo tried to kill me in the other universe. Better be careful with this guy. Oh, what's that? Tea? Thank you. Which, yeah, I found really fucking annoying. In the cinema, I was like, that better not be drugged, because I fucking hate it when they do that with characters who are much too smart to fall for that shit. Yes. He recognizes, like, the spell. He looks over and he sees the pot that made it. It's like, what the... You put your poison juice in the room?
I might add. The conspicuous glowing jar of the flumps.
America could very well have activated her powers the second she realized she was drugged. I'm not saying that in terms of her purposely doing it. I'm saying that was a fucking risk, that she could have, like, panicked and then opened one up and Mordo would be fucked.
There does seem to be that element, which I thought they were going to play into with the movie, of her portal seemed to open up whenever she gets, like, super startled or surprised or is in peril, feels she's in peril. So which isn't the case, I guess. They never do it. It's just
there's a
purely
couple
coincidental
times
for plot reasons. Yeah.
Yep. Where the plot can't handle the fact that she could go somewhere else. It's like, no, we need you to stay here. And you're like, oh, okay. Then we get the horror scene, the spooky scene where Wanda takes over this universe, Wanda, and for the first time, we can talk about, at least with this one, the luck factor of the universe. And I don't even know if I can call this a luck factor. I'll explain that in a second. The universe that Doctor Strange and America are currently in is just one of infinite, right? And everything changes when you enter these universes. All the variables can be altered. You never know what you're getting. Wanda needs to chase them, and she's going to do that by dreamwalking into herself in that universe. So imagine there was no Wanda in this universe, which is perfectly viable. There's no reason why that wouldn't have happened. But then also imagine she was there, but she had no powers. Which is perfectly viable too. And then what if she was there, she did have her powers, but her husband, Vision, was there as well. He would be like, what you doing, honey? Like, I'm just gonna go kill... By the way, she flies slow.
She does. Well, it looks like the Westview house, and that was in New Jersey, right? So, like, it's probably still going to take you a while to get to New York, like, especially when you're not flying at, like, the speed of a car, you know?
Well, yeah, and this is the reality. It would have been incredibly lucky for her to be within flying distance of the Illuminati, wouldn't it?
Just want to say that the phrase "flying at the speed of a car" amuses me.
I initially gave this film more of the benefit of the doubt than it deserved, because I thought what was happening initially is that she was inhabiting a normal Wanda, but the dream walking process allowed her to access her main universe powers. But then we see later that the Wanda of that universe does have powers. So yes, she did get lucky enough to find a Wanda with powers.
It's almost jumping ahead a little bit, but like this alternate version of Wanda doesn't appear to be as powerful as like the main Wanda, but like she can still beat all of the Illuminati. So like,
yes,
it's lucky that the Wanda had like powers to begin with. Which, given that she seems to be living a normal life and is like not active superhero, presumably, I don't know. Like it's kind of like that's lucky.
She isn't too concerned about the Illuminati afterwards or anything.
We'll talk about it.
Like,
So,
and how did she find her? How did she find? Like, how does she know America Chavez has these powers? How does she know where she is throughout the entire multiverse?
We're supposed to believe it's the Darkhold that does all that.
Oh.
So we cut to Wong being trapped with binds, and this random sorcerer is like, oh, hey, Wong. And he's like, oh, man, you survived? Which immediately is just like, wait, so Wanda didn't check to see who's awake and not alive and stuff? Like,
also, Wanda didn't kill Wong for some reason and just bound him there instead.
The only argument you could probably make is that she wants to keep him alive just in case. He's good for leverage against Doctor Strange as well. So I'm okay with that one. I'm not okay with her setting up her base camp spells right next to a world where she has to go like unconscious. Well, not really unconscious, but unable to see or hear stuff in the real world while she's doing all that shit. Surrounded by people who are very likely not dead. Which makes you wonder if she just ran up to Wanda herself and stabbed her in the center of the fucking head, like, would she just die?
I assume so, right? Like, knives in the head is normally quite the weakness for people.
Yeah, like, she's not, she doesn't have, like, superhuman endurance or anything like that.
Not
like, she's still just got a regular old human body.
You can walk up behind her and shoot her in the back of the head. She'd die.
Set me free. I need to destroy the book.
No, I have a better idea. Because it's easy. And you were dreamwalking.
I just wanted the boys.
And that's what makes it a lot more interesting than just making her like fucking Superman, but more powerful.
Yeah, because this is what I said before, is like, why can't you just open a fucking portal directly above her head that's like inside a volcano or something and just pours like lava onto her? It's like instant death.
Dude, they cannot account for the portals, and they never will. they don't want to.
Dump her in the Marianas Trench.
Nope.
Yeah.
Set me free. I need to destroy the book.
No, it cannot be you.
I find it funny that we establish this, like, let me down so that I can destroy the book, and then she's like, no, I will destroy it. And it's like, okay, but you could still let me down.
Let me down.
Because like surely as the moment Wanda sees this happen, she's going to be extremely unhappy. So
Yep.
I should have the ability to defend myself at least.
It's fucking hilarious to me. It's just like, he's fucked now, but alright.
Yeah.
I've left Wong alone in this room with a very angry sorcerer lady.
Good luck with that, Wong.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm out. Bye. Seems to take more damage than an actual book when getting stabbed.
Absolutely. Normal books can take a knife.
They really can. If you stab the normal book, it's actually kind of fine. You can still read it just fine. But this one is just like...
Well, a thick, solid book. It's like trying to stab a knife through a block of wood.
Yeah.
Basically, it's the same density. So yeah.
So the Darkhold is weaker than just a regular book.
Dude, it's weaker than a pamphlet.
Yeah.
So it's kind of so it's implied to be like a living thing, I guess, and stabbing this is just like putting a blade through its heart.
Yeah.
And then like we got the scene where are you meant to feel bad for like Wanda, like, oh no, you're like getting kicked out of that universe, you know, like that.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, the good Wanda is freed from your influence.
We're all very happy that this has happened. But then immediately after that, so like in a sense, it's like, oh, isn't this sad for her? And you're like, starts just torturing some people, you know, as you do. I fucking hate the line here where you're Wong, you ain't said nothing. She boops you across the floor. You've seen her Darkhold get destroyed, and she's like, the Darkhold can't be the only thing in the world. You're the Sorcerer Supreme. Tell me stuff.
Tell me what you know.
So she's basically shot in the dark. Please tell me there's more than one
means of accessing its magic.
Wong's supposed to be relatively intelligent, right? Like,
to the many.
Just lie.
Well, you have the dialogue tree. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's so many lies you could tell her, like, oh, you know, yes, there is another copy. It's stored at Avengers HQ. You're going to have to go there. Hope nothing bad happens to you along the way.
That's a fucking great example of a lie you could tell. He could also, crazy idea, say, "What do you? That's it. That's the Darkhold.
That's
it's
it.
destroyed.
That's the thing. That's it. It's gone now.
You want a dream walk when that is literally the book for that. That is it. I can't help you. What do you mean? But instead, because he's a fucking idiot, he says,
You have to kill me, witch.
You idiot! You've just confirmed there's something to say.
Yep.
Yeah, she had nothing, but he says that, and so, sweet. And it takes her a second. She just threatens, well, I say threatens to torture. She just does torture a bunch of sorcerers.
Oh, I guess it's also worth noting, by the way, the Darkhold doesn't exist anymore, so the influence of the Darkhold is ceasing at this point, or...
Unless it's permanent, in which case there's no hope for her.
Yeah.
Well, she does some of the worst... Does it matter? Like, the Darkhold being there or not made no difference to her fucking personality, so...
Wanda, stop. Wanda, please. The Darkhold wants a copy! Legend speaks of a mountain with the wretched spells you see carved into its walls. It's there the Darkhold was transcribed, Mount Wondergore. No one has survived the journey.
Perhaps we will be the exception.
Again, he could have lied. He could have just said it was at the top of Mount Everest, just to delay them. And then he could have said, sorry, I can't portal up to the peak of Mount Everest because my stupid... Could he just say, like, at the go to the base of the fucking mountain? Be like, we can't trespass on here with magic. It doesn't let me. So then she has to fly them all the way up the mountain. It's like, he just didn't do anything that could have delayed it. It's almost like he wants the world to fucking end. I know it's grim, but probably should have killed himself.
Should have.
Yep.
Because he knows that he can't...
No tails.
Because there are payoffs like that in a couple of, I guess, darker movies where someone is being used for information. Again, it would be grim to portray that, but you've kind of put yourself in a corner.
This movie does it. This movie's ready to go grim, so it's
Well, that too.
And you could even, you could have him at least try to end his own life, and then she uses her sorcery to prevent it. Again, show him taking like smart, logical steps. It's like, I've exhausted every other option. just gonna have to kill myself, and then she stops him.
When she stops him, then we establish that that's something Wong's character will do in these circumstances, which is good for him.
Like the MC, because in Infinity War, Gamora tries this when she realizes that on Vormir, when she realizes what Thanos is going to do.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, she tries to kill herself. And someone in chat just reminded me as well. Do you remember the Nazi that kills himself in Captain America? To stop, to stop the interrogation. It's 1-to-1.
Who the hell are you? The first of many. Cut off one head. 2 more shall take its place. Hail Hydra.
Because you would have information on Hydra and stuff. So it's just like, yeah, this is something that they've actually done before. But obviously we can't do that to Wong, because he's too important.
Well, because we're going to have Wong around and, like, show up in a bunch of different projects in the future.
Dude, I would assume he's got, like, complete plot armor. There's nothing that would kill Wong at this point.
Well, he's certainly immune to fall damage.
Yes.
Wow. So jump too far ahead.
Yeah, good references. I didn't even think of those.
Then also Wanda can do like these, I don't know, control-tisms that she does later on to America. So she could just use that here after Wong tries to kill himself or whatever.
Yeah, there are ways.
Like,
there
oogie
are ways to
boogly,
write it,
open the portal to wherever we need to go. It's like, okay.
Well, and that's kind of the frustrating part. We'll get there in terms of she provides him a sling ring, and it's like, oh god, I hate that he has that. It's such a good weapon, but he'll never use it as a weapon.
The Darkhold was transcribed on Wondergore. No one has survived the journey.
Perhaps we will be the exception.
Nope! Haha! Yes!
Cunt. So, we wake up. Doctor Strange realizing he's got some funky bracelets on that mean he can't use any of his abilities. Presumably, that means America can't open portals or use her magical punches. Because why else would she be wearing those? I say this because that'll be relevant later. They don't, again, act with much urgency. Doctor Strange first wants to talk to Christine, the equivalent in this universe, about, like, how... Just what's up, and who are we to each other in this world, and blah blah, instead of, like, guys, you need to get us out of here right now, we got a fucking squid monster on the way, or, as scary as it sounds, literal witch is gonna come in here and kill everybody. He takes a while to get that part out, and he's mostly being snarky.
Hey, Lapco! Where the hell are we?
Look, I don't know who you are, what you think you're trying to do here, but these situations don't usually work out well for the nameless scientists. So just... I assume I have you to thank for these.
One of 838 Stephen's magical relics.
838, Stephen? Is that some kind of cyborg me? Or...
Our universe is 838, and we've designated yours 616.
Oh, you guys sure must know a lot about the multiverse. You got someone going around naming realities.
I would see him more as getting more and more angry, not snarky. Like, frustrated. I could maybe see Iron Man doing it, but, like, Doctor Strange to me has always been someone, seemingly, that's like, when the world is actually at stake, he gets very serious.
What were we to each other in this universe? Christine, you gotta let us out of here. Everyone's in real danger. Look, I know you don't know me.
And I don't want to.
We get back and forth with Strange and Christine about how they're just as fucking awkward in this universe as they are in every one of them.
Who are you to me here? Or how was I to you? Or whatever. I want to talk about the relationship. Why is she saying anything? He's a prisoner from another universe. They don't know anything. They're trying to say, like, she's like, oh, all right, I'll tell you some stuff.
To answer your question, you are in a highly secure research facility. The two of you, along with your sentient cloak, are here for surveillance and testing. Hence these amazing polycarbonate fish bowls. Yes, I developed those using the sands of Vishanti. I'm a senior fellow with the Baxter Foundation, and I specialize in multiversal research.
So how'd you end up working here?
Well, I volunteered. At your funeral.
Thank you for going.
Your injuries, they're similar, but they're not identical. It's fascinating.
What were we to each other in this universe?
We never quite figured that out.
Yeah. Well, that's something we got in common.
I would just not say anything.
It was weird, yeah, because she has this weird middle ground where she's like toying with him. She's like, I don't even want to know, like, about you and us from your universe. Like, don't you want to know everything or nothing? Like, it's gonna be one of those two, right? You want to know. He would have told Mordo, and Mordo would have told you that he reckons that there's someone that's chasing him, trying to kill him across the multiverse. So why isn't she behaving as though that's believed, or is she just gonna lock him up and ignore him? Yeah,
and it looks like she's had experience with the multiverse before, seeing that she's mapped a bunch of it by herself, I guess. And
what does it mean to be able to do that if you can't travel between multiverses? If America's the only person who can travel between multiverses, how do they like scientifically study and explore? Like, how do they? You know what I mean? How do they do that?
I suppose I'm not saying the best thing we can imagine is they don't. They've simply decided that this is what they will have as preparation if someone was to arrive.
I guess what I mean is, like, what does it mean to know that there's a universe called 616 and that yours is 83? It means you've cataloged universes that can you observe them? Can you see what's in them?
Oh yeah, that's actually they couldn't have cataloged more than literally that, unless Doctor Strange cataloged a couple.
Why is their universe not Universe 1?
Just about to ask that. Because I would be like, okay, so we're 1, of course, because it's us.
Because we're the best.
And we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, what is their frame of reference for all these different universes?
No idea.
I guess it's Doctor Strange dreamwalked into them, possibly.
What I was saying is,
how did she cataloged, or she took up his work or something?
He dreamwalked into her and wrote it down.
Yeah, because I thought he did all that secretly. He only told them once he caused an incursion, is what they say, right?
Yeah, that's what they say.
And so at that point, what information is he going to give you? It's like, I went to one that was paint, call that, 131. It's like, why?
Universe P.
Nobody cares. And then he's like, so what is this place? Hydra? Shield? And then Mordo's like, neither. And he's like,
what is this place? Some sort of Suicide Squad?
And he's like, well, what then? And he goes, the Illuminati. We'll see you now.
So they're evil, right?
It is like, it just evokes the, so,
yeah, why did you call them that?
But it's set up as this like huge revelation, and ultimately it just boils down to, it's just your version of the Avengers.
Yeah,
okay, you got different members, but it's the same fucking principle.
Well, apparently they have an Avengers as well, because they still describe Carter as the first Avenger.
It's something that like has gravitas only on a meta level for people who know what the team is in the comics, because like to Doctor Strange it means nothing, right? It's like dramatic, but it doesn't really mean anything to him.
And they go with the good old-fashioned undercutting, with his response being the Illuminati.
It's not that big of a word, Doctor Strange. I think you'll be okay. I thought you were smart. You used to be smart.
You used to be, yeah. But not anymore! So, yeah, next up, Wong takes Scarlet Witch to the place. He literally does everything that she would want him to do, to a T. He doesn't fuck up any of it.
So cooperative.
Yep.
You couldn't portal us up there?
My magic can only take us so far. Masters of the mystic arts weren't meant to tread upon the forbidden grounds of Wondercore.
I can't believe she just takes that as true. His rule about the sorcerers can't go anywhere closer to it. Like,
why does this place exist? Like, why is it allowed to exist? Like, if this is where the Darkhold was copied from, right? And they got their copy, put it in the book, and then they guarded it. Why do you need the original temple? Because surely it's just a massive liability that someone's going to discover eventually, and it's going to give lots of really dangerous information to the wrong people. Like, couldn't you just arrange for it to be destroyed?
I feel like in this universe they often forget that it's like, why don't you just get like an AC-130 to like fly over it and just blow it up? Like,
yeah, Wanda clearly has a big enough killer streak for it.
I can explain this. This didn't exist before this movie. So.
Right. You made it up. That's true. You can't blame the characters for not knowing it.
If it exists and Wong knows that it exists, he should just be like, hey, US Army, can you like blow that place up? And they're like, what is it? Trust me, all right.
It's literally evil. It's just evil.
It's just an evil temple for evil, horrible, terrible things. Just destroy it, please.
It's like if you had the ability to drop a nuke on Sauron's fortress, like in Lord of the Rings, it's like that basically. You want to blow this thing up.
So it turns out there's 4 big demony beasts that are just chilling out in this temple.
Been there for thousands of years.
They're just waiting for her, I guess.
Wow, they sound really like intimidating and strong.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to be a big problem for our heroes later.
Oh yeah. Oh well, when they arrived, I was like, oh, we're getting a big fight scene with them then.
Well, yeah, of course.
Nobody's happy with how the monsters in this film were like treated, though, right? Like everybody kind of agrees that was a waste.
I can't. How could anyone
Cruelty to
categorize it any
monsters.
differently? Like, that's all it is.
They're really shit.
But we'll get there. They bow to Wanda because she is the Scarlet Witch. They've been waiting for her for eons. It's a prophesized, whatever. She will. What was it? Either enslave or destroy the world. That's the prophecy. Yeah.
Yes.
Which, by the way, is where the stakes come from, which is so bizarre that they don't mention that's how they know that. You have to have seen WandaVision.
Yes.
Wow.
They mention it briefly, and Wanda mentions over and over again that that's not what I want. I just want my kids.
It's carved in stone. I was meant to rule everything.
But that's not what I want. I just want my boys.
I mean, she's believable in the movie.
We're
going.
I don't think they say that though, do they? Like they don't say that that's from the Darkhold. They just say that she may destroy.
Yeah,
the
they
universe.
don't say it's from the Darkhold. No, that's from WandaVision.
The Scarlet Witch is not born; she is forged. It's your destiny to destroy the world.
Scarlet Witch is prophesied to either rule or annihilate the cosmos.
I feel like if you haven't seen WandaVision, you might be like, "Whoa, why did you assume she's going to destroy the whole universe? What the fuck?"
Lots of assumptions in this movie.
Yeah. We cut back to the Illuminati, and Doc Strange is being delivered to their council by Ultron. Nice to see Ultron again.
Yeah, whoa.
Good Ultron now.
Except all he does is he's just in some lame
Useless.
robots.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like James Spader or anything.
Yeah,
I,
that's robot voice.
I was expecting
like-
to see like an Ultron that he presents himself as a singular, like an Ultron.
I like
Instead,
it's
I guess he's just some robots who are shit.
It's non-binary with birthing hips. Ultron.
Hips of Ultron. I think it was a complete waste that you could every scene you can have interactions that are interesting. As they're dragging him to the council, you could just have it doesn't have to be James Spader if you want to make it a different actor because you can't get him. That's totally fine. But just have them talk to him. Why not? Ultron is a personality. Even if he's a good guy, he's gonna have one presumably.
No, different universe. Not allowed.
Stephen Strange, you are now called before the Illuminati. I, Baron Karl Mordo, the Sorcerer Supreme, who hereby...
Carl? Not funny!
A shield gets thrown in. Bounce, bounce. It goes to Captain Carter.
Captain Carter, First Avenger.
Why would you do that?
Throw this fucking shield?
I guess she's really pissed off for some reason.
Well, it was because they wanted the shot of the shield flying back,
Yeah.
and then you see. I think the clearest example of this is when they show Mr. Fantastic. It's like you did a portal from like the feet up, so that you could have the reveal be as like maximally potent as possible
Yeah.
from a meta sense. Oh, look, it's John Krasinski. You all wanted him in the role, right? It's like, yeah, like, but why'd you shoot it like this? Like, I don't get it. If it was like in 10 years' time you watched that, you would just be like, man, it was really weird how like they put all of this exaggerated emphasis on a pretty inconsequential like thing in this movie, or at least in context.
Blackagar Boltagon.
Blackagar Boltagon, the greatest name for
Oh my god.
It made perfect sense in the comic book stuff.
Well, I was gonna say I've got no context for why he was named that. It just sounds funny.
Keeper of the Terrigen Mists, the Inhuman King.
Blackagar Boltagar.
And they got Anson Mount back as Black Bolt, Blackagar Boltagon from the Inhuman show. And, they're going to really utilize his talent here.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Blackagar Boltagon.
And then, Captain Marvel, but not Brie Larson. It's
Maria Rambeau.
Yes.
Sure, she'll be much less of a bitch.
Yes. And then, Reed Richards comes in, which is because the Illuminati is supposed to be a collection of the smartest people, right? Is that the idea?
Yes. So I didn't like Captain Marvel.
That's the general idea.
Iron Man is usually on the team, isn't he? Iron Man is
And Namor?
usually... That was the reason. That was, the reason why it was speculated that there would be like superior Iron Man, right? Because he's like part of the.
And they can't have Namor because he's going to be in Black Panther, which doesn't make sense, by the way. Why couldn't they? They could still have Namor even if he is in Black Panther because they can just kill him here anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, especially since they had Mr. Fantastic, who will be in it only to kill him. Like, it does feel a bit weird that you would not have him in there if that was an option available to you.
To be fair, this really is like, how is Captain Carter and Captain Marvel here other than like it doesn't feel like of all, when you're familiar with every smart person in Marvel, and then you compare to, like, Captain Carter's probably something that would, like, it'd be really cool, and we have Haley Atwell, and we got the What If thing happening recently, so it'd be cool to have her there. Like,
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's always nice to see Haley Atwell on screen again.
I mean, I like Peggy Carter, too. I don't know about this character, because the very little I've seen of her, she's been fucking... We'll get there. The Illuminati, basically in this conversation, try to explain, because Doctor Strange is like confused. He's like, we got Scarlet Witch is coming. What the fuck you guys doing?
Do you seriously think I'm a bigger threat than the Scarlet Witch?
Oh, we can handle your little witch if she decides to dreamwalk.
Some fine acting by Lasagna Lynch, by the way. Just top tier stuff.
Is her name actually Lasagna?
No.
It is to me.
It is to
you. Because I say that's Italian appropriation. I didn't know.
I think it's got to be pointed out that she is a smug bitch in every universe. That is the reality that we've got. I don't know what it is with Captain Marvel, but when you get her powers, you become an asshole. So yeah, she's like, we can handle your witch. We'll remember that line. That's one of them Telltale Games things.
No, you cannot. Not unless you give me the Book of Vishanti.
And then Reed is like, you know, Stephen, we're not worried about the Scarlet Witch's impact on this universe. We're worried about you. And he's like, what? And then it says that when you're in a universe that's not your own, even through dreamwalking, you leave a footprint. And the larger the footprint, the more likely you cause an incursion, which can destroy that universe or that universe and yours. That's what he says. Reality. It destroys everything that we know about this film and everything that's going to happen. Because, of course, the dumbest thing that could be said in this whole movie comes out of Reed Richards.
Smartest man alive.
Great. So first they say that, and then he's like confused. It's like, Doctor Strange is like a fucking hero in your universe. What's going on? And then we hear...
We should tell him the truth.
Our final member. Professor Charles Xavier.
It's the way Mordo introduces him as well. It's like, and I forgot to mention the final member of the council.
You know why?
Like, wow,
you know
thanks,
why?
Cock.
Professor X was fucking lost on his way.
State. Yeah. He had to change out his catheter bag or something. I was like, oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, Charles says that the reality of their universe, Doctor Strange, isn't what you think it is. And so we'll leave that for a sec, come back to Wong and Scarlet Witch quickly, and then we'll be able to really get to the meat of the Illuminati. But yeah, all that happens is Wanda's like, oh, goody, we're so close to being able to fucking do everything I want. And Wong is like...
Look, can't you just be happy that your kids do exist in other universes and they're loved, and that's great? And then she just blasts them off the cliff.
I guess it'd just be that a persistent problem in this film is conversations end before they can actually like hash out a conclusion to them. Every time that like someone asks Wanda a question that she has no answer to, the conversation ends and there's a fight.
And we've got examples of, like, I feel like I'm just going to sing the praises a little bit of Civil War here. The conversation Iron Man and Steve have about the state of Wanda, it doesn't end because they run out of time or because a big fight starts or an explosion or anything. They just come to the conclusion that Tony's version of keeping everyone safe involves prison, essentially, and Steve can't accept that.
This is protection. It's internment.
She's not a U.S. citizen, and they don't grant visas to weapons of mass destruction.
She's a kid.
Give me a break!
I'm doing what has to be done to stave off something worse.
You keep telling yourself that. Hate to break up the set.
That's just a fundamental disagreement. There's no way forward once you do that. And they have 3 conversations that all end that way, where they've reached fundamental difference. Except for the first one, which is interrupted by Peggy's death. But of course, the point being is that when your ideas are lopsided in terms of one side has the clearly superior ones, you have to just cut the conversation off, because it just doesn't work otherwise. And yeah, Wong highlights something that should have been highlighted fucking ages ago, which is, wait, why do you need to kill America? Why can't you just use her to send you to the place you want to go?
When you could force America to send you to any universe you want, why take her power for your own? You know it will kill her.
Which is funny, because if she knew that America couldn't control her power, then that would be the answer. But for some reason the film's pretending that she doesn't know that, when I thought she would have. Because America never uses it against the pasta monsters until... I guess she just assumed she could control it this whole time. I don't know. Because you'd think, right, if you were chasing America with these monsters, that she would just open a portal and suck them in. whenever they try to get her. But she doesn't, and it's just like, I don't know, you might have inferred something from that, but it's so fucking stupid that the film tries to justify that. But yeah, as you mentioned before, this is the part where Wong says, why can't you just have her send you there? And then she's like, well, if they get the flu, I might need to travel across the multiverse to get a cure.
In the infinite multiverse, there's a cure for every illness. A solution to every problem. I won't lose them again.
Try as you might, Wanda, you cannot
Well, you know, summon America Chavez back to help you again, or something, you know?
I think it's just beyond. It's like, you're insane. And I think most people would be like, well, yeah, the Darkhold's got a hold of it. And you're like, right, yeah. Wong did get booped off the cliff. He totally died, but you know he didn't die.
I thought he was dead. I thought that like he was dead because you die from that. From getting thrown off a mountain, you generally die from that.
She also has the ability to disintegrate people, or as we see shortly, turn them into spaghetti or whatever. And if she just wants him dead, why not just do that? Why does she just knock him off the cliff and take the chance that he might survive that fall?
And it's a great thing to point out because it's like, wait a minute, yeah, didn't we say that we theorized that she would keep on a hold of him for leverage, and then she just kills him? It's like, huh.
Well,
okay,
that's
never mind.
out of the window for now.
Yeah, I guess that theory's gone. So she accesses the Darkhold power in the walls, and she grabs up Wanda and starts flying, and it's just like, yeah, as we went over earlier, like, if you are a significant, you know, distance away from the Illuminati base, you're never getting there in time. But I'm sure she's right next to it, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, she was pretty close.
But yeah, the Illuminati talk about how their Doctor Strange, this is where we'll get to talking about how much this is fucking broken. Their Doctor Strange worked with them to make the Illuminati. Real cool, great, excellent. Thanos comes along, and he's like, I'm going to destroy everything. And they're like, oh god, what do? We don't have anything that can take him out. Which is interesting to think about, because it's like, can't Professor X alone take him out?
Or even Black Bolt, like all he's got to do, like, I've looked into the upper limits of his scream, and if he screams at full volume, he could shatter planets, apparently. Like, he's that strong.
He's a pretty powerful dude. Black Bolt and Professor X could take out Thanos unless he has the Infinity Gauntlet.
Well, yeah, the upper hand sort of thing, right? Because
and that's the problem with the Infinity Gauntlet that even goes back to Infinity War. He's got the reality gem.
Right.
You can rewrite reality like whenever you want.
Well, yeah, I guess we're supposed to assume then that they were like, we need a surefire way to take him out instead of, you know, a risk. And it's like, all right, so Doctor Strange in their universe goes looking through the Darkhold, and he's dreamwalking. He tries to find different ways that other universes may have dealt with Thanos. It's like, on paper, right? If they're describing this story to me, I'd be like, okay, that sounds reasonable. And then if they were like, but he knew the Darkhold was evil, I'd be like, oh, well, that's a problem then. But it didn't sound like that.
While the rest of us banded together to try to stop Thanos, Stephen, as always, chose to go it alone.
He turned to the Darkhold, began dreamwalking, in hopes that our salvation might lie in the multiverse.
And guess what? It didn't. But he kept doing it anyway.
And it doesn't sound like what they say, that their Doctor Strange knew why using the Darkhold would be a bad thing to do. He's using it, he's trying to find ways to defeat Thanos. They fucking cut to Captain Marvel, who's like, and he used the Darkhold to try and find a solution. He didn't find one, but he kept doing it anyway.
Yeah, because kind of probably he didn't find one yet, you stupid bitch.
It's like it's the stupidest fucking line. Like, what? Of course he keeps trying. Why would he not keep trying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he was looking for his car keys. He couldn't find them, but he kept looking.
She says it like it's a criticism of his character, when to me it's just like, so he's a good man then, to keep trying even though it seems futile? Like, what are you telling me?
In all universes, she's allergic to people being good. She's just like the world's greatest multiverse's most horrific turbo cunt.
And so, eventually, he comes to them, Doctor Strange, and says, I'm sorry, I've destroyed a universe as a result of dreamwalking. The way Reed Richards says it, he's like, you, our friend,
had caused the annihilation of another universe.
Everyone in that reality died. Everyone.
And I was like, but you just explained it to us as though he had no idea that was possible.
One night you called us all together, confessed that you had been dreamwalking, and in your words, things had gotten out of hand. You never told us the details of what had happened, Only that you had inadvertently triggered an incursion.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
if he
horrible,
had no
I
idea
agree.
it was possible.
But like, and then they
Then,
say
like-
he renounces the Darkhold and never uses it again.
Stephen renounced the Darkhold's evil and helped us find the Book of Vishanti, a weapon we did use together to defeat Thanos.
And I was like, what else can he do? He's done
Yeah,
everything
come on.
right. He tried to save the world, it cost a universe, and he has now said we cannot use the Darkhold, even if it means saving our universe. Like, this guy, he's on point so far. I don't know.
Yeah, he seems to be a real stand-up guy. You guys are lucky to have him on the Illuminati. He
Yeah, I
actually
wonder how
stands
this
in
story
stark
ends.
contrast to the rest of you.
So is the implication
how did
from
you
there
get on
that
this?
that it's corrupted him? He realizes it's corrupting him, and he knows that there's no way back from it, and that's why he's like, yeah, I can't.
They don't
be allowed
say
to
that.
continue.
Once you get
No, I
corrupted
mean
by
I'm just
the
inferring it.
Vishanti,
No, because what you're saying would be a way better fucking story, but they don't give us. This is kind of why I'm building it up this way. I'm very frustrated with what they tell us is the truth about all of this. The grim reality of why they had to make this choice, and I'm almost there, right? So he works with them then after renouncing the book to find the Book of Vishanti, which is essentially just the good book. It's the book that it's full of spells. They literally explain that it can just give you a spell that'll destroy any enemy, no matter what. It's now
Damn,
the power
well,
scaling
that
is so
sounds
fucking annoying.
Really useful.
They make it sound like the Infinity Stones combined, right, are like the ultimate power, but then it's like, no, Book of Vishanti beats that. It's like, oh.
Now, the Infinity Stones are in a dresser somewhere being paperweights, but the Book of Ashanti, which I
Yeah.
assume the TVA has many copies of as well,
Oh,
or
probably
maybe
a
they don't,
bookcase
I
full,
don't
yeah.
know. So,
Even though there's only, well, you know what, I'll say that for later. So yeah, they
Yeah,
get
save
that,
for later.
they use it to defeat Thanos, but one threat still remained, and then he plays the clip,
inflation.
and they show them killing their Doctor Strange after saying, I'm sorry, and I'll miss you, old friend, stuff like that, and it's like... Huh. So, you might wonder, like, so what exactly did they kill him for? And the assumption a lot of people have made, along with myself, to be fair, is that as long as he's alive, there's a risk of incursion to the universe. I thought that's what the problem was. But it's not. That's not quite how incursions work. It's only when he's dreamwalking that it can risk an incursion on his own universe. When he's not doing that, it's fine. So if it wasn't that, what was it? And it's like, well, you just listen to old Captain Carter, because they're talking about what is to happen with our Strange, or why they even have a problem with our Strange. And this line, when he wrote this line, he made a huge mistake. She says,
We made the difficult choice because we knew what our Strange was capable of. What perhaps every Doctor Strange is capable of.
so to be clear, she's saying they made the difficult choice of killing Strange because we knew what he was capable of. As in, they think he might do something evil with the Darkhold again, maybe. Because we knew what he was capable of, what all Stranges are capable of.
All of them.
Welcome
All of them.
to Minority Report. But even worse, actually, because they don't have proof.
Oh.
They just tell you that's what you're going to do and then kill you.
Yep.
Maybe.
It's worth pointing out that these, because all of them, well, apart from Peggy, are kind of supremely powerful in their own right. They're all capable of causing enormous amounts of destruction.
Yep.
If you know, they get seduced by some kind of dark power, or they fall victim to hubris or greed or whatever, are they all supposed to just wipe each other out because they could potentially do something bad?
Well, it's surprising that nobody highlighted, like, you're killing him because he has the potential to do great damage.
Yeah.
So, that's really evil.
Superhero.
I don't know if anyone has ever told you guys this.
Yeah.
And
Why does this movie shit on Strange like so consistently from
Well,
start
his
to
movie.
finish?
It
So we
shits
gotta do
on not
that.
just Doctor Strange, but multiple versions of Doctor
All of
Strange.
him.
One is not
Every
enough.
version.
Yeah, like the heroic guy who was like protecting the entire multiverse right at the beginning, and he's portrayed as some kind of betrayer.
Yep. Really
Like, why?
fucking annoying,
You
too.
made the only rational choice.
Exactly. So they describe this whole story, and then you find out that Superior Strange gives his life just because his friends believe he might do something evil, and he agrees to this. It's like, jeez. What a legend.
What a great person. What a fucking hero.
Right?
He did everything right. Like,
Yeah.
So, yeah, and so they explain, you're a Stephen Strange, you're not in your normal universe, so the longer you're here, the more you're likely to cause incursions, and we're deciding whether or not to kill you. And the vibe is, they're gonna kill him.
This Strange is even more arrogant than ours.
No, just more alive.
For now.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I just, like, it's unbelievable. It's fucking horrifying. You're just gonna wipe him out because you believe that he could do evil things.
Mm-hmm.
Because his alternate self did. When you know, if you know anything about multiverse, everyone's gonna be different every time. You have no idea what to expect. You don't know what's gonna happen.
All men suck.
The grand calculus of the multiverse.
Unfortunately, there's a theme running through this film that Stephen Strange in every universe has to be holding the knife. He has to be the one in control, and that leads to more people dying.
Everyone's in real danger. Look, I know you don't know me.
And I don't want to. Whatever I was to you in your universe does not matter.
Why not?
Because you're dangerous, Stephen.
No.
It's an arc he's going on, okay?
I think they're trying to say something here.
It's like, we
Like
can't
an
have
apple
him
cold.
be the one that calls the shots all the time. When, like, he's trying to save the world. I don't know. Like, it's always so stupid. They never actually, like, have the argument out.
No. Because
Yeah, and like if not him, then who else? Like, why is anyone more uniquely qualified to be in control of anything than Strange? Like, why is that a negative that he wants to, be in control of things that he's actually quite qualified to help out with?
Think of the sacrifices he's made. The amount he died like a bazillion times to Dormammu to save the universe. He gave himself up with the Thanos incident.
But Wanda says he doesn't know anything about sacrifice. Remember?
Oh yeah, true. Sorry about that. I should have remembered.
Even though he's meant to be the best of them, at least in
the Ancient One's
MCU.
opinion.
Yeah, Ancient One's opinion. Well, she was dumb, obviously.
Nobody likes it. She fell through a window or whatever. So yeah, that's all dumb. But then you're like, wait a minute. Anybody who's not from their native universe can cause incursions with their footprint. So it's like, so America Chavez is gradually destroying every single universe she goes to.
Yep.
She is. And nobody seems to realize this.
I think it's because the film doesn't understand that, because they said that there's only one of her. It's like, sure, but like she comes from a universe, right? She
This is
comes
not her
from, like,
native universe, so she's gonna have a bad mojo. Like, because what they tell us means that America needs to leave the dimension. She needs to go back to hers at all, like at all costs. But
ASAP.
nobody behaves that way in this whole film. And I think they're gonna forget that incursion rule going forward. I don't think they'll care anymore.
But because she's got this unique ability to cross over them, like, does that make her somehow immune to the?
Maybe, but I feel like they'd have to
Well,
explore that,
yeah,
right?
I was gonna say, would you want to take that risk? They can't know that, so.
She has the potential to cause great harm. Well, we know what happens to people like that.
Exactly. If all of us found out one of our friends, America Chavez, who joined us recently, has the potential to destroy our entire universe just by being here, and she can leave at any point, I'd be like,
get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out.
I don't even want to condemn another universe to that.
No, because you
Someone in chat
remember,
said,
Rags, by the time of the end of the film, she can choose where her portals go. Send her back to her universe.
Oh,
Someone
yeah,
in
that's
chat-
right.
And it's just like, the film does not want to address that. It's like, what? No.
But
what?
also,
No.
if this is the case, you should be very concerned about Wanda coming to this universe.
I was actually gonna, so it's so hard to get all this down sort of as a whole, because there's so many things to think about at once with how stupid everything they said is. Wanda she's been prophesied to destroy the entire multiverse, right, in an alternate universe. Is that not worrying enough that you should be keeping an eye on your...
What did Doctor Strange say? Hey, you killed me for being corrupted by the Darkhold. She's corrupted by the Darkhold.
Right now.
Yeah.
Scanner, Professor X.
And you guys, you fucking idiots, are the ones that told me that she could dreamwalk to get me here. So... why don't you care? Why are you doing nothing about this? They're like, well,
Why
we're more
would you-
concerned about you, the one who was chased here.
And the one who's currently chained up and incapable of doing anything at this moment.
And not the one of the two people we have who can actually travel through the multiverse at will.
Yeah.
It's all backward. None of it makes any sense at all. And these are supposed to be
Yeah.
hyper-intelligent people.
At the very least, he could suggest, like, look, deal with Wanda first, right? Put all your resources into sorting her out and stopping her, and then we can resolve this thing with me later. Once all
Yeah,
that
that's a
has
stupid
been
thing.
dealt with
Exactly.
and we've protected the entire multiverse, then you can decide whether or not you're going to kill me.
Yeah, because you could even be like, look, I understand the attitude, just kind of, but like you got bigger fish to fry, like with everything you've just told me.
You know, if they were aware of like because it was Mordo who told them about dreamwalking, why didn't the Illuminati like do anything to preemptively prevent the Wanda thing? If they're shown to be this ruthless, why didn't they just go to her house and kill her so that she could come
They
to
were
this
all
universe?
working on their big entrances. You know, they're like, okay, Professor X, you're going to win later. All right, for a more dramatic entrance.
It just doesn't match up because they don't care about the witch. That's what they keep saying. It's like, who fucking cares? Whatever. And it's just like, why not? Why not?
They just think she's not a big deal. It's like, oh, we're just gonna yell at her with
Even though
Black Bolt
she's
and she
actively
dies.
going to be, even though she's actively possibly causing an incursion by simply being here.
Yeah, right
just
now.
like Steven.
They
Except
don't-
she wants to kill you.
They should be
and Doctor
sending
Strange doesn't.
like all of their Ultron bots to her house to figure out what's
Yeah.
going on there.
Exactly.
They have all the reason to think she's on the way. It's so weirdly done, and it's because we're just trying to set up the big action scene where they all die. That's all it is.
Nice.
And woo.
So
Does it ever explain what actual circumstances lead to an incursion? Because it seems to be like,
Being
as
there.
we were saying there, being there seems to raise the risk of it happening, but then it might not happen at all.
Yeah,
So,
it's
like,
just
what is it about being there that causes an incursion?
It's the risk. It
Then-
might happen if you're there.
they're
It's not
non-specific about it. And
guaranteed.
to be honest, with what they've described, it should have been one in No Way Home.
By the sounds of it,
all
yeah.
those
Yeah.
people from different
That's
universes
true.
just fucking
Yeah.
around, that should have caused an incursion. If one dude dream walking can cause an incursion.
Yeah, they didn't talk to each other. That's what happened. They didn't talk
They
to
didn't
each other
talk to
about
each
what
other
they
at
were
all,
doing in
no.
their stories.
But alright. Crazy, I know. I can't believe you guys aren't going to believe this. An alarm goes off.
The building's been breached.
No shit, genius.
Turns out Wanda is assaulting their base. And they're like,
Whoa.
wait,
Oh, no.
We see Ultron is just getting fucking wrecked. Like, he stands no chance against her. She's just annihilating him.
Well,
Ultron
in
was useless
defense
is
of
the
the
point.
film is that if those robots were made out of vibranium, the Illuminati would have destroyed all of them in every universe because of what they were capable of.
True.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want evil Ultron fucking dreamwalking into these nice Ultrons, would you? So they
Try
all
and rag.
awkwardly walk off to go fight her, except for Mordo and Charles.
Even
And,
though
like-
Mordor is the Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, well, Mordo's a fucking cowardly little bitch. That's all he is in this movie. We know this. So of course he doesn't want to get involved in the fight. He's scared. But they had like the weirdest bit of. There's loads of really shit dialogue in this, but this one just threw me off completely. And I'm assuming it's similar for you guys. Charles just said, "Stephen, if you should escape this facility, please make your way to the Book of Vishanti." Like he's a fucking quest giver, and it's like, I'm sorry, were you gonna kill me a second ago?
Yeah. That was fucking bizarre.
She's heading for the child.
Watch him. We'll vote on our return.
Stephen, should you manage to escape this chamber, you must guide America Chavez.
What the hell are you saying?
And
Like,
Mordo is
let
the
me-
audience. He's like, what the hell are you saying? Like, what?
Yeah. But like, if he wants him to do that, why doesn't he release him from the cuffs and let
Exactly.
him go?
What?
Why is he still standing there, unable
Yeah.
to do anything?
I thought I missed something while I was in the cinema. Because all of a sudden he's like, I'm gonna help you now. It's like, wait, why?
Save the girl and get to the Book of Vishanti.
You have the book here?
Yes, you built a waypoint.
Charles, we cannot trust him.
I believe we can. Just because someone stumbles and loses their way doesn't mean they're lost forever. We will see what kind of Doctor Strange you are.
Thank you.
And it's funny because like there's just no other way for them to do this scene. They need to just have it be that Strange gets out of here. So like, yeah, he gets the Book of Vishanti information off Charles because, and then Mordo's like, "Why are you saying this?" And Charles is like, "I believe we can trust him." Like, oh, okay.
Doesn't he say something like, we should them all give a second chance or some blah blah or whatever?
Think about this for a little bit longer, right? You'd be like, well, Charles
I
wouldn't have
want
done
to.
that
No, don't
without
make
the... Surely he would agree that the whole council should sign off, not just him. Unless, of course, unless he thinks they're all about to die.
Which
What does he
if
say
he
to him?
does, then He should be making different choices right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very different choice.
Judging from his dialogue a little bit later, their deaths was not something that he was expecting. So we're supposed to assume he's like, while they're off killing Scarlet Witch easily, I'm gonna hope you get out of here.
Like,
What?
it doesn't make sense at all. It's a total, like, something went wrong, either in the writing or the shooting. You forgot to account for something, and you're like, oh shit, we can't reshoot this.
It's completely fucked.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was hilarious, because it's just like he just switched characters.
Yeah, he
someone
totally
else
did.
now. It's like, okay. Oh, some people saying he could have read his mind, though. And it's just like, yeah, so if he's read his mind, then he should fucking release him if that's good enough. But if
He
it's
would have
not...
already done that. I mean,
Yeah, and why wouldn't that be...
right off the
Yeah,
bat.
that should be step one for the council meeting, if that's a thing you can do, or does do. Because this is the thing, I don't know if they have ethical reasons against it, but I mean, they minority report people, so I doubt it.
Yeah.
Christine realizes the base is under attack, and then she says, everyone get out of here, and then struggles for like 10,000 years trying to open up America's box. I don't know why. I don't know why this...
Yeah, why can't it just be a single button or something?
Don't say America's box.
It should be an emergency slam dunk, open up... Like, what if there's a fucking fire hazard? Surely you have a way of opening these things up. You have the control panel, but she's typing away for fucking ages. Just like, I can't do it. It's like, you opened up strangers and you didn't even type anything.
She starts normally and can't do it, but then like halfway through, it gets scrambled by Wanda, I think.
Yeah.
Why didn't you do it like from the get-go, so we don't have this confusing thing where she's gonna be stupid this whole time?
You're completely right. It should have been the second that the facility started to go, she looks at her screen and they're all going fuzzy. And it's like, oh shit, she's tampered with the digital whatever. Like, easy. But nope. Nope, nope, nope. Scarlet Witch is heading to America's box. And then... oh no. The Down syndrome Avengers. They fucking kill you. But yeah, Captain Carter, Black Bolt, Captain Marvel, Reed Richards all assemble to ask Wanda nicely to stop, which is fucking insane. You've lost your element of surprise already against a woman that could annihilate you if you're not careful.
Wanda, stop. You've possessed an innocent woman, but you can still do the right thing. Let her go. Please.
Why are they even trying to negotiate with her in this light? Like, what do they think they're going to achieve by talking her down?
Hopefully she'll just go home.
Unfortunately,
you've convinced me.
Unfortunately, you can't present the Illuminati as being so ruthless that they would kill their own friend who didn't even do anything, but they wouldn't kill this Wanda.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way. Especially if the multiverse is at stake, and that's their through line is, well, we gotta do what's like expedient to like save the world, even if it means crossing lines. They're gonna kill her. Why would you take any chances?
They know evil Wanda is currently dreamwalking in this Wanda. They even address her as though they are aware of that. It's like, okay, we got that. That means that by their logic, she is currently causing incursions, or at least risk of incursions. So you have to delete her as soon as possible. There's nothing else to this. Like, I would even go as far as saying if I was on the council and they said, okay, so for as long as she's awake and walking around, or even inhabiting this body, our entire universe could be destroyed. Do you think we should kill her? I'd be like, unfortunately, we may have to, yes.
Or at the very least, try to subdue her right off the bat. Like, stun her, knock her out,
That's
whatever.
my point, though, is even if you subdue her, she's still occupying the body.
Yeah, yeah.
So, there's this unfortunate realization that, either we tempt her to leave the body, which is incredibly unlikely, or we kill her to prevent that from ever being a thing.
If they wanted to, like, make her go away, what Reed could have said is, like, hey, Wanda, by being here, you're going to cause an incursion that'll kill your kids. You got to leave, otherwise you're going to kill them.
That's something they could try,
Would have been a thing to, that's certainly
if you're,
like, hey,
if you're not going to kill her immediately, then you should try and find ways to get her to leave that can leverage things that she cares about.
With you having said that, I feel like I am now prompted to say we're almost to the point where you've highlighted why this whole movie doesn't even work.
No. Not even there yet, guys.
Wanda,
damn it! I thought we got there already.
So we know the rules. Wanda wants to put her, let's call it 616 self, into a different universe forever, which naturally will cause an incursion and kill everyone there. It doesn't work,
including herself.
Yep. Literally, her whole plan can't work with what Reed Richards knows.
Yeah.
And so he could just tell her that. He could be like, I'm sorry to tell you, but everything you're doing here, even if you kill all of us, it'll only result in the destruction of everything. You can't have what you want.
You just can't. It'll destroy you, it'll destroy your kids, it will destroy everything. You can't have it.
But
this is what happens when you create really short-sighted rules to solve one particular problem in your screenplay, and then it just causes a million other problems further down the line.
You have to think, when you're writing a story, you have to think through how any choice that you make narratively when it comes to a character decision or like a world-building element or a plot point, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. Like, its influence is going to spread throughout the film, or throughout the book, or throughout the TV show. You have to account for all of these things. You can't just.
Are you sure that this doesn't exist in a vacuum? Because everything in this movie sucks.
Well, it's just it's just that the little you might think it doesn't
I get
matter.
it. I get
it. Thank you.
Well, you might think that it doesn't matter, but like these choices narratively ripple out.
Like I said, that line from Reed Richards about incursions, it just destroys everything. Nothing works. Nothing did work, but nothing works anymore.
Not anymore. When it comes to multiverse, you've really blocked yourself up from like ever fully leveraging multiverse now, because every time it'll be like, but you can't be here, that'll cause an incursion. You can't like fully lean into the multiverse or have characters from different universes exist in other universes for a long time. I don't know why you would make the choice to have this be the way that universes work. You've
really closed a lot of
you fucked yourself over quite a bit, but they got them a really nice set of visuals in the third act. So
someone in chat said, "Why would Wanda believe Reed?" It's like, well, remember, this is assuming that they don't just kill her straight away. Like this is if they decide that they want to talk her down. It's like
this is the best argument they can make.
It's the best argument they can make, and I mean, surely they'd be able to have like evidence of this. They could even be like, "It's in the Darkhold." Like, did you not read that part? Like, it's or just any number. Like, if you're gonna say anything, you can't just say, "Hey, please, can you please stop?" Like, you got to do better than that.
Oh, and I was gonna say, why would you even highlight like, oh, why would she believe it? It's like they've tried reasoning with her over and over again, so we already know that they would give this a shot, and they don't try their greatest argument. They often don't try their greatest argument because the writers know they can't. Or the writers are unaware, which is more likely with this one.
I think it's a lot more likely that he didn't realize that these were arguments that could be put forth.
Yeah.
And believe us, chat, we're going to get into the more tactical options that they sorely neglected.
Well,
we're right here now. So
yeah,
this scene is so fucking terrible.
Yes, it is.
It's like, Wanda, be chill. I know kids are cool. I have my own. And then she's like, do they have a mother that's still alive? And he's like, yeah. Like, good, someone can raise them. And it's like, Reed, if you needed any more of a red flag, buddy.
But also, just like on a more broad level, you gotta understand, it's really hard for me to ever have much investment in a character who someone's like, hey, I have a family, and they're like, oh, ha, 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 I'm still gonna kill you anyway, you know, sucks for you. It's like, man, like, damn, Wanda, like, my God, you're a really bad person.
And then comes the legendary line. You know, I don't even know, like, because there's some people listening to this who have no idea what happens next. There's going to be at least one person in chat who's like listening to this as the story unravels. They're picturing in their head the 4 superheroes standing across from Scarlet Witch, and they may have some awareness. Maybe we should do this first. Captain Marvel is almost, as far as we are aware, quote unquote, indestructible, and has like the power to just blast through basically everything. So she's pretty powerful.
I mean, surely it really is a thing that like Captain Marvel may well be as strong or stronger than the Scarlet Witch.
I don't see why she wouldn't be. I'm willing to agree that they might draw, but there's no way that Captain Marvel loses because she has the indestructible element while Scarlet Witch does not.
Yeah, Captain Marvel flew through Thanos' ship and like blew it up. She has to be the strongest, right?
Yes.
You'd think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But obviously, I'm just trying to run through them quickly. Captain Carter, kind of weak compared to Scarlet Witch, so she's not really. You don't need to worry about her. Black Bolt, for those who don't know. Well, someone here is probably much better suited than I am to explain Black Bolt's powers, I guess. Anybody want to take that one?
Yeah, Black Bolt could have just opened his mouth at any time and fucking vaporized her. All he had to do was go, hey, bitch, and he would have been dead.
She's like, what can you do? And he just says cunt.
Wanda, stop. We know you're looking for a way to be with your children. You know what? Black Bolt can tell you the way. Go ahead, Black Bolt.
Can her witchcraft protect her from this? Like, if he had, like, screamed at her.
I doubt it.
Magic have done something.
They had to move really fast.
Yeah, she'd probably need to know it's coming to be able to defend herself from it.
Right.
If only
They made sure.
maybe if someone could tell her.
Smartest man alive.
I don't know. Anyway, the next person in line would be Reed Richards. Okay, now Gary, you can explain his power set. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, he's stretchy and really, really fast. And I mean, they didn't explain it in this movie, but he is the smartest man in the Marvel universe because his brain doesn't work like a human brain. It's the same aspect of as his powers. So his brain can basically
It's quick and stretchy.
Quick and stretchy. He can think things out quicker than anybody, and he would have figured out a way to snap her neck. It would have been just that easy. He's like Elastigirl in the Pixar films is rad. Like the way they show the stretchy powers.
Yeah,
easily.
I remember talking about that with you because she's really fast in Incredibles when she punches people and stuff. It goes like that's how she's stretching. But in this movie and in some other stuff, it'll go as it's going forward. It's like, oh man, that's going to get me. With all of that known, right? That's your power set. How in the fucking world is the Scarlet Witch?
Together? Yeah.
How is the Scarlet Witch going to defeat this team? Well, Reed Richards is a very gracious man. He's like, you know what? I've given her every chance in the book. Now it's time to let her know that she's not looking great in this fight. I would like to let her know about my friend and his powers and how they work in order
You might as well have said, you look fat in those pre-wearing too.
Blows him up immediately. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't know how else to say it. Reed Richards explains to the Scarlet Witch what Black Bolt's powers are and what she needs to do to kill him.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then she does that.
Wanda, Black Bolt could destroy you with one whisper from his mouth.
What mouth?
Smartest man alive.
And the defense for this is Reed Richards has never been street smart. So
out of here.
Street smarts.
So even ignoring
Street smart.
Street Smarts 101.
Jesus Christ.
Street smarts.
It's nobody said that. Tell me, please. Nobody said that.
Yeah, no, that's actually the most popular defense of this moment.
Oh my
internet.
fucking
That's not
God.
even a defense.
Fans, read a comic book, for fuck's sake.
Time for street smarts.
Mr. Fantastic.
Shut up! You're all gonna die. Street smarts.
I didn't know that this is street smarts. I was like, isn't this combat? Isn't that like it's one of the most important aspects of his critical thinking?
Smarts. Yeah, so because Wanda, she is just so down with the streets. You know,
What
she
is?
knows what's up.
What are they appealing to? What is street smart about revealing tactical advantages?
That's what I'm
Is this not
saying.
like-
Yeah.
If we categorize it as like book smart versus street smart, I think tactics relating to
like this is
war goes
book
into
smart.
book smarts. Yeah.
This
I've
is
like
book
fought
smart's
and
well more
defeated
than
Doctor Doom like a bunch of times. He's not street smart.
Yeah.
But let's think about how Black Bolt ultimately dies, which is he realizes that his mouth is sealed. He realizes it, and despite having spent most of his life, you know, probably very conscientiously never using his vocal folds, for some reason, when he's in a position where using his powers would be an instant suicide button, he decides to let off a little and his fucking
Dude, that's one little humiliation before they give the maximum humiliation.
Given that if ever he opens his mouth and like speaks at all, there's a risk that somebody dies. I imagine he's very careful, like he's constantly aware of what he's doing and what he's saying, and and so like the fact that he would let out a little scream, it's like, okay, so yeah, like for whatever panic there is, I think that he would be so in control of that aspect of him that he wouldn't do that. But even if he did, why would it reflect off of his mouth and blow his skull up? Why wouldn't it just blow his face off? Like, why wouldn't he?
Well,
Like,
he should blow
what-
through his
Give
lips
him
and
a
he
new
should
mouth.
survive.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
should survive. The minute that happened to Black Bolt, then Captain Marvel could have shot her fucking galactic beams at her and fried her. Because Captain
Yeah.
Marvel unless it's different, is essentially the way they've amped up her power over years. She's the Superman of the Marvel universe.
Essentially.
Yeah, I think
Well,
the moment
unkillable.
Yeah, the moment they see what she does to Black Bolt, it's like it should be just full attack with everything that you have.
It'd be
Just
over
all
for
of you,
Oh, well,
go at her.
So for
take her
those
out.
for those who don't know, because there are some who don't know in this chat right now, listen, I'm
Oh.
sure of it. You're thinking to yourself, so Black Bolt's just been killed. His head's been fucking blown off, essentially. 3 heroes remaining. What do? Well, Captain Carter does nothing. Captain Marvel does nothing. Reed Richards does the best move he's got. Slowly moves towards her with his stretchy hand.
Slow, fucking
Really
slowly. At which point he is turned into spaghetti by Wanda. Just a
Slowly,
big old pile of
from the
spaghetti.
ends of his
Slowly,
limbs up.
painfully. The ends of his limbs up, yes, not from his head. Painfully.
Right as the
Wow.
spaghettification of his head would have happened, she explodes it.
Yeah, it's just like a little pop, like a comic cue.
It is.
And that's
Finish him off.
Yeah.
That's the beginning and end of Reed Richards' his first appearance in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Here's my biggest problem though, and it goes far beyond this scene, is if Wanda has the ability to, sew someone's mouth shut or just turn them into spaghetti and vaporize them with a single thought, why would she ever fight anyone physically in any way?
No idea, Drake. It doesn't make fucking sense. She hasn't killed Doctor Strange and Wong like 10 times when she easily could.
Yeah, imagine if Strange is going up against her in the finale. She just looks at him and just instantly vaporizes him.
Why fight? I'll just press my apparently multiple insta-kill buttons and just win.
This is the thing. This is the depowered Scarlet Witch that did this.
Yeah.
She's not even Darkhold Witch or Scarlet Witch Witch.
Just
Wanda.
disintegrated people effortlessly. So the super duper powerful Scarlet Witch should be no contest, right?
Yeah.
And she certainly wouldn't waste time on someone like Captain Carter, and yet she ends up fighting her. This is some hand-to-hand gladiator contest.
And I guess it's because we almost skimmed past it. Reed Richards dies a horrible death, and nobody does anything to stop it.
Yeah, they
just
still
stand
haven't
there.
reacted at all. They watch him get shredded slowly, and they do nothing.
While he's screaming his head off, and they're just kind of
almost
not
like-
doing anything to help him.
And I would be surprised if this is how it went down. They shot the scenes with the separate actors, and they didn't tell them what was going on.
Probably.
Because they were worried about fucking spoilers, or they didn't have the story.
Yeah, they probably
or-
told him that, sudden death for both your friends. That's all it is.
Captain Marvel's reaction, it's like they basically told her, it looks like Scarlet Witch just gave you a mild insult.
Yes.
Because that's the way she reacts. It's like,
It's completely wrong.
React.
Captain Marvel looks like she's saying, okay, you've made me angry now.
Yeah, which is dude, they
Wow.
just
What the
two of your
fuck?
friends are dead.
Yeah.
Two of your friends have just died.
Guess they aren't friends.
I guess
they
it's
weren't very
probably
close.
worth bringing up because you mentioned it. Apparently, these people did not shoot together. It may well have been that John Krasinski wasn't there at the same time as everybody else. That's why they never look directly at each other.
Yeah.
Kinda
Yeah.
why
They
don't
totally did
interact.
not shoot any of these scenes together. They were all separate. You could tell.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
tell.
awkward in the council chambers alone.
But they just never look
what
at
a
each
fun
other.
way to make movies, eh? Just
I
shooting
know.
actors individually
How
against
else?
a fucking green screen.
How else would we get
These
our
are
fucking
cartoons.
cameos, Drinker? Jesus. Come on.
The Marvel films are cartoons now. That's all they are. Nobody's wearing
Conventional
costumes.
cartoons.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
Leave cartoons alone. And
dead.
just in case, because I actually think we may have actually just gone over the main point because there was so many points to make. Reed Richards did something incredibly stupid. That's
very stupid. It can't be understated how fucking retarded that was.
This guy can stretch anything, anywhere.
Let me grab. I'm gonna grab you with my hand. I'm
strangle you with my cock.
You're almost curious, what do you think he would have wrapped his fingers around her and been like, gotcha?
Street smartest man alive.
The music starts up and the fight begins. It's like, hang on, why? Why is there even a fight? How could that possibly happen? And the Scarlet Witch manages to go toe-to-toe with Captain Carter, a super soldier with a dinner plate, as Jay Longbone put it. How is this happening? You should just be dead. There's just nothing you can do.
America or Captain Carter would be able to fight her.
Nope.
She's way too strong.
It's not happening. But yes, they have an extended fight scene. All I'm gonna say is the first half of the fight scene, she fucking torpedoes the statue into Captain Marvel, and it like pins her against a wall. It smashes right in.
If this was the real Captain Marvel, like her getting hit with that statue wouldn't even stop her. Like she would just blast right through it.
Well, remember in her origin story movie, before she even like fully understood the breadth of her powers, she like just flew through a ship that was charging right towards her, and it did nothing. Captain Marvel is incredibly powerful. Like a statue. I think it's safe to say that she is impervious to statues.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like if this, she would just hyperdrive straight through Scarlet Witch and blast her into, you know, atoms pretty much.
She can
That'd be
fly
her
at light
dead.
speed. That's right. She can fly at light speed, so she can kill her before she can even blink.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. We cut back to Mordo being pissy. Just being like, they're gonna come back and judge you soon. And Doctor Strange is like, they're all dying. And he's like, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
It's like, dude, access your fucking Ultron bot security. There's no way she killed all of them. Watch your teammate die, and then have it confirmed. But we'll get to that anyway. We cut back to the fight, and for some reason, Scarlet Witch and Captain Carter are having, like, close combat back and forth. It's like, what? Why?
Yeah, it's like, how did...
How's this fucking
No, you
happening?
don't understand. This is her being reasonable.
Okay.
Oh, right. My bad.
Well, like when Carter lunges at her and smashes the shield into her face, would that not cave her skull in? Like, isn't Wanda dead?
Well, that was the point where I just realized that Wanda is no longer a glass cannon. She's just got super resilience.
Seemingly, yeah.
Because that should have absolutely killed her.
I mean,
She's
it's
just a normal
vibranium.
human.
It's like indestructible. Your skull is destructible. You know, if one of these things is gonna break, it's you.
Thick as it may be, it is quite vulnerable.
And then, for some reason, it's with Captain Carter that she says this, but we know exactly why. She says, haven't you had enough? Wanda says that, which is weird to me, but it prompts a line. That one you all love.
I could do this all day.
It's like they completely forgot why that line has meaning. It's not just a line that he says randomly. And
Well, no, the first time he says it is when he's fighting a dude who he cannot beat.
You just don't know when to give up, do you? I can do this all day.
yeah, it's a line that's said basically acknowledging I'm probably losing here, but my spirit ain't broken.
Yeah, it's the core of his character right there in that single line.
Yep.
Whereas it's like, is it the core of Peggy's character? It's like, well, no, Peggy has other things going on for her. She has a different.
Even if it this is kind of the best compromise I can give. Maybe I could see it that she can deliver that line in a scene that would make it meaningful, but we haven't been given any of the context for that. All we've got
You
here,
don't know who she is.
yeah, all we've got here is it's a line you like from Steve. Can I have it? Like,
Please. No, actually,
Give her,
you can't.
give her her own line. Give her her own cool line.
yeah, like what does it have to do with you? Anything? Is there anything in the story for Carter? We don't even know what. Like, do they assume you've seen the What If story? And if so, like, there's nothing in that.
But is
Steve
it
could have
even the same
inspired her to
What If?
say the line in the What If story, and that would be something. But that doesn't happen.
This is just desperate attempts to milk something out of these characters that are on screen for about 4 minutes. You know, and we got a chance to get to know none of them. We
Reality
can't possibly
is-
care about them.
It's gotten so superficial, the writing, that if someone picks up that shield, then they have to say
They
that
say,
line.
I do this all day.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised
I
if
mean,
fucking
it's-
Falcon says it in Captain America 4.
But it's pretty funny that she says I can do this all day, and then 10 seconds later. I don't know
Again,
if that was on purpose or like if that was. I don't get it.
well, because the music reflects that of like tragedy when she dies, but it's funny. Like what?
It's really
she dies in like the stupidest of all the ways you could have killed her that would have made sense. This isn't one of them. Cap getting his shield thrown back at him is one of the things that he can deal with.
Yeah, he'll catch it, or like it won't chop him in half. Like,
And
what?
the editing is so garbage. They try to imply that Cap didn't Carter throws it, and she's already recovering from the throw by the time it reaches Scarlet Witch, and then she like pauses when she grabs it, then spins and then throws it back. And for some reason they reset Captain Carter to be turning her back to her.
Still recovering. Yeah.
It's bullshit. That's the only reason she dies is because they like undo her ability to react to stuff.
The universe bends to make her fail.
And she's already easy to beat for Scarlet Witch. You don't need to cripple her.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
It's actually kind of lame that you would be like, hey, yeah, Captain Carter, and then that's how she dies.
Being an idiot. But they're all idiots, so, you know, whatever.
After this, it's like, now Captain Marvel breaks free. If she had broken free a little bit earlier, she could have saved her friend, but she couldn't. And how
she doesn't really have friends amongst these people.
I think they all hated her.
How choked up is she that 3 of her 4 friends have perished painfully? It's like, oh, get out of my universe. It's like, that's a weird thing to say.
I think that's the problem is that, as the line was just delivered by Fringy, it's like, it's essentially that. She just says, get out of my universe!
Get the hell out of my universe!
Like, oh god, what the fuck?
Just, I feel like it's... Why can't you give her a character? Like, an actual one?
Yeah.
Like, no. Is Captain Marvel, not angry here? Your friends are dead. These are your comrades.
It's
your
either
buddies.
the direction, the writing, the actor, or all of them. I don't know, but something's wrong.
I can even give you a window to defeat her where it's like she's so bent on revenge, she's so infuriated that she's not thinking tactically, and she makes some unfocused mistakes in the fight that Wanda can exploit. Then okay, that's something.
Well, the way I would want to do it is that they establish there is some kind of holding cell for Wanda. It's perfectly designed to contain something that powerful, and then you have it so that Wanda puts Captain Marvel in it. Because I don't understand how she can kill Captain Marvel. I just don't get it. Other than just vaporizing her, but I don't think that's satisfying. It would just be like, oh, okay.
I guess I don't even know that I would buy that. It's like, what does it mean to be able to vaporize somebody who seems to be pretty impervious to physical harm? You know?
I don't know. What else can you do when you're a hack writer and you got to make these 2 fight? You put them in a I Am All the Jedi type fight where they just blast a laser at each other and
circle.
Yeah. I think legit in this film when I was watching it, I was just like, how in the world is she gonna kill Captain Marvel? And you know when she vaporizes her face mask thing, I was like, oh, is it just gonna be she vaporizes her? I guess that's a way to do it because how else can you do it? But no, they went way worse. They blast away from each other. Captain Marvel hits a statue and then falls down to the ground while Wanda just sort of lands much nicely. Because obviously if she slammed into a statue, she would have broken her back. So can't have that happening. Mm-hmm. But she spots that Captain Marvel is down on the floor and there's a statue above her. So maybe if she makes the statue fall on her, she will win. And she is correct.
Which is fucking stupid. Captain Marvel doesn't give a shit about a statue falling on her. Come on.
She flew through
a space ship.
She even when the statue's coming at her, she puts her arms up to defend herself. I was like, just fly away.
Lost it.
Fly away.
Yeah,
fly. Yeah.
You have so many options.
And this is the thing. You have all of us who are not fans of Captain Marvel being like, hey, Captain Marvel deserves better than this. What are you doing?
If you can't reconcile how powerful this character is and there's no logical way to overcome her, just don't put her in the fucking movie. Swap her out for someone else.
Wait, is that really how she dies? A statue falls on her and she dies.
Statue falls on her.
Yes.
Yes.
Captain Marvel's weakness is stone statues.
It doesn't.
Only with no
fly through an entire ship. She can fly through it and blow it up.
The only defense that I'm aware of was in, I think it might have been the prior EFAP or a different catch-up stream, but someone said she wasn't dead, she was knocked out.
I mean, I don't know what I'm meant to pull away from her, hand falling to the ground. That feels to me like a she's dead shot.
Yes.
But even if she's knocked out, it's no better an explanation. That's still a statue shouldn't even have the power to do that to her.
Yeah, no, you're right. It would be an
Captain
absurd...
Marvel, she tanked a punch from the Power Stone, directly to the face. She tanked a punch from the stone that is power incarnate. and I guess the whole time you might be here where is Professor X?
That's a good question. So the next scene is
he was waiting for his other dramatic entrance that he planned.
he's scooting. He's scooting his way there. He's not there yet. Mordo looks around at the fucking the walls are shaking. And Doctor Strange is like, all your fucking friends are dead, so you may as well cast your vote now because he's the last council member. Doctor Strange is tied up in those anti-magic bracelets. So he says, "Hey Mordo, you're like a bitch, and you always didn't like me." And
you little cuck.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's like, "I bet you were glad that I died because then you can be your little sorcerer Supreme, isn't that right? And then Mordo's like, enough! You're annoying me. I'm gonna kill you now. And it's like, oh.
You know nothing of this universe. I know. The killing Stephen Strange was your ticket to getting the Sanctum, to becoming Sorcerer Supreme, and to joining a little circus of clowns, the Illuminati.
I'm ready to cast my vote. Now.
He says, I'm ready to cast my vote. The implication being, since he's the only one, he only needs one vote to condemn Doctor Strange to death. Which means everything we see of Mordo in this scene is with him knowing all of his friends are dead.
And doing nothing about it.
But, well, I wasn't even going to go there. Just look at how he's acting. Look at the way he talks. It's like he doesn't care. Nobody cares.
I don't give a shit. Yeah.
I guess he'll attack him with his trusty sword that he has. Every fucking attack he delivers is getting blocked by the magic bracelets. Like, Hey Mordo, can you maybe figure out what Doctor Strange is trying to do here? I don't know.
No.
Wasn't even the magic sword that did it. He got thrown into a wall, and that's what breaks open the bracelet. However, it doesn't break it, it opens it to be closed again. It's like,
that was lucky.
Yeah, really lucky that it all worked out that way. And so, yeah, Mordo doesn't stab him as he's approaching. He instead prepares him nice and slowly to do an execution, but then he gets his hand caught in the bracelet. So now neither of them have access to magic. Can you believe it?
I like how Mordo is that petty. He's like, ha, you said mean things about me. Guess I'm going to kill you.
Time to die.
And the whole time I'm thinking, this is a Doctor Strange movie. He's in this inconsequential fight in some crevice with fucking Mordo. And Wanda's like wiping out
the Illuminati, yeah.
Mordo could have trapped this Wanda in the mirror dimension. He would have given that a shot, and he couldn't have known if she could escape, and maybe she couldn't escape. He could have saved all of his friends. He could have tried so many things.
All of the things could have been tried.
Yeah.
And all of it,
just any number of moves.
All of it happening while Charles is doing something. It's like,
Yeah, well, like if Charles, held her still or something.
Enough!
Christine, be a dear and put some of those magic power handcuffs on our angry guest, would you?
Oh, okay. What? Oh, come on!
Well, they had, the 88 handicap ramp, but it was just like way off to the side, so it took them a while to get up.
Wait! Oh, you're all dead.
Why does this hover chair only have one setting?
It doesn't go very high.
Slow.
I demanded a turbo button.
Turbo trick. They very luckily fall off into this fucking hole that's just here. Nobody knows why this hole is here, but there's a hole here. It's a big old, as they said, crevice. It's just like this pathway. It doesn't go anywhere though. Either way is blocked, so it's just like this hole. But they don't just fall down into it. They fall onto like some kind of thing.
Little notch.
Yeah, and they wrap around it so it breaks their connector. So now they're both magicless but separated. Like, okay.
These magical restraints that are supposed to like stop the most powerful beings, in the whole universe potentially, man, they are really fucking easy to break out of.
Really are. You might even say it's convenient. I wouldn't though.
Very convenient.
Yeah, they have just back and forth until Strange just jumps out by kick off the sides, wall jumping, and he just gets up to the top. And it's like, that's that.
Sick parkour moves, yeah.
As if the scene couldn't get any worse, he then ends it with saying,
I think I'm beginning to understand why your Mordo didn't like you very much!
Dude, your friends are dead.
Christine decided to try and use a fire extinguisher to bash open the holding cell that's meant to capture anything from the multiverse.
You should probably know that doesn't work.
She's designed it. She'll know that it won't work. I don't know why she's even trying. You can't even argue like, oh, well, you'll try anything at that point, right? And it's like, no, I don't think she would do... It would be like tapping it with a pencil. It's like, this might work.
He'd be like, oh, I need to do something else, because that's obviously futile. I need to explore some other option of getting it open.
There's got to be weapons in this place. Somewhere. She's got to go get one and try and use that to open the box or something like that. Not a fire extinguisher. That's so stupid. She's almost given up, and then America does one of her power punches, and it smashes, well, cracks all of the
conveniently warped
windows.
Which means that her powers aren't magical, right? Because she is wearing the...
What does that even mean? Like, what could it possibly be otherwise? What would it be categorized as?
Yeah, that's a good question. Cosmic?
I guess that's what I would say, right? It's some sort of... It's meant to be more scientific, I guess.
That means then that those bracelets were never going to do anything to anyone they capture that has powers that go beyond witchcraft or sorcery.
I guess. I have no idea.
I guess we just have to assume her powers are not magic related.
Even though Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange are both magic users who are able to extract those powers somehow.
Yeah. How the fuck does that work? No, I refuse.
It doesn't. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
But of course she hasn't broken out just yet, so it's all too late. Scarlet Witch is here, and then you hear, enough! It's Charlie Boy. He's doing his stance, where he puts one hand on the head and one finger pointing at the person he's going for, and they enter the mind... What is it called? Like Mindscape or something? Mind... There's a name for this.
I have no clue.
Like the Mind Palace?
Oh, I think that... I don't know if that's that. That's like Sherlock, isn't it? He has a mind palace.
That's a more general term, like the Mind Palace. I think it's applicable in a few scenarios.
Mindcraft, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, it's it's
they fight each other in Minecraft.
It's a mind world basically, and Charles is looking around, and this is again. There's plenty to compliment about this film's visuals because that's what everyone's doing, and it's because that's a thing to compliment. The way that Wanda would have rationalized being trapped within her own consciousness is loads of rubble and a TV, like, which is representative of the history that we were told she had. I appreciate that. That means that somebody somewhere cared about something.
Oh, good job.
Somewhere.
Because I imagine it's going to be specific to the person, because he's looking around like he doesn't understand this place, right? So it's built almost by her. It's symbolic of how she believes her situation to be. Unfortunately, Charles is like, if I can pull you out of this rubble, that'll mean that you can get rid of evil Wanda. But as he's doing
possibly.
Big ol' red smoke cloud appears behind him.
Very
and he just,
evil.
He just gives up on Wanda. He's like, well, that's
Oh, well, I guess that's it.
And then big spooky zombie Wanda appears behind him and tears his fucking head off.
And in the Mindscape, I have to question, why does he need to physically pull her from the rubble? He has complete control in that space, surely. He's walking around, that's already a defiance of...
It's symbolic meme.
I think that is what they're going for. It's supposed to be like, I don't know how minds work. Like, that's
not meant to be taken literally.
rationalization
What
of
we're seeing is
minds,
just a visual version of what is actually happening underneath, which is he's fucking bumbling around like an old man until he gets killed. Which sucks.
This is his element more than anything else. He gets in people's minds and he can navigate that, and he has the mind powers. And
his
Wanda
perception
still
there-
outminds him.
Yep.
Yeah, which she could. I mean,
Default Wanda.
there's a way you could do that with the powers, but like his perception there is not like I'm looking at something and you're gonna walk up behind me and sneak up on me. That's not the way it works.
Well, it's gonna be a fight like it was when he had to fight with Jean.
And that's even if you're just going on movie powers, right? Because what we're doing is conflating comic powers, movie powers from different universes, and that's why you got to set this up. Maybe this is just a retarded Professor X who has to look at everything. I don't know. There's a lot of things they could have fixed in this movie with a sentence. I had this expectation, stupid me, that Wanda was still going to be in the Scarlet Witch, and there was going to be some kind of inner battle between like Darkhold, Scarlet Witch, and Wanda. Like, that's kind of what I thought we were going to get from the trailer, but no, she was just gone the whole time. Which again was stupid because it all happened off screen. And yes, a lot of this stuff could have just been fixed quickly with dialogue. I hate it when they do that, but it would have been something.
And then there's the fact that Wanda is at least temporarily subdued here, which kind of brings us to the larger problem with the Illuminati fight as a whole, which is to say Professor X could have just stuck his finger out, and then they could have slapped the anti-magic gauntlets on her and then beat her up.
Just shove a fucking knife in her throat, for fuck's sake. End it. Jeez.
They all stand around her and kick her in the face. It's like, fuck you.
When she like realizes what's going on around her, they're out of there already, and so Wanda's now gonna have to chase them. And Christine and America make their way down some hallway, and they happen to bump into Doctor Strange. Beautiful.
Lucky us.
Oh, and the cape meets up with them all too.
Like,
the cloak is fixed and it's available, and it comes to him. It's just like, man, there are so many reasons why that shouldn't have happened. Like, shouldn't it be in its own containment thing? It's literally like an enemy. But okay, fine. It's just fine. It's fine. This is all fine. Funnily enough, these kinds of problems are really low on the list compared to everything we've been through recently. So, Doctor Strange has been told that the Book of Vishanti exists, and he says, Charles told me about it. Where is the waypoint? And then Christine is like, oh, for fuck's sake, you're just like my Steven. You always have to have your hand on the knife. And that knife, it killed trillions of people. It's like, I'm sorry, Christine, did you, all of the Illuminati are dead.
Also, the multiverse is at risk of being destroyed. Can you not be a bitch for 2 seconds and help me?
I fucking hate Christine in this movie. This is not the first time she's done this, and it's like, are you not paying attention to any of the? Do you have to have your own little bitch fest? Like, seriously, I know that again, it's about his arc, so the words she's actually expressing have nothing to do with the scene. It's to do with you understanding what Doctor Strange's through line in this movie is. But it fucks her up completely. She should be desperate to get to that fucking book. Like, we've got to get to it to stop this woman from literally killing every single one of the greatest heroes that our planet has ever been graced with. She's annihilated all of them. Like, please. But instead, she's like,
How am I supposed to trust you?
I know, but believe me, the Book of Vishanti is the only way.
Yeah, your way. You sound a lot like my Steven right now. He had to be the one holding the knife, and then that knife killed 1 trillion people.
well, Steven, what are you going to do with the very same book that we destroyed Thanos with your help? What are you going to do with it after we beat Scarlet Witch? You going to kill everyone? Is that it? Is that what you're going to do, Steven? It's like, no? What?
No. If there was a 50-50 chance I would, you should still help me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking absurd. It makes no sense that she's delaying us all by saying, yes, but Steven, what if the 1 in billion chance that you might do something mean with the book? As opposed to the horrifying witch that's going to destroy the multiverse that's chasing us right now. So
by the way, because
terrible.
Did we already talk about how lucky it is that we are in this universe where we have a waypoint to this thing? Did we already talk
no,
about
we
that?
can't talk about that yet. That one's shelved for. We gotta wait until Zombie Strange talks to America, so we got some time before we can talk about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is a real sentence that makes sense in this movie.
It gets even worse because America is like, no, this Strange, he isn't gonna kill trillions of people. He's different. And then Doctor Strange looks at her, and then she's like, what? And then she's like, trust me, like this guy, he's the good Strange.
He had to be the one holding the knife, and then that knife killed 1 trillion people.
This Steven is different. He is. It doesn't matter about all the other Stevens. You're not like them.
Smart kid.
And I was like, you guys have spoken to each other for like a minute. What are you even talking about? This film completely forgot that it didn't have a The Last of Us level journey with these two. It thinks it did. It's like, no. They spoke very briefly in a cafe, and then they spoke twice, like 2 sentences to each other in Kamar-Taj, and then they had a little walk through the city where they talked about Pizza Papa and lights. Oh yeah, they had the memory scene, but that is it. That's like the only thing you could even say that would have binded them together in any way, shape, or form. What in that journey has convinced America that this is the one Strange in the universe who's the good Strange? Or sorry, the multiverse. And yeah, by the way, her admitting that is tacitly admitting she still thinks that Defender Strange is a bad person, which fuck her for saying that. Annoying as fuck, but that's enough to convince Christine to then get the book, which is something she shouldn't have had to be convinced for anyway. All of it's horrible. I was just like, ugh. None of you are talking like people. But anyway, let's just, they're running, because she releases all of the cuffs they have for magical stuff, so we're back to full power, everybody. Then they very deliberately show you that Wanda walks across glass from the smashed area, which is going to hurt her little feetsies. And it's like, wait, but why wouldn't you have flown over that to avoid it? Yeah. You can fly way faster.
Because she's tough.
Well, and the funny response to have, if you had the writer here right now, they'd be like, well, she didn't fly over it because we need to have her limping later. And you'd be like, limping?
That's true.
But she can fly. And they're like, no. It's potentially... I've seen people say that the reason she's not flying here is because it's a reference to Evil Dead. I was like, you can't keep saying this. Like, you can't keep saying...
a reference to Evil Dead.
Like, it's just like, yeah, it's the spooky zombie-like creature that's trying to reach you. It's like a horror moment. It's not meant to be taken as, like, Wanda can fly through it. That would ruin it. And it's like, oh...
She showed me she can fly. Like, she flew to the base.
She flies later. Remember when regular Wanda comes back in control, she flies up to the doorway. So there ain't no way they're getting out of this one. But it's worse because she's estimated to be about 4 meters away from them at one point chasing them, and she doesn't grab them. We see her grab several people at once with her powers at greater distances. But she doesn't hit. By the way, in minutes from now, we see that. But she doesn't do it here.
Well, that is once again, that is actually a reference to the Evil Dead. Where she doesn't. No one in that film is grabbed through magic, so that means that it's a reference to
You
that
can't
movie,
have
but it
them
doesn't happen.
having things. Yeah, that makes sense. I like it. And then, I don't know if you guys remember, the scene happens where they close a door on her, and then they all wait to see if she can get through it.
Yep.
Oh no, she got through it. Let's run more and close more doors.
You should grab them instantly. She doesn't. He then prepares a spell. He's doing like a spell channeling, and she doesn't just grab him. Just lets him do it. Really annoying. He smashes open the ceiling, which lets a bunch of water in, and they go through another door and close it, and so they're like, there we go. And then America's like, will that stop her? And he's like, no. It'll give us some time, though, like seconds even. I wouldn't assume anything from it. I'd be like, she's right behind us. Always assume she's right behind us. And, like, this is... I want people to understand. When I say this movie is, like, fucking incredibly catastrophic, it's non-stop. I can't describe a scene to you.
It really is non-stop.
That's like...
It's all the time.
Oh, you know, this scene's okay. This is where they just talk about this, and it's fine. It's like, it's never that way. So they get to the end of this fucking stupid tunnel system, and it leads them to a door that leads to the Book of Vishanti. It's a waypoint. You're like, okay, I understand that mechanically. Unfortunately, no one knows how to open it. And you're like, that doesn't make sense, because they used it to destroy Thanos, so I guess at least Doctor Strange would not open it, right? So their Doctor Strange is the one that creates the lock for this thing. He's the one that organized it all, blah, blah, blah. So when they killed him, he didn't tell them anything.
Oh,
no. Oh my, we are in trouble now, aren't we?
So he put it back. So that means that he, with all of his potential damage and everything, made sure to go back and put the book back where it came from, and then seal up. It's such a mixture of what is being done. You don't even...
And it's the book is super duper good.
Yeah.
Yes. So
like, doesn't everything it does good? I mean, I'm using the mechanics of the MCU here. It's supposed to be the opposite of the Darkhold. So like, even if you had ill intent with it, it would probably corrupt you with good, and you wouldn't do bad things with it.
But yeah, with the way they presented in this film, Christine figures it out, the key to it. She doesn't know the key to it. She figures it out. And it blew me away that I was just like, they have to fucking figure it out. And why? So she can reveal that the key to the door is the broken watch she gave to him.
Champion, this is specific to me, something only I would know. Come on.
Stephen!
To again be like, you see, Christine is the most important thing to Doctor Strange. That's why this happened. It has nothing to do with the universal mechanically. That's why they completely forgot that Defender Strange would, of course, told them how to open the fucking door. Why would he not? And funnily enough, I was talking to Jay actually about this, and Jay was like, they had the perfect opportunity here. They could have said, how do we open this door? And then she's like, well, I don't know. And then Doctor Strange would be like, what do you mean you don't know? How do you not know how to open this door? He must have told you. And she's like, he did. And then he looks at her confused, and then she can say, he told Charles Xavier, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, Captain Carter, you know, name all the people who just died who are at the top of the Illuminati. So you can be like, oh, so at least you could say all of them knew and they're all dead now. Like,
and acknowledge their death. Yes, somehow.
Yeah, you can even make it kind of like a somber moment that you can appreciate they fucking died. But no, he didn't tell anybody. So they just have this power locked away. Professor X was being honest with him. He said, there is a waypoint. I don't know where it is or how to open it, but there's a waypoint. Go nuts. Like,
this film breaks in so many creative and interesting ways.
So, the door swings open, and they gawk at the reveal that the Book of Vishanti is now within their grasp, and they just stare for a good while.
Yeah,
and then
minute, it feels like.
Doctor Strange jumps down, and then he looks up, and he's like, alrighty, next, you know, jump down.
Yeah, I'll catch ya. It's fine.
Talk about it, and that's fine. Jump down.
Let's go walk over there. well, let's
look at it
walk
first.
over there.
Let's have a nice long
Yeah.
look at it, and then we'll slowly.
In case you didn't get a good enough look already. But let's saunter over there. Not in a rush.
They even reveal the nature of this place. Christine says this is the gap junction.
The space between universes.
I guess there's breathable air between universes.
Well,
Sure.
so yeah, just to make sure people understand, there is one of these. One.
Yeah, there is one book of Vishanti, but there are like an infinite number of Darkholds. They're in every universe, seemingly.
All universes connect to this place in order to get access to the Book of Vishanti. If you remember, in the opening, Defender Strange was going for this book. It's the same one. That means that every Doctor Strange everywhere is always going to use this book to defeat their respective enemies. As soon as we've established that one Doctor Strange has access to this, and to be fair, they've established that two do, Infinite do. Which means infinite Doctor Stranges need this book to fight infinite Thanoses / enemies.
At infinite times.
Yeah. Which means, how the fuck is this book available?
Yeah.
Why
It
is
should
there only
be
one of this? And why
out
does
and
it exist
about.
in this place? Who wrote it?
Because they
Who
needed to
put
get
it
rid
there?
of this book by the end of this film. That is why.
Wow, by the end of this film, they get rid of this book in like 2 minutes.
They do.
Yeah, but
And I
that's
was
kind of what I'm
like,
getting at. It has to be self-contained within this film, just like the Darkhold is.
While forgetting consequences of the actions that brought about its destruction are not self-contained. We'll talk about that.
Someone's mentioned, like, I thought America was the one with the superpower to get between universes and stuff, but Strange has a doorway to a place in between them.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
he just does. Shut up.
And also, I mean, oh man, how much? So in Endgame, when they go back in time, new timelines get created. If not by them traveling back in time, at the very least by them interacting with the past. We know this. This is confirmed. Like, this is absolutely true. They create new timelines. Does that create incursions or like cause any problems on that front in terms of like multiverse stuff? Are they not traveling between universes by traveling back in time and creating new universes?
No.
No, they're not. Endgame doesn't exist
Dude,
anymore.
the
We barely
best-
even talk about the blip, let alone.
The best part of all of this is if you ask any of these writers, like, doesn't that cause an incursion? They will literally be like, incursion? What's that?
What?
What's an incursion?
Can you speak more slowly?
So yeah, it takes fucking ages to finally just put his hand on the book. And then he's like, okay, book. And then he picks it up. And then, oh no, Scarlet Witch is here. And she's grabbing America. And it's like, damn, so if you would just literally, as soon as the door opened, been like, you two, go, 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 go. Now. Don't fucking think about it, just go. And then grab the watch, close the door. Wanda's fucked.
Thank you, Cloak. That should give us some more time. Or maybe just a little time. Alright, Book. Give me what I need.
Did you really think that little door was going to stop me from Vishanti?
Wanda.
This! Oh, I missed you so much.
Can we leave now?
Oh, right. Yeah.
No, the Book of Virginity.
But what if they did it as slowly and dumbly as possible?
Oh.
I don't think they could have gone slower if they had tried.
Urgency is just not a thing in this movie. It's very infuriating.
And what are the consequences of this?
Oh,
Wanda's there,
massive.
and then Christine's like, "Oh no!" And then Doctor Strange is like, "No, let me cast a spell." And then he casts like a little laser spell.
Oh wait,
and then Wanda
If I can just highlight. When she grabs America, America like screams incredibly loud, panics. No portal.
But she hasn't opened a portal yet. No, it gives him time to shoot the laser, which Wanda reflects, and the Book of Vishanti burns away. It's gone.
They don't even try to get rid of the fire. They're just looking
They
at
don't
it.
even try to
if I
put it out.
remember
They just
correctly.
watch it.
Yeah, they
It's
just
like,
watch
oh
it.
no, it's
And
burning. Anyway,
it happened so fast to me. I thought it might have been like a meme, like it was an illusion. Like it was like, no fucking way that you set this thing up as the greatest power in the fucking universe, and then you just boom. It's like, oh,
Now,
fart on it and it dies.
A bunch of characters like Big Mark. You introduced Mr. Fantastic to get to this damn book, and you just burned it.
Well, so I think it is worthwhile to slow down here a little bit. So Doctor Strange through incompetence and Wanda through malice have destroyed, for all universes, a book that is all good that can basically solve any problems. When we talk about moral culpability, you know, for things like, I'm not sure how you do much worse than that.
Yeah.
Destroying the all-powerful good book for all universes. It means that any conflict that could have been resolved with that book by universes that could theoretically or already have access to that book, anybody who dies or any universes that get destroyed, anything, all stems from Wanda and Strange.
Yep.
Wanda
But,
through
Fringy,
malice
consider-
and Doctor Strange through incompetence.
Consider how wonderfully, beautifully self-contained it is, though. That we
Yeah.
introduce this book here in this movie, and then we also just get rid of it in this movie. It's
While
it's
forgetting
wonderful.
that you can't just ignore that the characters were responsible for this book being destroyed.
I would be
It's
willing to
done.
put good money on the Book of Vishanti never being referenced ever again.
No, never.
Oh, absolutely
never,
not.
Never again. Never. It will never even be acknowledged that Wanda and Doctor Strange were responsible for its destruction for all
No.
universes. All universes. Anytime when they're like, the only way to defeat Thanos is with the Book of Vishanti, and they go there and there's nothing there, and then their universe gets destroyed or a bunch of people die, that's on them because of what they did.
Yeah, you think Wong might ask about it at some point, and Doctor Strange will have to tell him, yeah, it's destroyed, and he'd be like, this,
Yeah,
wow.
and it's like destroyed. How did that happen? It's like I went to grab it. It's like as quickly as possible, right? Yeah, and reasonably hurried pace. Like, you know, you want to be careful though. It's like, sure, but like, you know, pretty quick, right? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I grabbed it and then I cast a little laser spell. It's like, what? You didn't like use any portals or like mirror dimension again or like anything? No, it's just a little laser. She reflected it though. It's like, yeah, who could have seen that coming? I know, nobody, right? I mean, fuck me.
No one,
That's
because
tough
no
luck.
one could have seen that coming. Because I have no idea what could ever happen
Nope.
at any given moment.
Well, the spell he fires at her, I was like, that's a new one. It's like a Death Star laser with little rings around it. It's like, oh, okay.
Flex it.
Yep.
It's gone. The book is destroyed. It doesn't exist anymore. It can never be used for good, thanks to these two.
You know what's funny, by the way, is Wanda knows nothing about the Book of Vishanti. She knows nothing at all.
She doesn't even know if it's useful.
What
Yeah.
Doctor Strange could have done, I know this is a bit radical, but he could have been like, hey, you win. You win, okay? Take her. Take America. Do whatever you gotta do. Please just don't kill any more people. And then America could be like, what? You've betrayed me? And he'd be like, yeah, go. Just leave.
Yeah, I did, it's fine.
And then Wanda's like, yeah, okay, fine, I guess. And then he can be like, all right, Book, I need a spell to save America, kill Wanda, and repair all the damage that's been done to the world by her. Boom.
Yep. And it would have taken a minute, you know, while she, yeah.
But he's he's just not that smart, you know? He's not a smart character.
Wow. He's not
He's not
smart
street
anymore.
smart.
No, he's not. Street smarts would have told you that when you're handling the all-powerful book in all universes, that you
Yeah.
should try and do these strategies instead of shooting the laser.
Could have conjured a shank.
Oddly,
killed her.
ironically, book smarts is not what's going to teach you.
Damn it.
Yeah, but the movie would be over. The movie would be over several times over if people
Oh.
made smart decisions.
We've been through so many of them in this scene. Ready for another one? The movie would be
Yeah.
over if the thing that would happen, or should happen, did happen. So Wanda, when the book's destroyed and they're just doing their little looks at each other, she grabs them both. She's got them both in her hand. It's like, right, vaporize them. Do it. Vaporize.
Yeah.
Not vaporizing them? Oh. She mind controls America Chavez to open up a portal to a world that's ravaged by an
No,
incursion.
it doesn't like she make the portal first, or was
No,
that
she mind controls her to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was referencing earlier with the control wumbo jumbo she does. That she could have used to make Wong tell her things or whatever.
Yeah, theoretically, that's something she could do. There's so much
Yeah.
wrong, it's hard to remember if we've talked
Yeah,
about like,
absolutely.
but yeah, she tosses them in, and they end up in that world.
They didn't get teleported into like space, you know.
So that
Good
this
thing
is one we can talk about
teleports into
now,
New
actually,
York.
because we've got full context. That was either random by Wanda, and so they're incredibly lucky, or it was deliberate by Wanda to choose a world that's falling to shreds, but it wasn't one that you can't live in.
Yeah.
That bothers me as well, by the way, because how is that a destroyed universe when they can clearly still exist and walk around in it?
Well, I guess they're saying it's in the process of being destroyed. It's got like X amount of time left.
It's still got oxygen in there.
I don't
Still
know.
oxygen,
I don't know how it works that way. So you could have just killed him, and that would be the end of the movie. But no, you threw him into a world that's livable. Like, Okay.
Thanks.
Street smarts!
So she mind controls America to open up a portal to herself in our universe, if you will. Throws her through, closes it, and then she relinquishes control over that Wanda. And so everything's worked out, except for the fact that she's now temporarily in a position where she's sorting out her loss of control over alternate Wanda, while America Chavez is just free to do whatever she wants. If,
like, escape back into that universe.
yeah, if she was terrified enough of being on her own, facing the Scarlet Witch directly, and opened up another portal and sent herself to the Paint World, Scarlet Witch is just fucked. Like, but this film doesn't care, so...
Well, yeah, I mean,
No.
is she still not very stressed out? Could she not just, like,
I mean,
create new portals?
there's
or
always
run
these
through the
moments
portal?
the plot just relies on her not activating her portals.
The portals only work when it's convenient for the writers, whenever they
Yep.
need something to happen. Isn't it
Yeah,
funny
it
that
really
every
is,
time that the portals exist is for an act break?
True.
America makes portal, and then that's the next act. It's kind of hilarious. The prologue into Act 1, and then Act 1 into Act 2, and then Act 2 into Act 3. And
Yeah,
then the finale.
There's this weird effort by the film, because we then, dare I say, friendly Wanda, superior Wanda, whatever, she flies
Yeah.
off to, she says, my boys.
Just like, oh no, my
Okay.
kids. Yeah.
But then we
And
we
then when
see-
she runs through all of the dead bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it would just be so funny if Mordo had gotten out of his crevice, walked out to see all the bodies, and then he sees her running by, and he's just like, you fucking kidding me right now? But anyway, they show us her pick up and bind with magic America Chavez and like place her down on the platform, as if to imply, yeah, you can't open your portals now or something. It's just like, no, she's been bound every time when she does
Her
that.
portals have nothing to do with like anything that she's doing of like, because her whole thing is she like punches them open, right, in the comics, but like she hasn't done that in this movie. They just open.
They just open, yeah. It doesn't matter if her arms and legs are tied. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so you are Doctor Strange. You've just been sent through the portal. You're with Christine. You're in a universe that's falling the fuck apart, and you say, our plan is we've got to get to me in this universe to see if there's any way we can do anything. And it's like, all right. And what are the stakes again? Well, the multiverse is legit on the edge of destruction now. Like, she has America. So let us start slowly walking.
Sort of. Yes. Doctor Strange can fly. He's got
He can
the cloak.
literally fly.
And you might be like, well, you have to leave Christine alone. It's like, I don't know, just...
The cloak can just fucking take Doctor Strange over and then leave, go grab Christine and come back.
yeah.
It's absurd. And they're not running even. And then Christine has this line where she's like...
Whatever happened, this universe's you didn't do a very good job of stopping it.
Man, thanks.
It's such a weird line, 'cause it's like, neither did you.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Like, what?
He's
What?
like,
It's on
why?
me? Like, I just have to save every universe now? That's just my thing to do? I thought you said I suck, and that I kill everyone.
Oh, I've got to be holding the knife. Oh,
Yeah. Maybe in this world, I gave you the knife, and look what happened.
Yeah,
You
stupid
cut yourself.
bitch.
Cut yourself.
Oh.
Like I said, I kind of hate Christine throughout this film. She was fine in the first one, because she was just a normal person, but in this film, she's beholden to lines that don't match her character, because they got to make a point about Steven's character.
I will say, like, the whole, like, the film being like, oh, yeah, Stevens across universes, they're so similar. It's like, here's the thing, they wouldn't be.
No.
What happens to you in your life drastically changes who you are, more so than, like, innate qualities of you. Like, if one Doctor Strange, I don't know, like, didn't get bullied at much at school, he may be a totally different person. Like, that's what the multiverse as a concept should give you, that you can look at people who have nothing in common with you, who are you, they look like you, they sound like you, but they got nothing in common with you, and it's just a couple of different choices, or like one event that didn't go quite the same way. But like this film almost seems to want to make a point that like there are universal qualities of Doctor Strange. And it's kind of
So
funny to think
stupid.
about, because in No Way
Very
Home,
dumb.
they do a really cool thing, which is like it's almost a universal aspect of Spider-Man, that like there is this lesson that gets instilled in him. That's like a really interesting way of leveraging the multiverse. They're different people, but there's like a core that binds them together principally.
I would argue that part of what's happening in that film is that Andrew and Toby push him onto that path where he might not have
Exactly.
made it.
He might not have made it.
Tell me to do what I should have done in the first place. Peter, please don't. Those other guys are from your worlds, right? So you deal with it. If they die, if you kill them, that's on you. It's not my problem. I don't care anymore.
you could have had a darker Spider-Man who doesn't fucking care
No,
because
it's like
loved
it's
or
like
whatever.
Andrew Garfield said. You know, I got rageful, like I got vengeful. I had a bad experience, and I don't want you to be like me. It's like an acknowledgement that the event will change you.
Yeah.
But in this movie, it's like, well, no, you're like Doctor Strange. I can't believe that somebody who wrote for Rick and Morty would like come away with that perspective on like multiverse. How do you write for Rick and Morty and come away with such like a shallow interpretation of the multiverse?
I can explain it for you. Because they want to have that line, the line that everyone celebrates, and I think it's cringeworthy, the I love you in every universe. People are saying that's way better than I love you 3000, and it's like, what?
No, it's not.
Why?
No, it's not.
It really is
no,
not.
no.
Oh.
No. Come on. No, come on. Really?
Oh.
Really? People are saying that.
Yeah, there's it's like because obviously Endgame's been out long enough now, and I'm saying this to you of all people, right? That it's got like no stock left.
Turn on it. It's starting to be turned.
People have turned on No Way Home. Like this, the stock for these things just goes out of fashion the second the new one's out. And yeah, they were just like that line in Doctor Strange, one of the best romantic lines ever. Just like it's kind of creepy to be honest with you. I love you in every universe. Like, okay.
You've only met two versions of her. The one in your
Even when
universe.
she's Hitler?
Especially when she's Hitler.
That's when he loves her 3000.
Oh!
Yeah, if you're being realistic, the line should be like, I also hate you a lot with all the people who probably hate you. You know, I feel everything for you because it's infinite. All of the things have been felt, even nothing. That's what I mean. This movie is like dragged dialogue-wise into the Strange and Christine thing that they keep trying to make a thing but isn't a thing. Like, nobody gives a fuck. I'm sorry.
The problem is they just didn't have that much of a relationship in the first film. So, like, when in the second film you try and push it for... If you gave her more in the first film, because it's kind of the problem is it's like, this isn't your Christine. You don't have the same experiences with this Christine. She's not... It's like it's like the MCU doesn't understand. This is a different version of Loki. They're not going to just, because you want them to, align with the versions that we already know. They have different life experiences, different knowledge, different perspectives that would be informed by the world that they live in. You can't just have them all converge into like these sort of broad universal template. Just doesn't make sense. It's not even interesting to me. It would be way more interesting if like there was a Christine he met who like genuinely they just do not get along. They become two different people. They got nothing in common anymore.
She doesn't love him.
Yeah.
She doesn't reciprocate that love. Even when he says that, she just kind of goes,
They decided that would be one of the main things they're going to focus on, and I just think it was a bad choice because there's so little for you to work with in the first place, as you mentioned. But
you have so little time to work with as well, you know.
Age of Ultron, which doesn't star Pepper Potts or Jane, they both get mentioned.
So, no Pepper?
What about Jane? Where are the ladies, gentlemen?
Oh, Miss Potts has a company to run. There's even talk of Jane getting a Nobel Prize. But Jane's better.
As if to imply, like, we haven't forgotten about them, their stories will go on, and Pepper's did, but Jane's didn't until now.
Well, until now. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Like, I feel like you got a lot more room to work with
That's kind of my point.
Christine.
They didn't mention
Especially if she's gonna be the
Christine
focus of the movie.
because nobody fucking remembered her.
Yeah.
She wasn't in the entire, like, second act of Doctor Strange, right? She only comes in again really late when he's doing the astral projection thing.
That's right. Well, it's just because it's hard to incorporate her into the story. Because, like, she's a nurse and he's going off on a pilgrimage to, like, Nepal to become a wizard.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to keep her in.
Whereas I guess that was kind of their compromise here. It was like, well, in this universe, she's, like, a super-duper scientist lady who's in the Illuminati. That's how we can get her in. Which I guess is, like, less of a connection. Because I tried with Jane, it's like, well, she's an astrophysicist, right? So, or an astronomer. So you can kind of connect that to, like, Asgard a little bit. Not a whole lot. And I don't remember Thor the Dark World very well, so...
She's in a lot of it, but no one remembers the movie, so... Yeah. Christine is the key to all of Doctor Strange's arcs in this, basically. They arrive at Sinister Strange's house. So he comes in, and he's like, hey buddy, I'm you from a different universe. And he's like, okay, prove it. Tell me something only I would know. When he was a kid, he was playing with his sister on a frozen lake. She fell through the ice and drowned. He couldn't save her. So what you just said is all bullshit. That never happened to me. Oh yeah, I'm an alternate version of you, so I might not even share anything with you.
I didn't even have a sister. I mean, it was... Oh, you didn't save her?
Wow, you piece of shit.
You're a dick.
I did. She's married now, and she has kids, and she's having a happy life.
He's very happy about the fact that I saved her.
Yeah, we get along really swimmingly, so to speak.
So, I think the reason they're telling us is that that's a core memory that's defined his whole... He doesn't want to get close to anybody too much because he worries that they'll die, basically, and he can't save them. That's the whole I'm too scared to be with Christine thing. This thing that happened in his life that scarred him forever is that he couldn't save his sister when she was with him, so he worries about, you know, the care he can provide. And I was like, damn it, like the one thing that makes some little sense in this film, and it's not going to have been properly explored or utilized. So then Sinister Strange has himself like a monologue. He says Christine asked him at a wedding if he was happy. If you remember, that happened to our dude in our world. It's like, ho ho ho. And he's like, I have the power of gods, of course I'm happy. I don't know why I lied. I was kind of in the cinema just waiting for, like, what's the turn gonna be? What is gonna be the thing that makes the tone go to, like, dark? What is he gonna tell Strange that makes us go like, oh no? And it was so much funnier than I thought it would be. I was expecting him to be like, to eventually explain how he's just been fucking annihilating universes over and over again, searching for a Christine that loves him. That would actually be like something that I could understand happening from a corrupted Doctor Strange. But no, it's much funnier than that. So, talking about how he's sad he doesn't get to be with Christine, so he uses the Darkhold to dreamwalk into other Doctor Stranges to see if they're with Christine. And he says he keeps finding Doctor Stranges that are just as unhappy as he is. So, you know, he just eventually decides, fuck it, I'll kill him.
Obviously.
And like, it's just like, what? Why? And it's like, because they're sad.
I want them to be sad, so they have to die. It's like, oh,
this is the rare mercy suicide.
Incel Strange, yeah.
Are there no gay Doctor Stranges in the multiverse then? Because they probably wouldn't give a shit about being with Christine.
Well then, no. All the gay ones, they have a Chris in their universe. Yes. So, yeah, he's just like, okay, do you mind if I use the Darkhold to save my universe? And then Sinister Strange is like, I'll let you have the Darkhold if you give me your Christine. And then he just goes, she's not going to go for that, and attacks him. Did anyone else have the thought of like, man, could have lied?
Again, another instance where I could just lie.
And then there is another kind of crazy thought here, but like, what if, you know that he's you, but supercharged because he has the Darkhold, meaning if you were to fight him, you're probably going to lose, meaning your choices here are lose or lose Christine and save the universe. That sounds a lot more interesting and relevant to his arc than what they actually did.
Music fight.
Yeah, we have a music fight instead. I mean, what can you even say about this mechanically? I have no fucking clue what's happening. They're musicking each other.
Idea. It's the kind of thing that's like visually, like it's a really awesome concept visually. To have just two magic people using music as weaponry, but it's just such nonsense here. And I've actually been trying to think of a version of this fight that would actually make sense. Like, what would you have to do? And the only thing I thought of so far is if it's like two people sparring, just trying to push the limits of what magic can actually do. So they're choosing intentionally ridiculous ways to use magic that wouldn't necessarily come up in a realistic combat scenario. That's about all I've got so far. And maybe that could escalate into a real one, and they were already using the music notes by that point. But with this one, why did they both decide to use the music notes? Like, I've heard is that Doctor Strange is a fan of classical music, so that's why he chose it. That's not a good enough. No.
Is it not odd as fuck? He fires like a barrage of those things into Sinister Strange. It doesn't do anything to him other than make him go, whoa, whoa,
oh no.
Whoa. To me, this is just like the end point of Doctor Strange's powers, where you're like, yeah, stuff. I don't know. Yeah. It's like, how does he start this fight? He pulls them off music sheets. It's like, but how does that work? That's just ink. And it's like,
well, magic. Shut up.
I very much enjoyed. I was reading through a thread on this film, and this scene in particular. There was a split decision on whether or not this scene is awesome or cringe, and lots of people were arguing for both sides. And there was two people whose discussion was particularly interesting, where they were trying to argue. One of them was like, "It's a classic Raimi scene. It's fucking awesome." The other one was like, "No, Raimi doesn't do this shit. This is embarrassing." I was like, "So you can't even figure out if it's his or not."
This is studio meddling. The music fight. I knew it.
Who knows? Until someone in an interview says, "Yeah, the music was mine," and then someone else is like, "Oh, you believe him, do you?" Like, they have a big "I am all the Jedi" moment, just like every magic fight ends that way. It blows up. Our Strange is fine. Evil Strange gets blown through the window and lands on the fucking railings that stab him to death. Like,
yeah,
it's just funny. It's like, yeah, of course. What else is gonna happen? You have to get rid of him, whatever. There's no context for any of this for Christine. She walks up to him, and his third eye opens and gives her a little look-see, and she like screams, and it's like,
that's
oh,
it.
Okay.
And then the scene
Well,
cuts.
we gotta. This film's got to move along. Like, it's just, what else are we gonna do? Fuck you. We're moving on. But then we cut over to good old Wong. They show us that he's alive and fine.
Even though his skull cracked open on that rock, how did he land softly on the rock?
If you look at where he fell, it's not possible with the momentum and the angle that he fell that he would have remained on that spot. That's just not happening.
And even if he had, he would have all of its bones.
Even if he
powder, they're all gone.
Just
he's jelly.
Grade A farm fresh plot armor, beautiful. Just applied right there. Yeah, he tosses the thing up. It's funny. He throws it up like a grappling hook, right, and it hooks on to just really awkwardly to two rocks, and he starts climbing. Jay asked me about this. He's like, "Did he do that with magic? Like, why did that work?" And I was just like, "Oh, fuck it."
Reasons.
Yeah, he did it with magic. Whatever.
Does he have a sling ring here again?
He should have a sling ring. They didn't show us it getting lost, but I guess he doesn't have it anymore. I don't know. The thing is, that little rope is sorcery. It's literally got a wire of sorcery on it. But they told us they can't use sorcery.
You couldn't portal us up there?
My magic can only take us so far. Masters of the mystic arts weren't meant to tread upon the forbidden grounds of Wanda.
But they can.
Clearly they can. So she starts the big suck. Which is fucked in terms of timeline. Like, that means that she had her on the table, and then it took all the time it took Strange to get to Sinister Strange for her to start sucking.
Nice.
I don't feel the need to change the wording there. That was perfect. Okay.
No.
So that's a nice little stretching of time to make this kind of work out. And we cut back, and Doc Strange is looking through the Darkhold, and he's found the universe America's in, so now he's preparing. And wonderful old Christine walks in, and she has some stuff to say. I wish she wouldn't talk, but she keeps doing it.
What are you doing with the Darkhold? Are you going to dreamwalk?
It's a little bit more than just dreamwalking.
All you strangers, you're the same.
Christine, don't you want to ask him about what happened? Literally, a man just got impaled in front of you.
Yeah, where did he go? What happened? Where? How?
Still down there.
I'm
wiggling.
And she, by the way, she didn't ask if, like, is he supposed to be dying? Do we care about him? Are we helping him? Is he dead? Yeah, she doesn't ask about any of that. She just immediately starts chastising him for trying to save the multiverse. He doesn't even try that counter that I'm trying to save the multiverse. He just says, "You're right. We are all the same."
All you strangers, you're the same.
I know. You're right. We are all the same.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay. I don't know. Like, it's like he's so checked out at this fucking point. It's just like, yeah, whatever. Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, I guess. He basically says, like, I'm gonna need you like, I need you to shut up and just help me at this point.
While I'm under, I need you to protect my body in case they attack me for trespassing.
Who's they?
Souls of the damned.
Okay. And then he's preparing to dreamwalk, and she's like, don't you need a living thing to dreamwalk into? And he's like, who said that? There's a lot to talk about with this.
Oh, there is so much that happens here. So much.
First of all, you can dreamwalk into dead people? if we're supposed to understand it as you take advantage of whatever their sort of standing is in that universe, like as in you get access to all of their senses and abilities, when you're a dead person, it's just like there's no blood flowing. And I know that they have him move in like, ooh, zombie ways, but it's like, well, I mean, you're not moving at all, right? You got no control over anything.
There's no moving, because there's no blood pumping, there's nothing, and you're dead.
Then you might be like, oh, you're ruining the magic of zombie stuff. And it's like, no, okay, look. I'm just saying...
the magic of zombie stuff.
It's weird that you can dreamwalk into things that don't even necessarily have to... Like, how decomposed does he have to get before you can't dreamwalk anymore? Because I think it's a much clearer rule that you can't dreamwalk if they're not living. Like, that could have been a nice little borderline. But now it's like, what if he's, like, mostly dust? Can you still get in there?
Well, you see, Mauler, if he's cremated, you turn into, like, a dust man that just walks around. Or you turn into Sandman. You fly around. Great.
And you know what? That's just the simplest of issues with this. It's like, okay, we'll file that away and file that in fine.
Okay, fine. Sufficiently together corpse is enough. Sure.
This is gonna be pretty useless for him because getting into zombie Defender Strange puts you in New York City, which is very far away from Mount Wenticor or whatever. So you're gonna need something to get you there.
Well, Mount Wenticor is actually in southern Canada. So it's not that far, I guess.
Oh, I'm sure you can walk there, but that still wouldn't be fast enough, would it?
It's going to take a bit too long.
Yeah, he's going to need something, some kind of... He's going to have to walk somewhere to get something, I don't know. But luckily for him, when he rises from his grave, they have a very explicit shot to show he has a sling ring.
Oh, that's useful.
Oh?
Which, very, very upsetting when I saw that in the old theater, because you lied to me, movie. You told me he didn't have one. You told me he died because he didn't have one. But he has one. I've never more explicitly felt in my head, I was like, you cheaters.
How dare you?
Kind of changes the whole movie, really.
The opening scene should have been him opening a portal directly to the book with America. He grabs it, casts a spell to kill Spaghetti Monster, casts a spell to kill Wanda, and then the credits roll.
Yep. And that would be the end.
Movie.
But no,
the whole movie changes because they forgot that he had it.
They didn't. Did they forget, or did they get to this point and they went, "Oh shit"?
Yeah, that's the reality. They got to this point.
What happened. Yeah.
They said, "How does he get to the mountain?" It's like sling ring. It's like, yeah, but he can't. They wouldn't even have said that. They would have just said sling ring. No, I don't even believe that they remembered he's not supposed to have one. They would have been like, yeah, he's a dead Strange. Because to be honest with you, Doctor Strange should have taken that off him when he buried him. He should have been like, that's a sling ring. Oh, yeah. It's fucking useful.
That's really useful. Yeah. Plus, if for whatever reason the one that I have gets magically disappeared, then I will have a spare.
He portals away, ends up on Mount Wenticor, and then you hear a voice say something like, Stephen Strange possessing the dead is forbidden, or something like that. It's like, wait, what?
So it's forbidden to dreamwalk into dead bodies, but it's not forbidden to dreamwalk into living people.
Apparently.
It's more ethical to dreamwalk into dead people. Yeah. It's literally more ethical.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but
the demons are like, oh, you did something that's
you
better,
can't be doing that.
We're going to get you and drag you to hell.
Yeah.
And of course, someone in chat has said, forbidden by whom? Good question. There will be no answer in this film.
By all the squeaky demons.
Clearly Mephisto, I guess. He's like, hey.
Nightmare or something.
Also, wait. Someone in chat said they didn't even hide it. He has it in the opening scene. I did have a look. I couldn't see it in the opening scene. But if he actually is fucking wearing it in the opening scene, I don't know. That's almost worse. Yeah.
That's worse.
Which problem would you like to have? Your pick.
Now, let's get back to the movie on Disney Channel.
It's just funny that it's forbidden to do it to the dead, but not the living. It's just like, that makes no sense at all, but okay. We'll have to yet again be like, fine, that's how your rules work. And so they start fluming all over him. They're like, blah, 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 and if you don't leave this body, if you don't cease this dream walk right now, we're gonna drag you to hell. Hey, Hey, check that out. Look at that reference.
Hey,
nice.
I bet a lot of those people haven't watched that film.
I guarantee
like, oh.
many haven't seen it. Would probably still reference it as great though.
What is that?
Hell?
Yeah, the Sam
I know
Raimi's
of the
film Drag Me
movie.
to Hell. I'm just curious how many people like this film was so Sam Raimi. It's like, have you seen it or Oz the Great and Powerful? I'm genuinely curious.
I'm assuming
I
have
have.
not. Because
The only things he made were The Evil Dead that one time and Spider-Man.
that's usually what you get referenced.
Even Evil Dead is a bit of a stretch, I think, for some. It's just for some people, it's just Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, if you look at the video essays, a lot of them only cite Spider-Man. It's like, man, he's done a lot, you know. Like, it's not just
Oz was not good.
So anyway, that's kind of where I was going. He starts getting dragged to hell. Wow, all the demons are grabbing him.
This movie dragged me to hell.
No, yeah.
Well, it's up to Christine to save him. What? I was so lost in the cinema. I was like, why didn't he tell her this is what it is? And how is she supposed to defeat evil undead spirit monsters? What the fuck is she gonna do? She's just a lady. Like, is she gonna slap him? Like, what's gonna happen? I have no idea. Lucky for her, she is thrown across the room and bumps into a weapon that she recognizes, luckily, and knows how to use. It's just like, oh, okay.
Dude.
This thing is like explosive flamethrower, and she fires it directly in his direction. I thought it was really funny. He's just on the floor, and she blows them away. Right? It's like you could have killed him, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. And yeah, she gets rid of the 2 that are here. Like, man, lucky there wasn't the 16-ish of them.
Just a couple stragglers.
Mm-hmm. And then something happens that I really don't fucking like. So he's struggling, okay? He be struggling. He's writhing. He doesn't know what to do. He's going to hell. Help him out. By the way, this is a line that's celebrated by so many people as like an awesome fuck yeah moment in the film. We're gonna have a different conversation about it. He grabs his hand and
oh, fuck no.
He says, "Hey, you're the master of the mystic arts. They're spirits. Use them." And then they do like fucking guitar sound, and he's like, "Oh yeah,
that's a good idea. I'll use them." Whatever.
I remember that as an epic line. I didn't even remember the line till now.
I mainly remember the guitar noises.
2 major issues with this. First, why the hell is that something you're telling him? What the fuck? He's the Sorcerer Supreme, like, let's be honest. It's like, why the hell wouldn't he have done this to begin with? Why would he need Christine to tell him, you're a sorcerer, bro? But, I'd say possibly the more pressing issue, these things, specifically designed to drag a sorcerer to hell if they start to infect and control a dead body, their greatest weakness is a sorcerer.
Yep.
What the fuck's the point?
The point is that they wanted the imagery of Doctor Strange with a bunch of like scary skeleton arms and then flying with a massive like cape assembled from demons. That's what it is.
This looked really cool.
Yeah.
And it did. It looked cool as hell.
This film is beholden to a lot of visuals that they wanted.
It answers all the questions for why any of this happened. All of it's been crazy nonsense, everything to do with these spirits. And it's like, yeah, it all happened because they were just trying to get the visual. That's it.
And they wanted the trailer shot, the trailer shot of a zombie Doctor Strange with a bunch of crazy, like, skeleton arms. This film is very much beholden to... Because that's the reason why they had Wanda walking around like a zombie instead of flying around. Because they thought it looked cooler. Like, there's so many things in this film where you just wanted something that looked cool and you didn't care how you got it.
And it works. People have been sharing the fuck out of it being like one of the best parts of the film. Is amazing. And I'm just sitting here like, I mean, visually, sure.
Visually it's cool, but it's abject nonsense.
That makes sense. Kind of important.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it made sense, but never mind. We can't have everything. So he's heading toward the temple with his big old spirit wings now. And the demons spot him, and one of them starts casting some Wanda spells. And it's like, wait, what? Oh, okay, here we go. We're about to have our big fight. He gets stabbed in the head by Wong and pulled off the cliff. It's like, oh.
Could have had a cool fight there, you know? But
guess they
were
just sitting around all that time. They were a little bit rusty, I guess. Also, just a knife. You just stab them with a knife and they die, which is, I mean,
maybe that one didn't get pre-visualized, so there was no fight.
There's 3 left. So, you know, what are we going to do with them?
Well, because remember, they're throwing little rocks at him. They're like, here's a rock. I'm going to get you. They're throwing them rocks down, but then, they get...
They want to use those Wanda powers again. Let's just use the rocks.
Yeah, you just give them a little push. and they're all dead. That's it.
Easy peasy.
And that's the end of those monsters.
Yep,
These
that's
very
what they
large,
contributed.
intimidating monsters. Whoa, and trailer shots.
Well, funny you mentioned that, of course, because Doctor Strange then takes the time to acknowledge he can see Wong. Wong shouts Strange's name, and he does a little spinny, cool, like I'm awesome thing, and then he lands to attack Wanda, and it's like, bro, what about Wong?
What about Wong, your buddy, who you haven't seen for a while?
He's hanging on the edge of a cliff.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe this in the trailer. He's like, "Oh, Strange!" Like he screams it like he's scared of what's happening to mislead you. But in the film, he's like, "Strange, woohoo!" Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this, where you include content that isn't in the film to trick people.
Strange!
Well, the funny thing is that take is more suitable. Wong shouldn't be happy that he's seeing this. He shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah, exactly. How does he know that it's actually
it's not even
Doctor Strange?
The easy, straightforward argument is this is evidence that Strange is using the Darkhold, which corrupts you.
Yeah.
Quote unquote.
And also, you don't even know that this is the real Strange. It could just be a zombie Strange, you know?
Yeah, this doesn't look great. Whatever's happening, even though those beasts got knocked off the cliff, it's like, you don't know what's going on here, man. And then instead of inspecting that and asking a question, they make it a joke.
I don't even want to know.
Nice.
I know you've been having a bad day, but man, you really do want to know, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Wanda,
well, before that happens, I want to highlight that Wanda is only aware of him once he lands. She hasn't paid attention to anything that's happened up to that point.
Yeah.
None of it. Just is not aware of any of that. And obviously she has not finished the big suck.
Hey, that's a lot of power to travel the multiverse. How you tell me how long she should be sucking?
10 years.
10 years later.
Wanda is just as fucking dense now as she always has been. The first thing she says when she sees him is, hypocrite!
Dreamwalking, you hypocrite!
And it's like,
yeah,
bro,
well,
when you're about to destroy the fucking multiverse, yes, I will use the Darkhold.
Well, it's kind of funny because in interviews, that's something that Elizabeth Olsen's been saying, like, oh, she's calling out the hypocrisy. It's like, is this one of the 5 lines that sort of happens with each Marvel movie of the broad topics that you have to keep hitting every time? It doesn't make sense. How is he a hypocrite for using the Darkhold to save the universe when you're using it to just destroy everything?
To get to your kids that aren't even yours. It's like
they're not even yours.
Unbelievable.
It's so in chat. You're like, liar. It's like it's worse than that. It's way worse than that. This final battle sucks. It's like all it is that Doctor Strange is like, here, have some ghosts. They're gonna get you, and then we're gonna put you in a sphere and lock you in, and then there's a couple punches. That's the final battle.
Well, the way that they portray it is she fires a bunch of her magic at him, and the demons eat it all. It seems to me that they were trying to, they were trying to tell us that if anything, her attacks will just power him up. I was like, okay, that ain't true.
Then that's not
soon
what
enough.
happens. No.
Yeah.
I guess it's worth pointing out though as well. Defender Strange getting his corpse paraded around like this guy. What an awful fate he's had. Nobody cries for Defender Strange. There's no fanfare for Defender Strange. He dies a horrible death, despite actually saving America's life in the end. And his reward is getting his corpse paraded around.
Well, and considered a traitor.
And he's such an amazing guy. He would be okay with it if that's what it took. Because he's that kind of hero.
There's no burial for him. He's buried under a bunch of rubble. He's not in there. I know he's not in there, but it's his corpse just getting paraded around. Do you not understand?
A ponytail.
Well, it's just
kind of
it's about respect. Nobody gives a fuck about him.
Yeah. It's just lame that there's no acknowledgement of this Defender Strange died trying to save the universe, and his fanfare is he gets buried on a roof, and everybody makes fun of him, and then he gets his corpse paraded around and melted and buried underneath a pile of all this rubble,
and considered someone who betrayed America.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. What about
bullshit?
What about the Avengers in his universe? Are they gonna be wondering where he fucking went?
No, they won't even inform his universe what happened to him. Nobody will know.
He just disappeared. They don't know. There's no body.
They'll never find his body. There'll never be a funeral. He's gone. Yeah.
He's disappeared one day.
I mean, to rewind it, at the beginning of the film, when Doctor Strange is looking at his very first dead self, he's like, I got a ponytail. Boop. Like,
somewhere out there, I had a ponytail.
Like,
yeah, no, it's like, dude, he's dead. Like,
man died.
Yeah.
Trying to save the multiverse.
MCU movies don't like to linger on realities ever. They're just like, blah, blah, blah. It's
Not
fine.
really,
It's funny,
no.
actually. That's what it is. It's funny. It's like,
Yeah.
okay. Again, non-stop nonsense. So she's trapped in that sphere. Wong's trying to hold her, but he's like, she's gonna break free. You gotta take America's power. And it's funny to me because it's like, no, kill her. Don't take the fucking power, because then Scarlet Witch will just take it off him. Kill her. Stop fucking around. Finally, we can do the. Finally, we can do what Defender Strange didn't even like. It's just funny to come full circle.
No, we are about to resolve one of the 4 arcs for Doctor Strange. That arc being, you know what? I'm not going to be ruthlessly pragmatic anymore.
I'm going to be an idiot.
I'm actually
instead.
I'm gonna give you a pep talk and hope that the multiverse doesn't die.
Well, yeah. So
his grand plan is, hey, America, believe in yourself, okay? And then
and that's not a joke. I want to make sure people understand this who are listening and don't know what happens. He walks up to her and gives her a literal pep talk. It's not like there's nothing else to it.
America, I've come here to tell you to trust yourself.
He has no reason whatsoever to think that'll work, but he's gonna try.
Well, I mean, Mauler, what is he saying exactly?
Part of the pep talk involves so I said there was like nothing for him to think it. I guess this is the reasoning for the movie to think that she can take the Scarlet Witch on, because he believes that every portal she has opened has been deliberately designed to take them wherever they needed to go. It's the word he uses, is needed to go.
Trust your power. That's how we stop her.
I can't control it.
Yes, you can. You have been all along. Every time you opened a portal, you sent us exactly where we needed to go.
And then she says, which is one of a bazillion counters, by the way, but they don't go over all of them.
What about the first time?
Meaning the one that fucked her parents over and sent her to a different universe. And he says, that led you here.
Even that led you to this moment when you're gonna kick that witch's ass.
Thanks, moms.
Yeah,
I guess.
So, I guess to run back all of the problems that stem from this. So, like, up until this point, if you're watching them tumble through all of these universes, it's like, okay, so first of all, man, it was both very convenient and very inconvenient that the portal that you opened when you were being attacked as you went for the Book of Vishanti took you to the universe with seemingly the best Doctor Strange, but also the Scarlet Witch who was trying to get you. Like, man, what out of infinite realities?
Well, wouldn't the better way to say that then would be that she is running away from someone who is in only one universe, right? She's
out of infinite.
We have to clear this up too, because you might be like, well, wait, why is there only one? So if there were infinite Scarlet Witches chasing America, then we should see them, but we don't. Why don't we? Well, she's a nexus being, quote unquote, which is something you're supposed to infer from meta knowledge, that she is the only one across the multiverse. How does that make any sense? No idea. It doesn't. But we'll have to accept that for the sake of this, because it has to be true, considering we don't see loads of Scarlet Witches everywhere. We should be, all of them should be chasing America, because America is the only one of her kind, is what they've told us in the movie. So yeah, so if she's the only one, we're not talking about a needle in space, okay? We're talking it's infinite. The odds of her, America Chavez, deciding I need to get to a good Doctor Strange in order for me to be successful, that's this guy. And it's like, that universe is also the one that the Scarlet Witch is in.
What are the odds?
Oh, cruel face.
One in infinite.
We've talked about this before off stream, but I think that is the biggest contrivance we will ever have ever. There's nothing that can do that.
Because it's plausible. It's in one in like a billion.
Yeah, you can't even use numbers. You can't even use numbers.
It's infinite.
And then you run through that. You run through that line of reasoning again when they escape from Kamar-Taj. It's like, it's real lucky that none of your portals opened in the vacuum of space or in like the middle of a star or in places that you couldn't survive. And it's really lucky that your portals kept opening to take you to a universe, that the Illuminati universe, where you can live. Would have sucked if the power stopped working in the paint universe. That just would have been the end of you, I guess.
And someone said Kang did it. It's like, no, he's out. He couldn't have done
Kang's
this.
out. Kang's dead.
I think.
Well, at least the one who orchestrated all the TVA's dead.
Yeah. So
and also, what does
could
it
have
mean
been
for Kang to do that? Like, if they teleport to the paint universe, does he open a portal to the paint universe and then delete them and reset the timeline so that they can try to filter through all the portals again, except this time keep going and get to the Illuminati universe? Otherwise, it's just another one in infinite chances that it leads them to this universe where there's a door that leads them to the Book of Vishanti. Like, that there's a portal there. If it teleported them anywhere else, like the Noir universe or the dinosaur world, and they got stuck there, that just would have been the end of them.
Why didn't the portal just take them straight to the Book of Vishanti the second time?
Because Doctor Strange is full of shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
a very roundabout way to get us to that book.
Well, so this is the thing. You have to judge so on the track that it always took them to where they needed to go to eventually have it be that the Scarlet Witch was defeated. That means that whatever her subconscious is, it decided we have to have all these people die. The Illuminati have to die. All of these innocent sorcerers, they have to die.
I don't see how that makes sense in terms of the way that her powers work from her perspective. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
It puts their deaths on her. If you're arguing that this is like...
Yeah, her subconscious.
She decided. It's just like, you know, you have the ability to get to the thing you need, but you keep choosing alternate paths for no reason at all, and your delays cause people to die. It's like, you need to fucking think about that. But let's be honest, that ain't it. That's not actually what happened, because she had no fucking control over this. Which means she has been fucking incredibly lucky throughout this whole film. All those
lucky bordering on impossibility, as in actually bordering on impossibility, like in the truest sense of the word. And here's another thing that's worth thinking about. What does it mean as a human being with a human brain that can only understand concepts at like a human level to be able to consciously or subconsciously identify individual universes amidst an infinite number of universes and then go to those places? Like, what does it mean for her to say, yeah, let's get back to the MCU timeline? How do you envision that? Wouldn't there be an infinite number of duplicate MCU timelines? How would you even imagine where in that universe you need to go? Like, on Earth, of all of the planets, in all of the star systems, in all of the galaxies, in all of the universe, in all of the universes, how do her powers work? How can she consciously choose where she's going? I don't see how it's even possible. This is it's infinite. Like, it's infinite realities.
Yeah.
And yeah, and she actually says in this scene, by the way, just take my power, just kill me. Like, that's clearly we got to stop Wanda from getting it.
You're gonna take my power, aren't you? Before Wanda can. It's okay. I understand now.
It's just like, fuck you. What exactly was her arc regarding that? And someone might intuitively say, well, it's the amount of death she's seen, surely. And it's like, they didn't really leverage that, did they?
It's never really acknowledged throughout the film.
Nope.
Because America's just kind of a plot device. She's not really much of a character at all.
No.
Yeah.
Fucking annoying. There should have been several moments where she has to come to terms with the fact that every fucking person that dies with Wanda chasing her, she has some level of it, like cause and effect chain. She's involved. She's not ethically responsible in any way as far as I'm concerned, but at the same time, she's going to feel as though she is.
Well, that responsibility belongs to Maria Rambeau for letting Wanda go at the end of WandaVision.
Monica Rambeau.
Monica, sorry.
Yes, you're right. Because Monica might have actually had the capacity to, I guess we'll find out in the movie, right? Like, what she can do. She might have been able to stop her.
Dude, yeah, probably. And I wouldn't even be surprised if she, like, confirmed she was so correct with what she did in Westview. No, I don't think it'll ever be acknowledged again. I think they'll forget. I think they moved on. Like, Monica's involvement in Wanda's story, I think, is over. I imagine Westview might get a line because it's going to be where she got her power from.
Maybe, but like, no, I don't think they're going to reference Wanda. I think they're just moving on. It's like, no, she's getting her own story. Like, we're not.
And she got another version of her mum killed.
Yep. Well done.
Sure, actually. That's,
are you beating off
I didn't even think of that.
Beaten off? Oh, no. But yeah, that's all he gives her is, go beat her up. I believe in you.
And then the motivation she actually needs to like be able to control her powers.
Telling her that has made it so that she now has complete control over her powers. Just telling her that.
That was easy.
Kind of incredible.
I mean,
it's incredibly unsatisfying when the big payoff for your hero moving from tier 1 to tier 2, if you will, is just, yeah, I believed that I could. You're like, okay.
Yeah, believe in it. You should have believed sooner, honestly.
Yeah, I guess that was just our mistake for not, I don't know. Right, so that was the big thing we were waiting to have the conversation for this whole time, was them establishing that turns out every time they go through one of his stupid-ass portals, it's because she's directing them to a particular place. So that doesn't make any sense. She should have gone straight to the Book of Vishanti. She didn't. Fuck her. Simple. Yeah. Instead, he wastes time killing everybody. But I don't think the movie wants to address that. So
Wanda broke out of the thing. She broke out.
Doctor Strange just sort of tanks a shot from Scarlet Witch. He almost walks into it. He just takes it, and it burns half of his fucking body off. It's like, America's disappeared for a minute. It's like what's going on? She starts really incinerating Doctor Strange to the point where he's like, and then you hear like a, and it's fucking America. She like jumps in a hero pose. It's just like, what is this?
What are we doing? Jesus Christ.
And yeah, she punches Wanda in the face so hard it causes a shockwave that spreads through the entire mountain.
So like, Wanda's dead.
Wanda is in pieces.
She has no head. It just popped off.
It's so stupid. Like, I was just like, what are you trying to say? And Wanda's just like taking them. She's not stopping her.
Like a couple of them.
Yeah, because
whatever.
It's at that point that she like, when she punches her, it opens a portal to like a Mustafar, and Wanda nearly falls in. But then, like, America throws another punch and Wanda blocks it. And she's like, I can't defeat you. And it's like, yeah, you could have just kicked her into the Mustafar.
Just close the portal. She's in Mustafar.
Yeah.
Her feet are in Mustafar. She could have just closed the portal and won. She's fucked if she's left there.
But no, we still got drama we need to have occur.
Worth pointing out, Doctor Strange said the plan, in full, was kick her ass. That's all he's got. He doesn't have any other plan. She tried to kick her ass. It didn't work. So Doctor Strange should right now be like, well, that's it.
Guess
we lost.
Multiverse.
Yeah, sorry. I kind of just hoped.
I don't know what other magic bullshit I could pull out of my asshole for this one. I think we might actually have run out of things the writers gave us.
But then America opens up one last portal. And it's to the Westview house in the alternate universe. It's actually the Illuminati universe. It's
well, because Wanda's got scars on her face, the good one.
Well, it's honestly, if it were any other one, it wouldn't make anywhere near as much sense. But it also doesn't make any sense because the idea here is that Wanda, thanks to Charles, understands what's happening to some degree because he explained it to her, if you remember, kind of quickly.
Yeah. Wanda Maximoff, your mind is being held hostage by your alternate self.
So that's what informs why she ends up saying what she says. So yes, this is that universe. That's going to cause loads of problems in a second. We're going to get there. So she sees her kids, and they scream at her like, oh my god, Bobby, what the fuck? And then
she's confused as to why they would be upset when this crazy version of their mom just teleports in.
The good Wanda turns up, and Scarlet Witch Wanda just fucking blasts her away instantly, because it's just like, yeah, of course. Yeah. And America sees that, and she goes to do something, because that's what a normal good person would do, and Doctor Strange goes, no, wait. And it's like, wait, bro.
Why?
Hello, she might kill her. Like, what do you mean? Wait, it's just like, yeah, because Doctor Strange has already predicted exactly how this will go. When he has no fucking reason to think it'll go the way it does. Her kids are pretty terrified because their monster mother just attacked their actual mother, and monster mother is like, stop it!
Please don't hurt us. Please.
Never. I would never hurt anyone. I'm not a monster. I'm...
Whoa, this is so good, because she's realizing she's a monster now. And we're all just sitting here like, okay.
Like, come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Better late than never.
I mean, also, I guess worth not moving past it. They're scarred for life. Like,
At any point, some crazy witch person might come out of a portal and terrorize them.
It's just like, what did she think was going to happen? Like,
well, so this is the fundamental argument people make is that, yeah, but to see it happen, that's different than to know.
Nah, come
I'm
on.
just like, so it's difficult for me because I'm like, so you're telling me that she really didn't believe the idea that her kids would find it horrible? Is that what you're saying? She had to see it to know that that was a reality? Because she thought in her head, my kids, they'll probably be fine with me murdering people, right? That's probably chill.
Attacking their actual mother.
Well, and I just don't think it lines up any way you try and slice it, because earlier when America Chavez said, your kids will like think this is horrible, and she said, they'll never know.
This isn't what your children would want.
They'll never know.
Maybe not, but you will.
Like, so she knows then that her kids would disapprove of this. So seeing them disapprove it means what exactly to her? What the payoff should be here is that she's like, well, these ones are ruined. I'm going to have to go for a different one now.
These ones are ruined, basically, yeah.
Because she knew they wouldn't approve of this the whole time. So why would them being like, wow, you're a monster for hurting our mother, be something that would change her course of action? She knows that they would think that. That's obvious. She thinks that. She's aware that this is immoral. I don't like.
Yeah, because remember earlier in the film, she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm not. that was me being reasonable." So she understands scalability in terms of like wrongdoing.
And she said, "I don't relish like killing people." So like,
which is obviously not true.
It's just like, help me out, because like people adore this, and I'm like, why? And it's like, because seeing her children react to her doing these horrible things was enough to push her over the edge of realizing that it was a horrible thing. She's like, no, she always knew it was horrible. She always knew that.
What if you reach them? What happens to the other you? What happens to their mother?
So what exactly is happening here? And it's just like, just seeing her kids upset, that's enough. And it's like, okay. It just sucks then, doesn't it? That the entire film, all these different people appealing to her and all these miserable fucking lives getting snuffed out as they scream in pain because of all the efforts they put into trying to stop her from taking over the entire multiverse or destroying it. None of that is not even a blip. What is, though, is her children who aren't even hers crying because she's beaten up their mum. Of course they're crying. None of this lines up for me. I don't follow.
It's not a meaningful arc as far as I'm concerned.
Seems rushed to me, where they're just like, I don't know, this is what gets you to snap out of it. And it's like, so the Darkhold's not very effective then, huh? If you can be snapped out.
No.
I don't understand how you're capable of character growth.
At the same time, it could turn you totally evil.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they will argue to death that she was completely corrupted, she's not responsible for anything she does in this film. Simultaneously, she's capable of character growth and will stop doing evil things.
You have to choose one or the other.
Yeah, you can't have both of those.
She's culpable and everything is on her head, including the redemption, but all of the bad things too. You got to pick one. Either she had nothing in this film, no arc, no character, nothing, or she had the meaningful moment that you value, but then you have to have her carry all of the horrible things she did. Pick one. Yeah. They both suck as outcomes, but that's because this movie's awful.
Yeah, it is. It shouldn't have been about the kids at the end. Like, at some point, the Scarlet Witch should have just become the Scarlet Witch. It's like, this has never been about kids. I want to take over the multiverse. They always had human connection, family trauma, you know.
Well, because there's the second half to this arc now, so that's out of the way. It's that she's told by Illuminati Wanda.
No good will be left.
And it's supposed to imply a payoff of, like, that's what she needed. She needs to just know that the kids will be happy, even whether or not she's there.
Even though when she looked through all of the multiverses in Kamar-Taj, she saw them all happy as families, so she already knew that.
There's no peace in knowing that. Even though you can't be with the ones you love, there are worlds where you are together. Is that not enough?
No.
That.
Also, this family will not be happy. You've ruined this one's life. It's over for this Wanda. You've destroyed her life.
Use that woman's body to murder people.
Yeah, we better lay it out, because there are a couple counters to this, but we'll just get it nice and clean. So, the Illuminati are an organization that have decided it's worth killing people who have the chance to become like a fucking warhead, if you will, they're gonna kill her. They're gonna absolutely fucking kill her, and that's if they even realize that she's just not entirely responsible for all of it. Like, if they conclude with Mordo and security cameras, you know what? This wasn't her, this was evil Wanda taking her body. It's like, that's fine, we're still getting rid of her. Like, if evil Wanda comes back for these kids, which is fucking likely, she's gonna destroy the universe. And the faster we get rid of you, the more chance there is that there's no likelihood of an incursion. They're killing her. They're fucking executing her.
Yep.
And I mean, even if they don't, like, she's still traumatized. I don't see how she can live comfortably and happily knowing that at any point in time she could just have her mind stolen from her and her entire life taken from her children put in jeopardy and made to do awful things at any given time. Like, it's over for this family. She's destroyed it beyond repair.
And so I hate this being part of the arc, being like, just know that they'll be happy. It's like, they won't. Thanks to you.
Yeah, exactly. You've made sure of that.
And they can't even escape to a different universe because that'll cause an incursion. So never mind. It's just over. So yeah, the portal's closed. That Wanda gets to live happily ever dead, and we get to go back to our world where Zombie Strange and America are just sort of standing there awkwardly, like, are you good now?
You're not evil anymore.
I hope you're not evil anymore.
The Darkhold has finally ceased.
And that is where I would like to highlight, Strange had no fucking clue about any of this. He said to America, go kick that bitch's ass. He did not entail, you should open up a portal to her alternate self and show her to her kids to make her realize how much of a monster. He didn't say any of that. He had no idea. He was just watching this happen. He's like, please, 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 please work. Whatever this is, please work.
Does he even know she can do, like, crazy punches at all? I don't know if he saw that happen in the movie ever.
No, he did. You're right. He didn't. I don't even know what he thought was going to happen here.
So I don't know what I don't know what he expected to happen.
The idea with that character has more powers than just traveling through the multiverse, right? But he doesn't know that because this is
that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, there was, unless it was between cuts that she told him about all of it or something.
I mean,
that's how you do storytelling, okay?
You leave all the important information during the cuts when nobody can see it.
Yeah, Wanda then decides, fuck it, I'm just going to destroy the temple with me in it. That's probably the best thing to do since I'm a horrible fucking influence on the world. Like,
Myself.
Yes, she destroys herself while America escapes with Wong. They go right to Kamar-Taj.
So Doctor Strange technically wasn't even at the final battle scene of his own fucking movie.
Dude, I don't even know what did he do? Like, he told America to do a thing. She didn't even do that thing. And the thing she did won the day. And then Wanda did a thing that ended one. Like, Doctor Strange in this film is so beyond embarrassing. I don't even know what to say.
So I guess, so yeah, she destroys the castle and it destroys the Darkhold in every universe.
So she destroyed the Darkhold in every universe.
How? That goes against everything. Fuck you.
She did the right thing.
Why? Why?
First and foremost for me, it has to be mentioned immediately. She's going to destroy every Darkhold in every universe, and this is considered a plus by Doctor Strange, a man who just saved the multiverse with the Darkhold.
Yeah. What is the corrosive element of the Darkhold if you can use it to save the multiverse?
I don't care what the corrosive element is if it happens after you've saved the multiverse. Like, who cares at that point? That's like one of those, you know, it's just a normal mechanic of like, yeah, you can save the world, but it'll cost you your life. It's like, okay then, I could totally see Doctor Strange making that decision.
Yeah.
But yeah, incredibly fucking reckless, and Doctor Strange approves of this decision. I'm just sitting here like, bro, the Darkhold is considered evil? You just used it to save the multiverse. I don't understand how you can't argue that this is something we should keep for emergencies.
Using the Time Stone, breaking the rules in Doctor Strange was a trade he made to save the universe. He's willing to break the rules.
So this is the problem. I actually think that that's what this movie may be trying to do. Might be trying to say he's finally arced and realized he shouldn't do that. But he's been shown to save the universe several times by doing this.
Every time he does it, it's unorthodox. His unorthodox solutions are the ones that actually end up saving the day.
As if to imply, because it happens in this movie, he literally breaks the rules to save the universe. It's like they're implying, yes, but that's not what you should do. There's a line explicitly in the first Doctor Strange from the Ancient One where she says, she's obviously drawn power from the Dark Dimension. He says you're not supposed to do that, and then she says sometimes we do have to break the rules in order for the greater good, or something like that.
When you first came to me, you asked me how I was able to heal Jonathan Pangborn. I didn't. He channels dimensional energy directly into his own body.
He uses magic to walk.
He had a choice to return to his own life or to serve something greater than himself.
So I could have my hands back again. My old life.
You could, and the world would be all the lesser for it. I've hated drawing power from the dark dimension. But as you well know, sometimes one must break the rules in order to serve the greater good.
Mordo won't see it that way.
He needs your flexibility, just as you need his strength.
And that was his arc in that film, in a sense.
A lot of it, yeah.
But I guess we've decided the Ancient One was wrong, even though she's meant to be like pretty smart and aware.
We're not even talking about it contradicting the movies before it. It's itself. He just did it.
He just
movie.
did it
What
like
are you talking about? Like, I don't understand. What is your point?
Well, yeah, because when Wanda says hypocrite, it's like because remember at the beginning of the film, oh yeah, you break the rules, and then the line everybody prays. It's like, but I mean, yeah, he is a hero because he saves people when he breaks the rules. You kill people. Like,
that's what I don't.
Like,
I'm trying to pull the pieces together and see what the movie's trying to say. All I can gather is that it's like, you know what? Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch, not so different. It's like, yes, they are.
I don't even know that the film has anything to say. I think the film considers the Darkhold to be obviously bad all the time, and so we need to get rid of it in every universe.
It does.
We never have to use it again. Well, it's just you never have to account for it anymore. It's gone.
Yeah,
it's over. Because that's the Marvel formula. Whenever you've used something, get rid of it so you don't have to account for it anymore. They did it with stones.
They didn't do it with time travel.
No, they'll never use it again.
Isn't that funny though? That's another thing Doctor Strange could have utilized to beat her.
Oh yeah, of course. You could just go to the Avengers like, hey, can I use the time machine? Thanks.
Give me them stones. I need to use it quickly on Wanda.
Yeah.
Done and done. Give them back. Good. We all good. That's not even the only issue. So we've talked about how the hell can she even do this? Why the hell would this be approved as a decision considering the nature of the Darkhold? Third, isn't there a temple in every universe to be transcribed from?
I guess not. But there must be.
There must be.
The Darkhold is derived from that place, so it can't just be from that. Because it can't just be from that one place.
I have seen. The counter. That all of the infinite Darkholds have been transcribed from that temple.
But how is that possible?
How the fuck could that make any sense at all?
How is that possible?
What happens in the way that the multiverse works in Loki, that someone just makes a different decision in the MCU timeline where that castle already exists? You create two timelines where that castle already exists. What is the distinction between them? Because you can't just have one Scarlet Witch. There's going to be lots of them because of all the branching choices that were made. It just doesn't work. It can't work.
I would again like to say non-stop. And they're catastrophic issues to the script. They just won't stop.
It never ends. The issues are just persistent all the time. Like, there's every single aspect of the film. There's something where it's like, wait a minute, wait, no, stop, hold on, no.
Then we got Doctor Strange telling Christine, I love you. And then she's like...
This is after they say that Wanda did the right thing.
Oh yeah, they make sure to say that.
I hate her.
I hate her too.
So much. I have
body,
so much hate.
A body, no death. She'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's not dead.
Dude, even if they showed all of her body parts being pulled apart and then turned into dust, I'd be like, she's coming back.
Nah, she's not back.
Doesn't mean anything anymore in this
Look, let me
world.
tell you about a guy called Palpatine. Yeah, he tells Christine it's not working because he was just too scared. He was scared of what would happen, and then she said, time to be brave, or something like that.
It's not that I don't want to care for someone or have someone care for me. It's just... I get scared.
Face your fears. Doctor Strange.
Time to not be scared anymore, that sort of thing. Which will lead you into one of the end credits scenes. Until then, we're doing another arc, which is talking to... Well, actually, so the first thing they see is just America Chavez is now training to become a sorcerer, which is just funny to me because it's like, yeah, that incursion coming along well. Give it time. But then he talks to Wong and he's like, are you happy? You'd think I'd be happy after saving the world, but you know what? I'm not happy. And then Wong is like, it's just so on the nose in terms of like what they're trying to tell you is the message in this film. Wong just goes,
sometimes I do wonder about my other lives. And I remain grateful in this one, even with its tribulations.
At least we don't have to go through it alone, huh?
No, we don't.
I guess that's their message. Just like, if you're not happy, just try to be.
It could be worse.
It could be worse.
Write a gratitude list. The end.
Yeah. Oh, one last catastrophe. So,
oh boy, there's always room for one more.
Doctor Strange is about to leave, and America's like, wait. Hey, how you doing? And then he's like, oh, I'm doing fine. How are you doing? She's like, oh, I'm come along. And he's like, you know what? Your parents will be proud, and it's gonna be great when you tell them one day. And that should remind you of like, wait a minute.
She can go there whenever she wants.
She can open portals to people. We learned she gets Doctor Strange and Christine out of the spooky universe. That means she can open on you. So all she has to do. And you saw from the memory store, she's got a pretty strong understanding of who those people are at this point. Think about them, open the portal, you got them.
That's assuming they're not dead.
Well,
which they probably are.
The fact is that little bit of dialogue confirms she has not tried.
Yeah.
Which is
not good for her
character. Yep. I'd argue that's the biggest assassination America Chavez can face, and she's barely started as a character.
Well done.
Nice. Always good to start at ground zero.
Congratulations.
They destroyed one of the most low-effort characters of all time. Well done, Mauler.
This is what I mean. That's a speed run. It's like, how do you destroy someone with no traits? And it's like, you found a way.
High fives all
A
around.
jean jacket with an American flag, and she's called America, even though she's from a completely different dimension.
I always find it confusing to call her America, but I'm hoping people have managed to get through this. Like, well, following me instead of assuming
sound bites from that.
She says, everyone get out of here, and then struggles for like 10,000 years trying to open up America's box. I don't know why.
Don't say America's box.
Yeah. He also repairs his watch, symbolically moving on, presumably.
One of the 3 arcs also complete now.
Yeah.
We're getting those arcs complete and done. And then he's like, I'm gonna go for a stroll through New York. Oh no, I got a third eye, and then the end. That's the end of the movie.
Then I'm gonna go for another stroll.
Yeah.
I was like,
then I'm gonna go for another stroll, yeah. And then there's Charlize Theron, she's Clea, and incursion's happening. We're going on an adventure. See, because Clea's more on his level. He's moving on from Christine.
Yeah,
unless you're afraid.
Not in the least.
He's not going to have any fear. He's going to go for it, because that's the new Doctor Strange.
I find it very confusing, because we end the first end before we get to the mid-credit scene. It's like, oh no, third eye, ah! It's like, oh shit, this is gonna be bad. And then the mid-credit scene comes. Oh yeah, I'm ready. And then he opens the third eye, and so it's like, oh, I guess it's not bad then.
I think it was supposed to be like more of a meme, that initial end, like, oh, not like, oh no, what's gonna happen to him?
Because that's meant to be setting up that it's like the corruption of the Darkhold. Yeah.
You know what that original, you know what that first ending was, where he's losing control. That's an Evil Dead reference.
Oh, there we go. That sorts out everything.
There we go.
I mean, the actual second, like the post credit scene with Clea, it's like the only meaning, like I know who that is, but in universe, it's like, wait, who are you? You know magic? Like,
Most
where are you?
people,
Wait, what? Like incursion? Where are you from? Like, what?
Well,
who are you?
It's where we're at. You know that was like hand designed to make the audience members go, who's that? I know Charlize Theron, but I don't know who this. Oh, are we gonna get into the movie? Who is that? Oh, I'm gonna Google.
Yeah, no,
here I go Googling.
It's crafted for the people who don't know, but it's also for the people who know who she is.
Yeah, it's just that's the way it'll always work.
These films are about what's next, always. I think this film is one of the clearest examples of that, because what a lot of people I think went into this film thinking it would be is, oh, maybe we'll get the mutants established, or like, oh, well, maybe we'll encounter these characters in the multiverse. Maybe there'll be Nightmare or Mephisto or something that are going to be in the background, and then of course at the end it's like, oh, but there's Clea. We were kind of, it's like it's always about what's next. Like there's no real investment in the story that they're trying to tell now.
Here's a theory. They have solved the Age of Ultron problem. And what I mean is that Age of Ultron is often considered to be a failure of a Marvel film because it's so riddled with problems as a result of being pulled in all different directions to set up phase, you know, every other phase. This movie will become one that you'll realize in time that is entirely skippable. It doesn't do anything for anybody at all in terms of a permanent way. You might even think like, well, that's got to be bullshit because Scarlet Witch is just like, no. She'll become a better person again at some point, and you can just ignore that this movie even happened.
Because the MCU will ignore that it happened.
However, we have opened up the multiverse a bit more. We've got a new character in America Chavez. We've got Clea's going to be coming in. We've got all this like little baits with all these different characters and universes. Like, it's done the Age of Ultron job, but it didn't look like Age of Ultron when it did it.
I've gotten better at hiding it.
Which I think prompts the discussion I've been looking to have over the past 10 hours if someone's watched all this in one go. I feel like this is out of my hands, and instead I simply have to tell you, EFAP, for a long time, has valued with stories the idea of cause and effect. So when you say, okay, EFAP, how does this movie rank with the MCU? Is it worse than Captain Marvel? Is it worse than Black Widow? I'm sitting here like, you already know the answer. We don't need to give it to you. I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't blame anybody for having a metric that has a variable applied that involves how much they're enjoying the thing. And I can totally see when they're like, I enjoy this way more than Black Widow and Captain Marvel. I'd be like, yep, that totally makes sense to me. However, if we're trying to remove any chance of our own sort of enjoyment of the visual aspects or the performances, which are fantastic from a lot of people, and we're strictly looking at the writing and how coherent it is, I feel like I don't know if anyone's going to disagree with me here, but I feel like this is the least coherent movie in the MCU.
I agree.
Me too.
I agree, and I think it's not even close.
Yeah.
This movie did something special.
I never thought we'd rival Loki as far as damage goes, but here we are. Well, I guess same writer, so it's not too surprising, but god damn, I thought eliminating free will was bad, but you know.
I guess it isn't even close because I forgot Loki for a moment, but yeah, this and Loki, they share this. I think this is worse, but I think that it is a pedestal that they both can sit upon for just worst stories ever.
It's worth mentioning, I think that Loki is like a similar bad, but the thing is, this has done more. Basically, it's like, how would you beat something like this? It's like, is this bottom of the barrel? And I'd be like, well, it's to be this, but more things wrong. And what I mean by that is like, add another character, throw in fucking Iron Man. And
you could have a
throw in Cap and ruin him. Throw in someone else, ruin him. It's like, okay, that's how it would max out, and that's how I feel this has defeated Loki. Loki ruined Loki, the character, and damaged the universe significantly. This has done those things and a lot more.
This film is like 2 hours of pure concentrated nonsense. Loki is like 5 to 6 hours of more spread out, less overarching in terms of how many people are influences in how many places nonsense. Not to say that Loki isn't a catastrophe, but like, what would somebody point to in this film of, you know what, that and that connect in a way that makes sense? Like, what would you point to as like, yes, this plot point and this plot point, they follow one another? Or like, other than, I guess, a character saying a word and then it's followed by a word that makes sense to follow up that word, you know? So like, hi, I'm Steven, you know? Like, that would be an example of something that's connecting in this film. But I guess we go beyond that.
There are sentences that make sense, and that's about the only thing we can say.
Grammatically, not in terms of what they say about these people or the world or anything, but like, you know.
Yes,
grammatically.
They passed first grade English.
Can we be sure of that?
Barely. What we're getting is less and less experienced writers coming on board, when what we need is like veteran sci-fi and comic book people who have tackled these concepts for years, coming in to at the very least advise, if not downright write these films. But instead we're just getting more and more people in who just, not only do they not have much experience with speculative fiction, they don't have much writing experience, full stop, and this is what you get.
this is probably something that's because I've seen a lot of people say like, well, what were you expecting? It's like multiverse. Of course it was going to be nonsense, which I have more faith in people's ability to write stories than those people, I suppose.
Here are the nominees for Best Original Screenplay. Everything Everywhere All at Once, written by Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert.
And the Oscar goes to Everything Everywhere All at Once. Daniel Kwan, Daniel Scheinert.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to write a multiverse story. You got a lot of variables you need to account for that you just generally don't have to when you're writing stories. You have to account for a lot more worlds, a lot more cause and effect variables that throw things out of whack. But like those variables don't need to have such a negative effect on the characters or on the theme. They don't need to have as negative effect on the world as they have. Like to say that this is the best that could have been done in terms of leveraging the multiverse as a concept narratively, I don't know. Like I have more faith in people's ability to tell stories.
It's not a problem that these concepts are impossible to work with. It's just the fact that you've got they're struggling with the most basic aspects of storytelling. So when you pile metaphysics on top of that and these ultra complex mechanics in there, not only are the basic things going to fall apart, but then it's like quadrupled by the fact that they are working with these things. It's a multiplying factor to the already shoddy craftsmanship.
Right. The craftsmanship that's not even there because they're not following the rules that they set up in their previous thing. So we've had the multiverse has been rumored since Far From Home, correct? Where it was just kind of a trick.
Kind of a meme, yeah. But
and then it was rumored in WandaVision. It was in No Way Home. It was in Loki. I'm sure I'm forgetting something here. And none of these connect up at all. And that's what the MCU did in the beginning. They connected everything. So now they're just like seeing, well, which one will work better?
Yeah. Well,
and then we'll go from there because they're not done with it. They're not even close to being done with it. These projects, these products, and it's like over processed product that you can tell that there's a bunch of studio notes. And I am a huge fan of Sam Raimi, and I'm going to forgive him for this. I think this is at the end. I'm sure you guys noticed, or maybe you walked out. At the end of the film, it was called a Kevin Feige production.
Yeah.
That was weird at the end.
I thought that was newish. I didn't realize if that had been done before.
I think it started with Hawkeye, and now everything that's happened since.
Because I noticed it with Moon Knight and this, and I was like, I don't remember seeing this before, but he's making sure we know now. Despite the drop off on the second Friday, I would still argue like the fact that we would see this as one of the most incoherent scripts we've ever come across, and it's this successful. It's like, oh boy, we're in for more of this.
Yeah, you bet they'll be making more. I mean, they have been making more. This is not an anomaly. This is just in a long line of terrible, horrible movies that don't make sense.
I don't know how to stress. This is a special kind of bad. We haven't been here. This is uncharted territory.
Yeah, I'm scared. I don't know where we're going next. I just don't.
It's all up from here, surely, right?
Or is going to go find himself again, guys. He's going to really find himself this time.
Thor: Love and Thunder's gotta be better than this, right? Right?
We need to find the damn remote so we can download the distress signal.
I'm putting them down.
We shouldn't be surprised by anything from here on out. That's all I'm saying. Like, Thor could be worse. It could be worse.
I don't
Remember,
know, Gary. I still get shocked sometimes. I'm just like, really? You did that? And you could be like, they did it 10 times before. And I'm like, I know, but still.
But hey, not every comic book film has to be so serious. Or connect to the larger narrative of the MCU. Or bring a new dimension to favorite characters. Or introduce cool new heroes. Or build up a new big villain. Or have a central theme. Or smoothly shift between tones. Or explain what a god even is. Or have clearly defined stakes. Or make sense in general. Or be consistently funny. Or look good outside of action scenes. Or
you know that phrase, the final nail in the coffin? I think that it's appropriate because every nail is the final nail as long as you stop, right? But
they keep putting in more nails.
They keep putting in more nails. So that's why we could say it's the final nail in the coffin over and over and over again. Because tentatively, yes, it's the final nail.
Yeah,
Oh
keep
god, they
popping 'em
made
in.
another one. Yes, that's the final nail.
Just start putting nails in the middle of the coffin, just the nails going into
ran out of
the
space.
corpse.
Into the corpse, yeah.
Eventually, you got to
It's
start
the-
putting
yeah.
in smaller nails just to fill in the tiny gaps in between.
All the big nails, yeah.
The future is bright.
Well, yeah, and hopefully that gives you an idea of why we didn't think this was very good.
Everybody and everything in that story comported to what scenes they wanted that seemed cool, or like an idea that they wanted to follow through, and the consequence of that is that it just leaves everything in tatters. I like the characters in this film. I mean, if we're talking about the main characters, thoroughly obliterated. Like Wanda, man. And Doctor Strange has like 3 or 4 arcs running all at once, and none of them really tie together into something cohesive. Some of them don't even really make a lot of sense. Nobody's kind of behaving as they really ought to. There's like a lack of acknowledgement persistently about what is really happening. We have to just ignore relevant questions that need to be asked of the characters because the answers are really obvious, but the film isn't over yet, so we can't have those. I don't really know how it's possible to have any level of investment in the magic side of the MCU anymore, because I don't know what anybody's capable of at any given time, like what their capacity to affect the world is, what abilities they have access to. And in terms of like world building, I don't know how in the world we're meant to move forward with like an understanding of the multiverse, or how these universes interact with each other, what like magical books or MacGuffins exist out there in the multiverse, what they can do, how these universes interact with each other. It's very much a film where I think the things that I could praise about it are stemming from like cinematography, interesting visuals, framing. It had cool shots, okay? Alright? It had some cool shots.
Yes. Cinematography was neat in lots of areas. Some of the ideas of how to present the look of certain things happening in this movie, including but not limited to the creepy visuals with Scarlet Witch and the mind universe being like all white, and the contrast of the red, the house that Evil Strange lives in, and the staircase, like so many cool and interesting elements.
The frame is held. It is definitely
the held
and
frame
it's cool, all right?
That's true.
Some parts of the soundtrack, but I mean, otherwise, this is a pretty textbook example of and then, like an and then story. All right, it's the writing. Leave us alone.
We're just talking about the writing. Okay, pretty film, pretty.
Yeah, I don't like it.
When you told me about Moon Knight, and I was right there with you, I'm like, I didn't think they would go that on the nose with it, but they did.
That last episode, but we haven't even chat. You got that to look forward to one day.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Moon Knight. At least Moon Knight's better than this.
Yes.
Moon Knight is definitely.
Yes.
It's got some character stuff in there that's kind of.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, I'm very comfortable. Yes,
Moon Knight's costume's cool. The 5 minutes of Moon Knight's pretty cool.
The 5 minutes of Moon Knight is pretty cool. Sometimes.
Mother.
What'd you bring me?